Ladies and gentlemen, if you can't find a seat, please make your way to the Code Lab, Tiergarten 2 and 3 by the code check. Thank you.
morning, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
I'm Timothy Jordan.
I am Magnus Hitsten.
And today, we're going to be your MCs.
Yeah, and when they asked me about this job, they said I would be the E.M.C.E.E.
You didn't get that one?
No.
It's phonetic.
It is?
You're used to seeing it like this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
MC.
Well, what it means is Master of Ceremonies. It's a fancy title for we'll tell you when the breaks are. And we get to do cool things like welcome the live stream.
That's correct, because we have a bunch of people joining us on the internet today. Let's welcome the live stream with a round of applause. Oh.
That was pretty good.
We do better than that.
We do better than that.
With a round of applause.
That was a good Berlin welcome.
That is better indeed.
Also, we should note that we have a YouTube channel. Many of you have been there. Many of you have already subscribed. But if you haven't, please do. YouTube.com/Firebase. We're going to be posting videos from the sessions today throughout the day. So if there's something that you missed or something that you want to review, make sure to subscribe.
Yeah.
Also, we'd like to make sure that everybody here has the best experience possible at this first Firebase Dev Summit.
Firebase is an inclusive community. No matter your experience or background, you're welcome here.
So we encourage you to be excellent to each other.
We have a zero-tolerance policy for harassment of any kind, and our code of conduct is posted around this event venue as well as on our website.
So please share your positive and constructive feedback with our staff at any time that you need.
And staff can be identified through their T-shirts and badges.
And with that, we'd like to introduce your keynote presenter, Director of Product Management for Firebase,
Mr. Gan Ben Galbraith.
I don't know how to follow those two guys, but I'll give it a try. Thank you for being here. It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you in Berlin. I've come to Germany a few times since growing up, and I've always loved it here. I've gained a great appreciation for many of the cultural institutions here. My clicker isn't working, I don't think. Do we have a different? Oh, here we go. We're live. All right. So yeah, I've been coming here a lot, and I'm happy to be here. And I've gained through the years an appreciation for many of the cultural institutions and proud traditions here in Germany of all different kinds. And I think perhaps the one that's most relevant to us this morning is Germany's worldwide reputation for engineering excellence across a wide swath of disciplines. And it's something that we can relate to, I think, in Google, because there's a museum that's pretty close to the Google headquarters, just a few blocks away, where there's an exhibit to Konrad Zuse, who created here in Germany the world's first Turing-complete computer, the programmable computer, the Z3, which I think is just a little bit smaller than a modern smartphone. Maybe it's a little bit bigger, actually. But it's a really impressive accomplishment. At Google, we're all about engineering, and you see it in our products and projects of various kinds. Some of my favorites include Google Photos. I've got just thousands of memories. I've got a pile of kids, too. I've got 8 young kids. And actually, my oldest is 14, so she's getting on in years. But I oftentimes want to dive in and find memories that I can dimly recall. And I love how with this product, I can just come up with a natural language expression and find exactly what I'm looking for. Also, I'm thinking about AlphaGo and the achievements that we just shared earlier in the summer, where we had the competition with Lee Sedol and sort of surprised the world with what's possible with general machine learning algorithms with this achievement. And of course, the self-driving car project, which has the potential to save us millions of hours and thousands of lives. The common thread between these particular projects is machine learning, is the ability for machines with the right algorithms and lots of data to make inferences about new situations and new data that they encounter. So at Google, I spend my time with developers. And what excites me about this narrative is the fact that we've taken the same technology that we've used in-house and we've made it open source and shared it with the world. And to make this effective, you have to spend time with TensorFlow and define your own models, and then you need lots and lots of data and lots of computation to get the sorts of inferences that you want out of it. And you can do all that on your own, but I love how we provide a gradual grading of solutions for you. So if you want, you can use Google Cloud Platform, your own models, and to host your own data and scale with you. But really, if you're not interested in any of this and you just want the end user benefits, you can also integrate with easy-to-use APIs such as Cloud Vision, speech, text, and translation that make it as simple as just a few lines of code to get the benefits of our models and our experience and our data in your application. I wanted to share this with you because I think it's a great example of how at Google we're on a mission to make developers successful. And we do it with a bunch of different platforms and products, such as the Google Cloud Platform, such as Android, and with the Chrome browser, which is our contribution to the web platform and the web community. And just last month, we talked about some of the latest developments in this space. So we shared that we have started shipping our own phone, the Pixel, running the latest version of Android. We shared more details about our VR platform, Daydream, which gives people an exciting and accessible way to experience high-quality virtual reality. We sort of took where we started with Cardboard, which was a fun hack, and made it really, really, really reliable and really, really great. And we talked about Google Home and shared details about the developer program that's launching next month, which is one of our first surfaces for the Assistant. So these are some examples of what we're doing to partner with developers to be successful together. And it brings us to Firebase. I wanted to spend a few minutes before we go into some more of the details on why we're doing Firebase and what it means to us and what we hope it can do for you. So at Google, we have a lot of experience building some of the world's most popular applications. And we've learned a thing or two about what it takes to build an app as a result. And we found that it's a pretty difficult process. You know, fundamentally, at the core, you're going to have to create an application across multiple platforms, the web, iOS, and Android. And we see this space getting more complicated over the horizon as devices start to become more and more popular and more widely adopted, devices and new form factors. But this isn't even really where the complexity starts, in my opinion, because user expectations for what's built on top of these platforms is getting higher and higher all the time. Think about authentication. If you want to really engage your users in today's landscape, which is really competitive, a lot of different apps, a lot of different platforms are competing for user engagement, you want to make the authentication process, the login process, as smooth as possible. And at the same time, it's more important than ever to have best practices for security in your authentication flow as well. And you'll want to integrate with third-party sign-in providers as well. And so we're way beyond creating a simple login screen. There's a lot you've got to do for modern authentication to work well. Increasingly, users expect to be able to collaborate with each other. And so you've got to think about the infrastructure to share data in real time across your applications, across platforms. And as another example, if you want to get the power of social media to drive discovery and re-engagement for your applications, you'll need to implement deep linking. These are just a few examples of the increasing complexity that are really just table stakes for modern application development. And this is where Firebase comes into the picture, because we want to move development as much as we can from fighting over infrastructure, from thinking about all the different solutions that you have to choose from, learning how to implement them. And we want you to be able to spend all of your energy on bringing innovation and creativity, something new to the world. That's really what we're trying to achieve here, is making all the infrastructure pieces simple for you so that you can really apply your energy where it matters most. And so Firebase is a series of tools that help you develop your application and then help you bring users to your application and grow your user base and earn money as this happens, all tied together with an analytics product that is free and unlimited, that lets you analyze, instrument the snot out of your application, just put as many events as possible in there so you can see in detail what's happening. And these include products like Remote Config that make it really easy for you to have an application that dynamically changes its behavior based on what you know about your users and what you learn about your users. It has the real-time database that started it all, that makes it so trivial to implement really sophisticated synchronization features in your application. And authentication, a product that takes what we've learned from doing billions of authentication sessions over the lifetime of Google and bringing those best practices to developers so that they can use them easily. Firebase is a collection of 15 different features across a variety of categories, all tied together with an easy-to-use console that lets you stay on top of the status of all your different projects and easily integrate them into your own applications. So since launching Firebase, the new Firebase at Google I/O this year, we're now up to over 750,000 developers using the product. And we have hundreds of the world's most popular applications who've adopted it, including 3 teams who are here today, Alibaba, Glide, and The Economist. Can you guys raise your hands? So check out these teams that are here. I'd love for you to speak with them and learn from their experiences. And we're really, really happy and honored to have such great partners on the platform. So Firebase is about helping you develop, grow, and earn. And since I/O, we have been busy building this out. We started really broad with a bunch of different features. And since I/O, we've been busily making it deeper and deeper, listening to feedback from the community, adding the long list of features that we want to see in the product, and we're continuing to grow this product more and more. And today at the Summit, we're going to be talking to you about the latest features that we've added to Firebase, starting with Google Analytics, where my colleague Steve Ganem is going to come up just after me and talk to you more about it. But before I transition to Steve, I just wanted to say thank you for being here today. Thank you for being part of this journey. I'm really excited for you to have the opportunity to learn more about what we're doing with Firebase, to interact with the teams, and for us to learn from you. So please seek out those of us in the yellow shirts, give us your feedback, ask us your questions, and I'm really excited for you to engage with Firebase and see how it can make you more successful. Thank you.
Good morning, Berlin. Can you hear me all right? All right, good morning, Berlin. My name is Steve Ganem, and I'm a product manager on Firebase Analytics, and I'm really excited to be here. It's my first time in Berlin, and I'm enjoying it very much. So I've had this date circled on my calendar for months, because you launch a product, and you get all sorts of actionable feedback on it, and you're looking forward to that date when you can look your developers in the eye and tell them that you've heard that feedback and that you're making all sorts of progress towards addressing it. So I've been looking forward to this date for a long time, and today is the day that we get to tell you a lot about what we're doing for you. But before I get into that, I want to back up a little bit and provide some context for those of you who perhaps aren't as familiar with what Firebase Analytics has to offer. So we're going to back up a step and talk about what we aimed to launch and what we did launch this year. So the team at Google Analytics endeavored to build a brand new app analytics solution called Firebase Analytics for developers that meets the needs of today's modern developers. And the core concepts, the things we just had to get right, are listed here. The first one is that it had to be free and unlimited. There's no compromise there. So free, what does that mean exactly? Free is kind of obvious. Unlimited refers to unlimited volume of events. Now, events are those things which you log in analytics solutions that correspond to user actions in your app. These are the things you want to measure. And we didn't want to introduce any sort of artificial limits on our developers or any paywalls that might impede their ability to measure what's going on with their users. So it was critical, and we couldn't compromise on this, that developers need to be able to log everything that's important to them, even if, heaven forbid, your app becomes super popular. Right? You don't want to end up in the situation where it becomes so popular that you're then stuck modifying your instrumentation to meet those limits. So first and foremost, free and unlimited. Secondly, we wanted to make sure there was automatic reporting so that it was just plug and play. You drop this SDK in your app, you initialize it, and it lights up. And we've achieved that by logging over a dozen events automatically for you. These are key events, things that measure user engagement, purchases, and those things, and over a dozen user and device properties, so you have some more context surrounding those events. In addition to that, those actually fuel a whole dashboard full of reporting for you, all with very, very little effort. So a lot of bang for the buck with Firebase Analytics. Thirdly, seamless integrations. Firebase and Google offer a host of mobile developer products, and there's some pretty obvious touch points between analytics and these other products. Our developers, like you, expect these things to work together and to know about each other's data. So wherever it can add value, analytics integrates with these other products so that your analytics data can make them smarter, more powerful for you, enable some great features for engagement, And analytics can act as a measurement layer for those features, so then you can see what the results of your actions are. You'll be seeing a lot of examples of those today throughout the summit. And lastly, cross-platform support for iOS and Android. Yes, Firebase is a Google platform, and yes, we love iOS because our developers have apps on iOS, and your users are on iOS. And we need to enable you to be successful wherever your apps are. So we're committed to a premium developer experience on iOS. One other really important point that I want to mention is that as much as we could have foresight in predicting all the ways you could use your data, and as much as we try to produce the reports that we think are right for your businesses, as much as we enable you to take action throughout Firebase on your data, we fully acknowledge that developers will have custom needs that we could never predict. And like in the keynote, Ben was talking about TensorFlow and being able to process your data using machine learning. We can't predict what you're going to want to do because developers are really, really smart and find extremely creative ways to use your data, right? So it's imperative that you have access to your raw data to do those things. So that's why we made a way for you to do that at launch through our integration with BigQuery, which is Google's cloud data warehouse. If you link your Firebase app to BigQuery, then every day all of your raw, unsampled event data with all of its parameters and context gets exported over to BigQuery. So you have the ability to process the same data we do. So this is what we launched with at I/O this year. I'd like to take a look at how we've measured up based on your feedback to us. In terms of breadth, your ability to measure what's going on in the app, you're able to log up to 500 distinct types of events, so 500 distinct things going on in your app, and to contextualize those with up to 25 parameters. So it's not just that an item was purchased, but what is that item? It's not just that a song was listened to, but what's the title, the artist, the category. So the feedback we've gotten on that is very good, that you're able to measure what's going on in your app. Secondly, depth. Well, since it's free and unlimited, that's pretty much goes without saying. We've heard good feedback about that. No one's complaining about free and unlimited, as you can imagine. So we're doing good on the depth front. Resolution. How much fine-grained access do you have to your analytics data? And this is where BigQuery comes in. And by providing that way to access your raw data, you see the same data that we do when we process it to produce your reporting. So the feedback's great. There's been a lot of developer interest in BigQuery. And the last category is latency. This one's more complicated, and there are actually multiple types of latency. So I want to spend more time on it because this is where we've gotten the majority of our feedback. So the first type of latency I'd like to discuss is the time to upload your events from time it was logged to our backend. And the second type is the amount of time it takes for your reports to update and reflect that data that we received. That's something we refer to as report freshness. So on the first one, we upload, typically when you log an event on a device, it's scheduled to be uploaded an hour later, and any events that are logged in between get batched together and uploaded. This is because we're very conservative with your end users' resources. And we think we're doing right by the end users, and you want to as well. It's in everyone's best interest to not be a resource hog on your end users' devices. So we're generally very conservative with that. On the reporting freshness, we update about every 4 to 5 hours every day to give you reports throughout the day. And the feedback that we've gotten on both of these things is pretty much this. But I want my data now, said every developer ever. And of course you do. And we recognize that. We recognize that the longer you have to wait to access your data, the harder it is to react to it, the less valuable it is. If you had to wait 2 weeks for your data, then how actionable is that? And to some degree, we trained you to want your data now because Google Analytics had real-time reporting, so you definitely got used to that, and we understand how important it is. And so we've been taking that feedback to heart, and I wanted to share with you some of the things that we're doing about it now. So recently, we launched a change to the SDK for real-time conversions. So conversion events are your most important events. These are the events that you want every one of your users to log in your app. They distinguish a valuable user from just a casual user. And we don't know what those events are for your app. Every app's going to have a potentially different conversion, just like every app is different. So in our UI, you can actually go in there and identify up to 10 events, which are your conversion events, your ideal events. And those will be uploaded without delay. When we get them on the back end, we'll export them over to BigQuery. And that's important because of real-time export to BigQuery. This is something else we launched recently. So as soon as we get your data on the back end, right over to BigQuery it goes if you linked your app to BigQuery. And I don't know if you pieced it together, but the implication is of the two slides together, real-time conversions and real-time export to BigQuery, is real-time conversions in BigQuery. In other words, your most important events available in the raw to you in BigQuery, not in hours, not in minutes, but in seconds. So this is very powerful and enables you to respond to it, react to it, learn from it by applying business intelligence tools to it. And if you don't have a favorite business intelligence tool, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to plug one of my favorite products, which is Google Data Studio. And I use this for all of my apps. I'm an app developer background, and I got hooked on Data Studio. It's a way to, it's a very simple product that with a visual interface, and it can visualize all of your raw analytics data for you. It's super easy to create custom dashboards, fully customizable, easy to share with everybody in your organization. And I want to show you a demo of it. So today, we launched Firebase Analytics report templates, which make it even easier to visualize your Firebase Analytics data in BigQuery. So can we switch to the demo so I can show this off? It's much easier to show it than just talk about it. All right, so this is Data Studio, and this is a sample report. We produced, the teams at Firebase Analytics and Data Studio got together, and we made sure to expose all the metrics and dimensions that are really important to app developers, like yourselves. And from then on, it's just a visual interface to look at the parameters and graphs. We have three pages of reporting here, a general dashboard, a look at your events, a look at your conversions, all of it entirely filterable in great detail from data that's in BigQuery for your app. And this is not just a sample for you to learn from. The point is that this template can be easily applied to your own data with just a few clicks in a matter of seconds. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to do it right now. So we have a link to this in our Help Center. You click on Use Template. You choose a different data source because you don't care about the sample. You want to look at your own data. I've created one here for myself. My game's nicknamed Skate. You click Create Report. It spins for a little while. There it goes. So in just a few seconds, we've now applied this report to my own raw event data being exported from Firebase Analytics to BigQuery. From here, thank you. From here, I'm free to customize it, make it look like something branded by my company that has just the metrics and reports we care about, whatever custom metrics that might be, and share that. And maybe if I'm not the most artistic person, you can invite people to collaborate here. So let me show you a few things you can do. So let's say that I wanted, instead of seeing users by device category, I want to break this down and see some other metric or dimension. So right now it's device category. Let's take a look at country. It's just really easy to select a picker, choose some different dimension, get a different report on it. And then you can just drag and drop them, edit text. It's a really familiar interface for doing all these things. So I really highly recommend that you check this out because Data Studio also offers a free tier. So you get up to 5 reports for free in Data Studio, and you can share them with an infinite number of people in your organization. And BigQuery offers a free query tier. And keep in mind that Data Studio is querying BigQuery for this data. And Firebase Analytics is free and unlimited in terms of its event collection. So this is, I think, a no-brainer for developers to check out. And I really highly encourage you to go to the Help Center today and look into this for your own apps. So that was a little bit of a detour. We were talking about latency, and I wanted to pitch Data Studio there. So we talked about real-time conversions. We talked about real-time export to BigQuery. But there's a whole class of other developer feedback we've gotten that isn't addressed by these. And it comes in the form of the following types of questions. Is my app set up correctly? There's no real feedback telling you you've done things right or wrong. Which events are being captured by the SDK? Again, that goes back to that feedback. Are you receiving my events and parameters? We realize that because it takes sometimes 4 or 5 hours to see your reporting, even if you've done things right, you're not getting that feedback. And I'm really thrilled to tell you that we've built something, the ideal tool to answer all of these questions and these pain points. And it's called Debug View. This is real-time reporting for development. And this, again, I'd like to show you a demo of. So I'm going to demo it using a simple app that we've created. This is a code lab that we launched at I/O. This is called the Icon Shop. Really simple mock e-commerce app where you can buy icons. All right? This is an activity icon, airport icon. Again, it's just a mock app. You can add items to your cart. Right? You can check out. You can remove items from your cart. And I'm telling you these things because these actions correspond to events. So make mental note of what I'm doing. And then I'm checking out. Then you go over to Analytics, and there's this new tab. It's Debug View. And there you go. So you see the time I first opened the app, that I first opened it. This is an event logged on your behalf, one of the automatic events. That there was user engagement. The session started. More user engagement. And something else I want to call out here, maybe a little small and hard to see, but there's information there telling you what screen this was logged on. So we have launched automatic screen tracking as well. So you can tell which activities and which view controllers are in the foreground, and you'll know how much time users spent on each of these. So you'll know where users are spending time in your app. So you see here, it reads like a narrative, adding to cart, user engagement. So what did I add to the cart? The activity icon for 40 tokens, then the location icon for 15 tokens, and more. I'm going to go back over here and log a few more. So log this one. All right, so it's like a feed. So when you have new events, because we want to let you pause and actually analyze the data without it scrolling off screen, right? You need that ability. So you'll see the events accumulating up top. It says 6 new events, 7, et cetera. You click on that, those animate in. You see more events here. You see my purchase being made there, how many tokens were made, how were spent, what screen that took place on. And this is one I really want to call out, this error event. What this corresponds to is an API error. So previously, every analytics SDK you use has some rules about the length of event names and parameters or the characters that could be used in it, and ours is no exception. And different SDKs handle that differently. The way we handle that is that we log an error event to let you know that you made a mistake. The goal is we want to inform you that your instrumentation isn't pristine. We would like you to update your instrumentation because the end goal is we want you to pass through Debug View and end with the perfect instrumentation of your app so that your measurement is as accurate as possible. So we need to give you that information. So we have all along been logging this event for you. We just haven't made it visible to you, so you really couldn't do anything about it. That is what Debug View is going to tell you here. When you click on this error event, and I know the font may be small there, so you can actually come up and, if you'd like a demo later. It tells you what error code it is, and there's a web page that will tell you what that error means. And it gives you a reference value, letting you know what you tried to pass to us that we didn't like. So really easy, really actionable. You go and you find the place in the code where you're logging this event, you fix it, you come back in here, you verify that there's no more errors, and your instrumentation looks good. The other use case we wanted to make sure we handled here is that you've been using your app for a little while, and then you want to go and check and make sure that the events that were logged jive with the experience that you had. So in the top right, you'll see the top events summary. That shows you all the events logged in the last 30 minutes. So you see that I added 5 events to the cart, or 5 items to the cart. Here it shows you the 5 instances of that, and you can look at the various items that were added. And for each one, you get the timestamp of when it was logged and all the details associated with it. This is super comprehensive, and it should cover all the gamut of all these questions you were asking, from knowing whether or not you integrated the SDK, that binary signal, to the finer grained signals of, am I logging everything correctly? The very first time I had access to this and used it with my app, I found analytics bugs that were there for over a year. It's awesome actually using the product and seeing the value yourself. Being the PM on analytics, I'm actually the guinea pig for it, and all of my apps integrate our features first. So I feel your pain before you even feel it, and nothing is really a surprise to me. So when a tool like this comes around and makes my life easier, it's really easy for me to understand how valuable it will be to you, our developers. So that is Debug View, and thank you. So if I'm predicting correctly, your reaction is going to be something like this. Awesome, when can I have it? And my response to you is, for you, today. So we're making this... We're launching this today with limited availability. But in appreciation for your attendance here at the Dev Summit, we want to make sure everyone here can have access to it if they want. So just look for someone with a yellow shirt, a yellow shirt that says Firebase after this, or any time throughout the day, and they'll show you how to get connected and how to get access to Debug View. All right. So we've talked about our launch goals and a summary of what we endeavored to build and launch and what we did. We talked about the feedback we've received and how there was a lot of actionable feedback regarding the latency. We've introduced a few new features. And what's last here is a taste of the future. And what I'm trying to tell you is that we understand how valuable real-time signals are and how users actually consume real-time reporting differently than they do the rest of their aggregate reporting. And we know this from talking to you and also from our experience with Google Analytics real-time reporting. And so we're endeavoring to build something brand new that's very inspirational, that helps you connect with what's going on in your app right now. So I want to give you a sneak peek of the big brother of Debug View, which is called Stream View. This is an inspirational live view of your analytics data that's meant to inspire you, give you insights into how your users are actually using your app, and give you immediate feedback of your engagement efforts with your app. And I want to show you a sneak preview of it. All right, so this is an early version of it, but operational, of a real app. And this is the users who are using it now. And I want to point out that unlike your aggregate reporting, which just continues to add users to a report, this is dynamic, and that users that weren't there this morning when I checked this, a lot of Americans woke up, are there now, and a lot of people who were there earlier are not. And that's the element of now added to these reports that makes them so different from the rest of your reporting. So this first screen you land on is just a geomap showing you where your users are in the world. It's good and it's helpful, but you can go a lot deeper. So you can see the top user properties being logged by this app. So these user properties are the ones that you log based on information you either know about your users or inferred by their use of your app. One here is whether a wearable is available. You see that 25 wearables are available. Well, where are they in the world? You apply that as a filter, and you get to see who's using wearables in the world. It's that easy. Top locations, of course, you get your countries breakdown. But better than that, when you click on it, you get detailed information about what cities your users are in right now. And you can apply those as filters as well. You can also see what app versions your users are using, which is useful because when you're rolling new versions of the app out, you want to see that everybody's updating. And you see there's some stragglers here. And I wonder if there are any in Germany. Let's see. So you apply that as a filter. No, there might still be some old ones. Look at that. Someone in, okay, you got lucky. I thought there would be someone in Berlin. So Munich, someone in Munich's got to get with the program. But you can also look at events. So users are, of course, who's using your app. Events are what's going on in my app, again, right now. There's always this element of right now. And we'll switch to that in a minute, but I want you to just think about how you would use this report. When we say this report is inspirational, a big part of that is we imagine like everyone in your organization wanting to take a look at this throughout the day. It's sort of a conversation piece in your reception area maybe, and even guests who come in can take a look at it. So the map is one aspect of that, seeing how it changes dynamically throughout the day. But events are a big part of that as well, because that's what's going on in your app, and you want to monitor your KPI in real time. So switching over to events, you see the events that are being logged by your app now, and you see a whole host of them, whatever's going on, whatever we're collecting. This one right here, Play Selection, this is a radio app, so they can see what stories are popular in their app, what people are playing right now. So this can be another great insight. And you might want to know where are people listening to these stories. Again, you can apply it as a filter, and the whole report updates. So now you're seeing where this story is popular right now, who's listening to it. This gives you more insights and more connection to your users, because you know they're doing these things right now, you think about, wow, if I send a notification, these are the sorts of people, this is what they're doing now, this is what it would be interrupting. So it gives you more of a connection, intuitive connection to the users who are on your app. You can also expand this to make it a more full-screen view and experience. So you can focus on it, and this will update dynamically as new events roll in. So this is another one of those showcase pieces. If you're an app that has, I think there's a use case for every app really, but if you're an app that has like a search bar, you can see the top search terms. Or if you're an e-commerce app, the top items that are being added to cart or purchased. If you're a radio app, the top tracks that are being listened to. Whatever it is, if you just have this in somewhere common in your workplace, imagine just how fun it would be to casually glance over there throughout the day and see what's trending. You might discover some things about the world and about trends going on based on what your users are consuming at that time. All right, so there's more features here. Location, just like with the users, you can filter by those to see what people are doing, for example, in New York. Get more insights in how they're using it. So now that filters the rest of the reports, so you can see what events they're actually logging and what app version. One more element to it, you can see a trend over the last 30 minutes. So this is the element of a new dimension of time within real-time reporting, to see if there are any spikes based on either what's going on in the world or what you've done manually to engage your users. Something that I think would be really powerful is if you run any sort of engagement or install campaign, you can head to real time to see if people are responding to it the way that you thought. So if you launch a new version of your app, you head to real time and you see how many app updates are happening and where they're happening if you're rolling it out. If you launch a new app, you'll see first opens log all over the place. If you send push notifications that are meant to drive users to convert, this is going to be the place that you go to get that immediate feedback of whether or not it's working. Email campaigns, dynamic links, whatever it is, this is your place for immediate feedback. And I'm excited about all the use cases here. One new thing that we're doing that I'm especially excited about, I'm especially excited about all of it, right? And it's really neat to see it with real live data in an app, is user snapshots. User snapshots, and if it looks like debug view, it's intentional. Just like in debug view, it reads like a narrative, the stream of events and timestamps logged by your development devices. User snapshot gives you a snapshot of the events logged by real users in the real world with timestamps and the sequence all preserved with the parameters and all those things. So the inspiration behind this was focus testing. I don't know how many of you have either taken part and been subject to a focus test or have run one yourself, but typically you get a group of people together from a demographic and you want to see how they use your product. And you'd be surprised how often people use your product differently than you thought they would. And that's so true with apps as well. So what you can do is you can actually select users who are in a certain demographic, certain country, certain app version, click on user snapshots, and it's going to select people randomly from that criteria, show the events that they're logging on their devices, so you can get a sense of what they're doing in your app, what screens they're transitioning to, maybe if they run into crashes. And you can cycle through next and previous, so you can compare that to someone else in the demographic, giving you a better idea of maybe it's a fluke or maybe this is something common in that region. So a totally new way to think about your analytics data that real-time enables that can help you give you more insight into how a group of people uses your app, perhaps differently than you thought. All right, so in conclusion, Just to sum up what we launched and where we're going, Firebase Analytics is free and unlimited, automatic reporting, seamlessly integrated with other Firebase features, actionable, which you'll hear more about throughout the summit, access to raw data to do with it what you please, and now, up and coming, live reporting. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you. Now I'm going to hand it over to Francis Ma, lead PM for Firebase. He'll talk to you about some more releases that will help you build better apps. Francis?
Thanks a lot. Great job. Hello, everyone. My name is Francis Ma, and I'm the lead PM for Firebase. So as you heard earlier, we've been hard at work since releasing the new Firebase at Google I/O. We've been making a lot of updates across iOS, Android, and web. So the exciting updates you saw from Steve earlier, I have even more to share with you today. Over the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about some of the updates and how Firebase can help you build a better app, and some of the tools can help you build a better app, and some of the tools and resources to help you integrate with Firebase more easily. So let's start with ways and how Firebase can help you build a better app. There it is. So one of the most basic, yet often difficult ways of ensuring user engagement is to make sure that your app is of high quality and crash-free. And as users, we've all experienced this. When an app crashes, it's very frustrating, sometimes so much so that I would go and leave a negative review in the App Store. Now, as developers and business owners, this could be detrimental. And that's one of the key motivations where we've released Firebase Crash Reporting to give you a tool where you can monitor errors that are happening out in the wild. And since releasing this at Google I/O a few months ago, we had offered this as a beta product as a way to really collect feedback and continue to work with the community to make sure that we can hone in on the features. And now we're very excited to share that Firebase Crash Reporting is out of beta with several new updates. First, we've improved the user workflows so that you can mark individuals. This is a really easy way to get started. Be sure to check that out. Now we're officially bringing this up to version 1.0. And with this update, one of the really cool features is providing an out-of-box login UI that incorporates a lot of the best practices that we've learned over the years to help you implement a login screen to really maximize the user conversion. So if you're using Firebase authentication, this is a great way for you to bootstrap your UI experience. In addition to that, we've also added the ability to load and display an image that is backed by Firebase storage, as well as adding functionalities to help you manage your Firebase database data, like doing joins and interactions on the client side. This is an open source library that's available on GitHub, and you can get that for iOS, web, and Android. Another update is on the Firebase command line interface and a new admin SDK that we'd like to share with you. Now, we recognize that programmatic access is really important, especially for those of you with a sophisticated setup. And that's where we've created the Firebase CLI in the first place, to provide a way for you to integrate that into your development workflow. Examples like integrating with your continuous integration system to be able to kick off tests automatically with TestLab, or deploying them automatically to Firebase hosting. And one of the new features that we're excited to share with you is the ability to import and bulk migrate your existing user database into Firebase authentication through the CLI. This has been one of the top features we've heard from the community, so we're very excited to share that with you today. Switching gears to the admin SDK. This is a brand new SDK designed to give you programmatic access using a server-side admin account. So you can do things like manage your authentication user data or use that to have full read-write access of your database data. Really, a lot of programmatic access that you would want to do as opposed to coming to the UI console and have to do that manually. We're just getting started on this front, so if you have specific use cases in mind, we'd love to hear from you as well. Now, for the game developers out there, we have something for you too. We know that many game developers build games using C++ or popular game engines like Unity. And today, we're excited to share a new Unity plugin for Firebase, as well as our expansion of the C++ SDK. So if you're a game developer, now it's really easy to get started with Firebase. Be sure to check that out. So we've just talked about how Firebase helps you build better apps with tools like crash reporting and test lab, as well as some of the tools to help you integrate Firebase more easily. Now I'm going to talk about some of the new resources that we've created to help you learn more about Firebase and to get started. Now one of the best ways to learn is through hands-on interaction. And that's where we've created this new Firebase demo project, which allows you to try Firebase with real data, hands-on, even before you've written a line of code. So this project is based on a real app, a game called Flood It, that you can download on iOS and Android. And we've integrated this project with several Firebase features like analytics, notifications, remote config, crash reporting, et cetera. And through this demo, you can get hands-on interaction to do things like drill in on the analytics report, see some of the errors that are happening in crash reporting, or even see some of the notifications funnel. You can get access to this demo project through that URL below. And to give you guys a taste of what it's like, I'm going to ask my colleague, Doug, to demo that to you.
All right. Thank you, Francis. So it's really easy to get started. The easiest way is probably to just go to firebase.google.com, scroll down, and there's a link for Try a Demo. If you click that, that will take you to a help page that describes what you need to do. It basically boils down to joining a Google group, and if you follow that link, you can join the group. It can take a couple minutes to get started, but once that's been added to your account, there's a link to go directly to the Firebase demo project in the console. And so what we can see here is that there's an Android app and an iOS app. Before we go any further, I'll actually show you how to install this. So to get Flood It from the store, simply search for Flood It. Choose the one from Lab Pixies. That's our app. I already have that installed, so I will go ahead and run it. And I'll play a quick play version. So the goal of the game is to convert the entire screen to the same color, and you do that by changing the color of the area that you control. And I'm just kind of playing randomly right now. I intend to fail this game. So eventually, when I run out of steps, it's telling me I have 5 more steps that I can spend. And if I ran out of steps, it will ask me to do an in-app purchase so I can buy more steps. So let's look at how this looks in the console. So if we go to Analytics, you can see that the dashboard is created entirely from automatically generated data. There's nothing you have to do, no lines of code that you have to write. Simply integrating the SDK will get you a fully formed dashboard. You can see how usage is going. And there's an interesting spike here on the 3rd. And I'll go into that later. So what I can do is look at the events for this app. And if I expand this out, I can see all the events. This is both automatically generated events and events that have been custom coded. And there's a particularly interesting one, a special one called Select Content. And when I drill into that, I can see the different kinds of content that's being added here. I hope we don't have a demo fail. Oh, my screen's wider, so it looks a little different than I'm used to. So you can see that there are levels, modes, board types, and in-app purchases. So I want to see what kind of levels are being selected here. And I can see that it looks pretty normal, except there's this strange level 27. I don't know why that's so high. Why is this level so common? I don't really know. I could take a guess, but I don't know. So there's another event that I can look at that's being logged. It's called Spend Virtual Currency. And virtual currency in this game are those extra steps that you can buy. So I can see again that people are spending a lot of virtual currency on level 27. And this is kind of telling me maybe this level is just too hard. Maybe I should ratchet down the level or the difficulty of this level to make it a little bit easier so people aren't getting stuck. And these are the kind of insights that you can get into your app by using analytics. Now, I'd also like to show you remote config. So we're using remote config in this app to perform some experiments. And there's one value here that we're changing in 4 different buckets. So the number of initial steps can either be 5, 10, 20, or 3. Now, when I launched the app, I was in the 5 bucket. So this is where I was landing. So you can test to see how variance on this number affects the usage of your app. So if you switch back over to analytics, I can do a funnel analysis, and there's a number of funnels here. The one I'm interested in is extra step compulsion, which measures the progression from running out of steps to actually buying more steps. And so for each one of those groups, I can take a user property. The user property is initial extra steps, and I could compare the people who get 3 initial steps, who are looking at a 1.9% conversion rate. I can compare that to people who have 20 extra steps, which is an 8.3% conversion rate. So I can compare and contrast and see which one of these options will actually make my app more money, which is, very good to know. And the last thing I'd like to show you is notifications. So with Firebase notifications, you can send messages directly to users of your app. And so you can see here there's a list of notifications we sent. The most recent notification is a challenge to complete a level. And you can see here that out of the number of messages that were sent, 2% of them were clicked on, and 5% of those clicks turned into conversions. And I believe a conversion in this case is defined as someone who actually went and completed a level. Now, this message was sent on November 3rd, and so what I'll do is I'll go back to analytics and point out that the overall usage of the app, remember that spike that was on November 3rd, that directly correlated to the message that was sent out. So you can see when you send Firebase notifications, how that affects the overall usage of your app. So analytics ties together these components very well. And you can use this demo app to figure out how you might want to instrument your app and what you could do to better understand how users are using it. And that's all I've got. Back to Francis.
Great. Thanks, Doug. So you just saw the very cool demo, and you can access that directly on the front page of firebase.google.com. It's really a good way it's really an easy way for you to learn Firebase if you haven't, or it's a good way for you to also use that to show to your colleagues on what Firebase can do. Another resource that we've created is a new online course for Firebase on Udacity. Udacity is one of the largest online learning platforms for developers. Google has over 45 online courses with over 1.8 million students enrolled. And now we have a new course called Firebase in a Weekend, which gives you an instructor-led interactive video session to help you jumpstart into iOS and Android development. So if you are looking to get started on Firebase, or you're looking to expand your integration, this is a great course where you can complete in just 2 days. So we're very excited to have you here and be able to share the updates that we've been working really hard on over the past couple of months. And we're going to continue to work hard. So we're really looking forward to get the feedback from the community, as always, to help us continue to refine our product and to work together to help you build a better app and grow a more successful business. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. And that's your keynote. How's everybody doing? Excellent. I can tell it's still the morning, and you all seem like you would like some coffee. Is that right? So we'll get to that in just a moment. A couple of notes for you before we go to the break. I'd like to take a moment just to thank the amazing volunteers from the GDG Berlin group who are volunteering their time today to help make this an excellent event. Would you please give them a round of applause? I'd also like to mention this room, Ask Firebase. Now, if you would like to ask any of the speakers any questions throughout the day, what they're going to do is right after they finish their presentation, they're going to head to this room. So you can find them there and ask your questions. And in fact, throughout the day, we'll have staff and engineers in that room ready to answer your questions. So please make use of that and enjoy your break.
You asked the questions, I got the answers on this week of #AskFirebase. What's up, everybody? David here, and I can assure you that this cup of coffee is not a prop. It's the stuff. Welcome to Ask Firebase, where we cover all of your Firebase questions for Android, iOS, and web development. So we got a lot of questions this week. So Rodrigo asks on Twitter, how can I integrate Firebase with my Postgres database? Thanks. Thank you, Rodrigo. How you would do this is I'm assuming that your Postgres database is on a server on your backend somewhere. You can actually use the server SDKs that the real-time database provides. And whenever something happens in the real-time database, like there's an update in real time or something like that, you can synchronize that data with your Postgres database from the real-time database. And if you go to our documentation, which is in the links below, you can see how to get started with our server SDKs, which are for Node.js and Java. If you're not supported with Node.js or Java, we have a REST API, which doesn't give you the real-time capabilities, but still will work for any backend. Question time. Bradley asks on Twitter, how expensive are observers for the client? So I'm assuming that you mean real-time database observers. And to think about this question, we have to think about it in two parts. So the observer that lives on the client just thinks about synchronizing data from the server to the client. That part is really not all that expensive. What the second part is more expensive is the data that comes down through that synchronization. So the data that's downloaded over the network. And that's what you have to keep track of. So if you're only synchronizing like 4 kilobytes of data, 10 kilobytes of data at a time, that's pretty cheap. There's nothing you really have to worry about there. But when you're starting to synchronize something that's like a megabyte for every single change, you're gonna rack up quite the bit of the bandwidth bill. That's the type of thing you need to look at when you're wondering whether you're doing something expensive. Time for another question. Laxman on Stack Overflow asks, what are the differences between the real-time database and Firebase storage? Well, those are two different types of data when you think about the two of them. So the real-time database is a JSON database, which means it stores string and object-based data. If you think about a user profile, you're going to store the user's name, their age, their location, all this basic information about them. And that is all really just text-based string data. That works great in the real-time database because we can synchronize that data from the server to the client. So every time that user updates their information, your app automatically gets that update. So now let's say the user wants to upload their photo to their profile. That data is binary data, which you really don't want to put into the real-time database because it doesn't fit in string form unless you go and do something crazy like base64 encode it. And trust me, you don't really want to live that life. And this is actually where Firebase storage comes in. Firebase storage is exactly the place where you want to put binary data. So things like images and video and MP3s and pretty much really anything you can imagine all goes there. You can actually use a download URL to store in your real-time database. And then that way you can say profile URL is this download link that's stored in Firebase storage. So the two work really well in tandem together. And then also you have security rules for your real-time database and security rules in Firebase storage, so you can still do the same permissions per user across the two services. You get a question, and you get a question, and you get a question. TJ asked on Twitter, David, will you be making a video for retrieving data in real time with Firebase in Swift? Well, TJ, I may be making this video, or my colleague Todd Kerpelman also might be making this video, but rest assured, you're gonna get this video. Question alert. Jason on Stack Overflow asked, what's the difference between Firebase Cloud Messaging and Firebase Notifications? So while the names might be, kind of similar, they do two totally different things. So Firebase Cloud Messaging is the service that you use to send push notifications to Android and iOS devices. You get an FCM token, and then you use that to send a post request to FCM with your payload, and that gets delivered to that device. Now, Firebase Notifications uses Firebase Cloud Messaging, and it's more so a tool in the Firebase console. Rather than having to do that post yourself, this tool will formulate everything that post needs to send that device. Going even further beyond that, you can use Firebase Analytics to specify which users you want to send this notification to. So you can pick a certain audience. And so if you only want to send this to users in the United States or users in Canada, you can do that with Firebase Notifications. Questions, questions, questions. McQuell on Twitter asked, what's the best way to handle multiple app flavors? As in, you don't want to register crashes or analytics on a dev environment versus a production app. Well, McQuell, what you can do is you can associate a different package or app ID for your app in the Firebase console. So you'll have a development build and you'll have a production build. And that way that your crashes and your statistics are isolated to each one of those package names. Is there another question? Why, yes, there is. Tyler asks, can I use Firebase with React Native? And yes, Tyler, yes, you can. Because as of the 3.1 version of the Firebase SDK, the authentication and database parts are compatible with React Native. And if you want to know how to get started with that, you can check out our blog post, and I have a sample GitHub repo that you can see the links in the description. Wow, that's a lot of questions. Do we have room for another question? I think so. Last question, Abe asks, will you update your legacy skateboard to the new version of Firebase? Oh yeah. So that's it for this week. Thank you all for sending in your questions. They were excellent. And make sure you tune in next week for Wednesday at noon and send in your questions on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, just, whatever, really, using the hashtag AskFirebase. And we'll make sure to get it in next week's show. If you like this video, make sure to like, subscribe, do all that great stuff. And I will see you guys next week. We do Stack Overflow too, right? Yep, send them in on Stack Overflow. I'll trade you an answer for a question. SQL relationships, pushing from GitHub to Firebase hosting, Angular 2, Google Cloud, and securing user data, all on today's episode of hashtag AskFirebase. What's up, everybody? David here, and little known fact about me, I once broke my leg in the middle of the wilderness, and I had to crawl back 2 miles, half of which was like up a river, and yeah, hashtag true story. But we've been getting a ton of questions this week on YouTube, Twitter, Stack Overflow, and if you want your question answered next week, make sure to use the hashtag AskFirebase. But let's get into this week's questions. There's no coffee in here. So Santosh on Twitter asks, are there any video tutorials of Firebase login using Google on the web? Well, Santosh, you can actually subscribe to this YouTube channel and we'll send you updates every time we post a new tutorial. YouTube channel at youtube.com/Firebase. And I have it on good authority that there will be a video on using Firebase email and password login for the web pretty soon, and if you wait just a bit longer, you might just find one for Google in the web. Let's go to the next question. Eduardo on Twitter asks, how can I create relations like making a friend request, adding users, or blocking someone? So the real-time database is a NoSQL database, so it doesn't have relations like a SQL database would, but the key concept to understand is the shared key. So imagine your data structure of users, and users contains your entire list of users. Like in this case, we have the user of David and this user of Alice. And let's say I want to represent that David is friends with Alice in this social network. Well, to do that, I have this friendships node, and then I can share the key of David, which is the same key that's underneath the user's key. And then this way I can say that David has the friendships with Alice just by using Alice's key, which is the same key you see over here from underneath users. And to access this data using the Firebase JavaScript SDK, we just create a reference to the friendships key using that user's key, and that way we get all of the users back that that person is friends with. So there's no real relationships or foreign keys or anything like that in a NoSQL database, but if you share that same key while you're structuring your data, it's gonna make your life a lot easier and a lot easier for you to be able to represent these relationship type structures. Excellent question. Let's go to the next one. On Twitter, Interplato asks, what's the best way to push to Firebase hosting for a repo hosted on GitHub? Well, Interplato, the Firebase CLI has a specific method that gives you a key for CI continuous integration systems to use, like Travis. So in the Firebase CLI, you just type Firebase login :CI, and this will take you through a bit of a login process, but once you've finished, you will have this key. And then if you go into the Travis configuration for your GitHub repo, you put that in and you give it a label of Firebase token or something like that. And then now in your Travis YAML, after a successful deployment, you can run the script Firebase deploy -- token and then use that label right there. So whatever private variable you need. And really, that's all it is. So it's just set up the secret key in Travis, push to the repo, and then boom, you've deployed to Firebase hosting. So thank you, Interplato. That was a great question. Hey, let's see what's up next. So Richard on YouTube asks, I'm building an application where users can choose to share their user-generated data. And my question is, how do I ensure authentication and security by only letting authorized users access that data? Well, thank you for your question, Richard. What you are looking for is a whitelist. Let's say you're gonna make a note-taking app where you want to have a user create a note and then they can share that with only the people they invite, to see that note. And so the data structure for the notes would, just be a simple list of notes. And so we have 2 notes in this list, and each note has properties that describe, who owns this note and the text that makes up this note. Now this tells me what each note, is, but it doesn't tell me who can access this note. And to do that, I can create a whitelist node. And so each item underneath this whitelist is the same key for that note. And then what we can do inside here is say, okay, which users have access to this note? And so user 1 in this case does, as well as user 4. And then now that we have this whitelist, we can write a security rule that only lets users on that whitelist read the note. So in our security rules, we can essentially say, when we see a note, let's go to the whitelist and check to see if that user belongs to the whitelist. If they do, we'll let them read it. If not, we're gonna totally reject it and they can't access it. So just know that if you're ever in a situation where you want to secure a piece of data to only a specific set of users, that you want to use a whitelist. So thanks, Richard. So that was a great question. Let's go and move on to the next one. Carlos on YouTube asks, which folder do I have to use to deploy an Angular 2 app? Well, Carlos, you're actually not the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or you get it. A lot of people have asked me this question, and it's a pretty common mistake. So what I recommend doing is using the Angular CLI, because the Angular CLI uses a common folder that it builds your applications to. And that folder's name is just dist. So when you're setting up your Firebase project by using Firebase init, you specify dist as your public folder. And then after that, Carlos, all you really have to do is a Firebase deploy and you have your Angular 2 app on the web. So let's see what the next question is. This is the easy one. Some random guy on YouTube, no, seriously, his screen name is actually some random guy. He asked, will you have an Angular 2 Firebase tutorial out in the near future? Well, some random guy. Jeff Cross and I are still working on the library, so it is a work in progress. And once we get some things tidied up, we will definitely have some screencasts and blog posts and all that great stuff. But for now, if you want to stay up to date, then follow the GitHub repo at github.com/angular/angularfire. And you can read all of the issues, you can check out the documentation we have so far, and that should get you up to speed. So some random guy, if you want to check that repo out, just go to the link in the description and head on over to GitHub, and we will work on getting those tutorials out to you as soon as possible. Excellent question, and I think we got one more. Mr. Happy asked on YouTube. Mr. Happy, great screen name. So Mr. Happy asked, which Google Cloud services work with Firebase? BigQuery, machine learning, compute engine? Well, Mr. Happy, the main integration is with Firebase Analytics and BigQuery. So Firebase Analytics is a free, unlimited analytics tool that's built specifically for apps. And it collects tons of crazy, awesome information like your average revenue per user, your total number of active users. It can even tell you which app version your users are on, what version of the operating system they're using. And you can take all of this data and just export it all out to BigQuery, which is great at crunching those numbers and giving you insights to that data where you can run crazy powerful queries on that. And you can run the real-time database server SDKs on Google Compute Engine. So, Mr. Happy, great question and great screen name. So let's move on to the next question. So Music A asked on YouTube, how do I download files with Firebase storage to a specific folder on an Android device? Well, Music A, Firebase Storage has a method for you to download files to a local temp file. And to do that, you just create a reference out to that file in Firebase Storage. Then you call the method file.createTempFile. And then from there, all you have to do is call getFile on the reference and then add a success listener. And when that success listener fires, you have yourself a local file. So Music A, it's just as simple as creating a reference and then downloading it to a temp file. And another question. I really hope I say this person's name right. BatByR asked on YouTube, Firebase, you guys are great. Firebase is so awesome. How do I sort posts in my database by number of likes or by date? I'm building an iOS app and I'm trying to show the latest and most liked posts in the top of a table view. Well, BatByR, thank you, and you're awesome too. So if you're building an iOS app, you're gonna want to use Firebase UI because it can bind your real-time database references to a table view, which makes your life a whole lot easier. So really what you need to do is you need to create a reference to your list of posts. Then you can use one of our querying methods. And so in your case, you can query ordered by value of likes. So this will sort everything by the like value. Or if you need to sort everything by the date to get the most recent, you can do a query ordered by the timestamp as well. And from there, you just take this query reference and then you just pass that off to Firebase UI and that'll bind it right to your table view. So BatByR, all you have to know is just query your reference and then pass it off to Firebase UI. So I think we have another question. Fawad asks on YouTube, tutorial on Polymer Fire element? Well, Fawad, and everybody else interested for that matter, if you want to see a tutorial on Polymer Fire, you should tweet at Rob Dodson, hey, Rob, where's the Polymer Firecast? You and David should totally do one. And I think we can get something working. Thanks, Fawad. So that was a lot of great questions this week, but one question that I commonly get is like, what kind of questions should I be asking? I like to think that the best questions are ones that benefit like everyone who watches. So if you have questions like, how do I best secure my data or structure my data? Or how do I create custom events to target, whatever in Firebase Analytics? Or how do I send a push notification to only this specific type of users? These are all great questions because these are the type of things that multiple people are wondering. So if you have a question that you think can really benefit the community, call it out and just send it to us on Twitter, YouTube, whatever, just hashtag AskFirebase. So that's it for this week. Thank you all so much for sending in your questions. They are seriously so great. Make sure to keep sending them in. Even if you've asked a question, you can go ask another one. It's fine. There's no quota. I mean, there's a bit of a quota. Don't send like 100 in, but you know what I mean. That's all for this episode. If you want your one answered next week, just make sure to use hashtag AskFirebase in all the social channels. And we will see you here next week, Wednesday at noon, on the next episode of hashtag AskFirebase. Let's all tweet at Rob Dodson, hey, Polymer Firecast? I think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats now and silence all personal electronic devices. Thank you.
Welcome back. So, two analytics events wanted to get together, but they couldn't. Why? Because they were in different funnels. Come on, I made that up in the break. It's my first joke ever. And I actually factually checked that it was correct with Steve also, because I'm not an analytics expert. But Steve has created this amazing presentation on events and what they are and things that we can all relate to without being marketing experts. So I'm going to welcome up Steve Ganem again on the stage to talk about analytics.
Hello again. Long time no see. All right, so I'm here to talk about action-packed analytics, the life of an analytics event, specifically in Firebase Analytics. Now, app analytics solutions have been around for a number of years. I've personally used several of them in my own apps. I'm sure you've used the gamut as well. We could get together and break and talk about the pros and cons of each one and which ones are more accurate than others at certain things. But they all typically revolve around the concept of an event, which is something that you can measure in your app that often refers to or is connected to some user action that you want to measure. And what I've noticed being in this position and talking to a lot of you, and just from working at Google and having exposure to many more developers, that I've noticed that developers, their strategy for logging events actually changes over time as they get more mature. An example from my own experience, about 6 years ago, I was working on this app. It's called Order Up to Go for iOS. When I first heard about app analytics, and I thought, oh, that's that like website stuff, right? And they're like, oh, they have it for apps now. You should totally put it in your app. And I was like, how much does it cost? Well, it's free. Okay, so I put some analytics SDK in my app. Didn't really know what to measure. What we used it for was to measure how many hamburgers were served in the game so that we could brag about in promotional posts basically how many millions or billions of hamburgers that we were serving. And then shortly after, someone was like, well, you should be measuring user engagement and retention with this thing. And it's like, all right. I really didn't understand what I was doing, and I just threw the kitchen sink at it. Logged every possible thing I possibly could. And the result was really just a bunch of noise, because my logging strategy wasn't at all aligned with the tools I was using to process the data. And that's really critical. So what I hope to achieve in this presentation is I hope to help you understand all the places in Firebase Analytics, or throughout all of Firebase, that your analytics events can appear and can be really valuable to you. And I hope to also prove to you that events are valuable to everyone in your organization. And it's in the best interest of the whole stack to log events for different purposes. Now, this is the typical life of an analytics event. It looks kind of sad there, right? Especially when juxtaposed against that. You have a high contrast here. So analytics events, you typically log them, they get in a line, they march towards some pie chart, some static report. And that's not to diminish the need for reporting. We obviously offer a lot of reporting. But my point really is that analytics can be a lot more actionable and be a lot more than just fuel for reporting. Firebase breaks the mold in this regard. It's a huge focus of ours to consider the actionability of your events. And does it in the following, we realize the following things, that events actually describe users. So the patterns of events that are logged and the parameters that contextualize them actually describe groups of users. So if you have some user who's logging events that he's listening, or he or she is listening to songs, hip-hop songs, let's say, maybe they've listened to 100 of them, maybe that's a hip-hop fan. You have some other user who's listening to 100 jazz songs, maybe that's a jazz fan. And although that's certainly useful to understand for reporting purposes how hip-hop fans and jazz fans use your music app differently, it's also very actionable. Because when you know these things about your users, then you're able to engage them and with very tailored messaging and customize perhaps the app experience for each audience differently. We also realize and want to convey that events bring context to them. I mentioned before parameters giving context to events, but there's also user properties. These are like sticky parameters that you can use to further differentiate one user from another. Common ones are age and gender. Those are ones that everyone seems to understand. But you can use other ones, like maybe you know if your users are single or married, and you can log those user properties, and they're great for reporting, just like with audiences. But this is actionable context as well. We also have screen tracking, which I mentioned went out in the latest version of the SDK. So you have that context of knowing where the users are in your apps, how much time they're spending on each screen. Timestamps, so you get to know the sequence of events occurring in your apps. And user and device properties. These are all really highlighted in our integration with crash reporting, so we'll go into an example of that in just a bit. And lastly, events inform user acquisition. This is perhaps less obvious to you, but conversion events, those events which you've identified as being the business drivers for your apps, those events that you wish every single user who comes into your app would log, because then you would be super successful. Those events can also be fed back into user acquisition campaigns so that you can you can optimize to get the most valuable users. This is done through an first-class integration we have with AdWords and universal app campaigns. We'll show an example of this in a bit, but feeding back your events into AdWords can help it understand which users are converting so it can acquire more users like that. So this is another way that your events can be much more than just about reporting. So how do you log an event? We made this part really simple and familiar. I'll show you an example using Android Studio. This example here that you see on the slide is how you would log an event in iOS. Let's switch to the demo. Again, we're going to be focusing on this icon shop app that I showed in the keynote. The code is available, the code lab's available, and also the GitHub repository is available for you to check out. We'll take a look at what the functionality is of this app and map that to the events you would expect to be logged. So you can move around the app, go into different activities. Add to cart is certainly an action that you would expect to have an event for. You'd going into the cart and then removing from cart. You'd expect to see that. And then checking out as well. Now, the first place you would expect these events to show up again, is debug view, which I showed recently. So let's go look at the analytics reports and make sure that the events are being logged. So there they all are. Again, it reads like a narrative so that I can validate my instrumentation. Looks like there's no API errors. We can look at the parameters and make sure that it's all legitimate. It's what I expected it to be. Okay, the icon, add location, 15 tokens. Okay, all looking good. New ones just came in. The e-commerce purchase happened. All right, excellent. Now let me show you the code that it took to log these. Okay, pretty simple stuff. Here's a line of code that logs the add to cart event. And above it, you can see the parameters that I'm supplying to contextualize it. I'm showing this not to say that it's anything exciting. The point is really that this is very typical and simple. There's not really much work that goes into logging these events that I'm proposing are very valuable throughout all of Firebase. Furthermore, there's other places where I log events here. So here's the remove from cart. Again, we're adding some context and parameters. And here's the e-commerce purchase that we log, giving it how many credits or tokens it took to actually make this purchase. So we've seen those in our debug view. And now I want to kind of show you the next place that events can show up in the rest of Firebase. Events are also clues. As Francis mentioned in the keynote, the sequence of events that lead up to a crash are really, really important for helping you understand what caused the crash. I mean, this has been known ever since I started developing software. And oftentimes you'll get a crash that's in some common code. And what are you really going to do with that? If you don't have more context around it, you're not going to be able to fix it. That sort of bug goes right back to QA, and you ask them, need more information, or could not reproduce. And so this new launch we have, this new integration with crash reporting, is extremely valuable, and you're going to wonder how you got by without it. This is also something that I've used in my own apps now that I wonder how I got along before it existed. So here I've set up the app. I make a purchase. A crash happens, right? Someone's going to get fired for that. And then I head over to analytics. I would expect to see some reporting on this. Okay, so everything leading up to it. We have the context, user engagement, and an app exception event. This is by virtue of the integration with crash reporting. So when you use both analytics and crash reporting together, they talk to each other and they work together. Crash reporting is going to log an app exception event so that you can understand what the impact is of crashes on your users. You have these questions like, who's it crashing on and how valuable was that user? How does it impact their user engagement and retention? So crash reporting does its part by letting us know that a crash occurred. But that's definitely not the end of the story. Heading over to crash reporting, we can see the other half of this awesome integration. So this is for the same app. We can see 3 crashes occurring, and looks like it's the one. Okay, I clicked on the item card to add it to the cart. I'm going to view the details of this. Now again, it's very common code. And even if I know it's related to adding an item to a cart, I added lots of items to cart. There could be thousands of items. It could be that I've never seen this crash myself, and if I had QA, this would be the sort of thing I would just ask for more information about. But if you scroll down, you'll see that we do have that information for you here, automatically by virtue of this integration with crash reporting. So not only does crash reporting let analytics know that an exception occurred, but then analytics lets crash reporting know the sequence of events that preceded the crash and their timestamps. And it reads like a book. It tells you the narrative of what that user was doing before the crash. Along with every step, every event that's logged, you get the context. So we know what screen that happened on, what activity, what the icon was, etc. And what I see here is that the final step before the crash was the adding of the bar icon to the cart. Okay, that's good. This is a clue. Maybe I can go and do this myself and reproduce it. Or maybe I want to actually look at other crashes to see if they're similar, if there's some common thread between all the occurrences of this crash, maybe some certain category of content. Well, here's another one. There's a long history of activity. But again, a crash occurred when adding the bar icon to the cart, and so on and so forth. And the goal here is, or the idea here is that this is what you would want from your QA, this sort of information of telling you the context around a crash and what you were doing before it. But these are your end users. So the crash reporting you were getting on your end users already that produced call stacks, well, that was nice and that could be really helpful. But now it also tells you what they were doing before the crash, which could be way, way more valuable, especially in high volume. So this is one of the places that your events can show up, and this is probably especially valuable for your developers, your engineers. So now even these engineers who have really no interest in seeing your user engagement or MAU, DAO, WOW, all these things they don't really care about, they're going to be really interested in logging events because they're going to help them fix issues. So this is valuable for one segment of your organization. Next, events are valuable as context. We mentioned before parameters and user properties. They're great for reporting purposes, but they're actually actionable too. I'll give you another example using my demo app. So in the code lab, we set something up which is perhaps a little bit contrived, but for the purposes of demonstration. We ask up top, what is your profession? That may be tiny and you might not see it, but it asks, what is your profession? The reason we ask that is because the theory is that perhaps someone's background in the profession actually affects how they use the app, what content they're interested in. So any signal we can get from the user is valuable for segmentation. So my profession, I'm going to say engineer, because once an engineer, always an engineer, even if you have a title of product manager, right? I'm going to log some events, because events carry the context. The user property is not sent by itself. It's carried along with the events that are logged. And I'll check out. Head over to debug view to make sure I did everything correct. And you'll see here this special treatment on user property is changing. You can see that the profession user property changed to engineer. That happens because in the Android code, in the main activity, when someone selects an item from that list, we actually set that as a user property for their profession. We had set up previously that user property here in Analytics under the User Properties tab, called profession, describing the user's profession. Useful, again, for reporting purposes. So I could see, look at, for example, their user engagement, and see what the difference is in engagement between engineers and program managers. That's great, but we were talking about action and not just analytics here and reporting. So you can use this context in Firebase Remote Config to actually customize the user experience for engineers. So I'll show you how to do that now. I go to the remote config, and you see that I already have a parameter for the card color, which describes what color the background color is of the cards in that demo app. I set it to transparent, and I could change that now for everyone in the world if I wanted to, or do some A/B test. But also, if perhaps I know something about this audience or this segment, maybe I know something that makes me want to customize the app differently. It's like an airline. They treat their frequent flyers differently from how they treat their casual travelers. And they know this because of the habits and the makeup of these two different audiences. So in this case, maybe I think that engineers like different colors and darker schemes. So I'll do something about that. So rather than change the value globally, I'm going to define a new condition, engineers, that applies if the user property, profession, exactly matches engineer. For the value, I memorized a hex value of a color I really like, and see if you guys figure what it is. All right, that's ARGB for dark gray. And I publish the changes. All right, and that's live. Head back over to my app. I'm going to rerun this thing. Oop, there it goes. So it's already started updating it. I was going to rerun the app, but it's faster than that even. And there it is. For an engineer, it's darker gray, and I love it. And I want to stick around and buy all sorts of icons now, right? So now your product manager is going to want you to log events and set user properties because it gives them the ability to customize the user experience for different segments and for different user properties. Next, events are valuable as criteria. I mentioned before that the pattern of events logged by a user actually help you define audiences around them. I mentioned jazz audiences versus hip-hop audiences. There's a million examples you can give, but if you can see a pattern of events logged by them, then you can basically define the criteria that defines them. And I'll show you an example of this with the demo app as well. I've been logging all these add to cart events with their parameters. Maybe the volume of events logged could be a clue to creating a segment here. If I go to Analytics Audiences, this is the place where I would define a segment based on a pattern of events. I create a new audience. Let's say I want to target people who just love icons a lot because I'm planning on releasing a new pack of icons, and I want to let them know about it so that they can go check it out and make a purchase. So we'll call these people iconaholics. They just can't get enough, right? Users that love icons a little too much. These are users that added icons to the cart, let's say 100,000. Okay, iconaholics audience has been created, and I can take action on this and engage those users once I accumulate enough of them. All right, and let's say if you loved those icons, here are some more. You can choose to send now or later, target an app, target an audience, and there are my iconaholics. I can state what conversion event I'm interested in that driving. That's because analytics isn't just a source of information here, it actually helps you to measure the impact of your campaign. You don't want to just fire and forget and hope that it moves the grand needle somehow. You want to know that this campaign had the effect you intended on it having. And it could be that it had some negative effects you didn't intend on it having, such as uninstalls. But what we're doing here by engaging this audience directly based on previous activity is we're trying to limit the amount of spam. We know that these users love icons, so we're sending them a targeted message that's very relevant to them without spamming the whole world and let them know that icons are available. Maybe they just barely open the app for the first time. They get this message. They've never bought anything. And they think, oh, if it's going to spam me this much all the time, I'm not going to use it. And they just uninstall it. So targeting audiences more directly and intelligently leads to better user experience and more conversions. So your marketer now is going to ask you to log the events that they can use as criteria for creating audiences and engaging with them through notifications or remote config or through AdWords. I didn't mention this example before, but any audiences that you create, if you link to an AdWords account, those audiences are then available for you to show advertisements to outside of the app experience. One really clever and common use of this is to create an audience of users who have uninstalled your app. And maybe now you're launching a whole new version, like a brand new 2.0 that is so much better, and you have instincts as to why people didn't like the first one. You want to reach out to those people who were initially impressed by you and hoping that your app was so much more, and let them know. Give it another shot. Check out our app again. That's one way that you can really take advantage of audiences outside of Firebase Analytics. And the last one I want to talk about is analytics events that help you supercharge user acquisition. We've talked before about how you can identify your most important business drivers as conversion events. You do that in your analytics UI. You'll see a list of all of your events along with this knob that says mark as conversion. You can identify up to 10 of your events as conversions to let us know those are the most important to you, and we treat them specially. As I mentioned in the keynote, we upload them from the device in real time. And then we'll also do attribution for you, so that you know which campaigns are driving users to convert. I'll show you that for a different app. This is that skateboarding game, a skateboarding game I worked on, for which we are running some campaigns. And you'll see here that the different sources that drove users to spend virtual currency. That is the conversion we're looking at here. My conversions for this app are first open, which is the first time a user opened the app, which is commonly referred to as like your install conversion. In-app purchase, this app has in-app purchases as well, so I can see which campaigns drove users to make purchases. But then I have this custom conversion, which is spend virtual currency, because I want to drive users to do that as well. Well, here are the campaigns that have driven it, so I can understand which ones I should actually get behind more and reinvest more in, because they're driving more converting users. This is nice, but it's still just reporting, and this session is more about action outside of reporting. So what I want to talk about is the power of your conversion events to supercharge user acquisition. So how many of you are familiar with universal app campaigns in AdWords? All right, just a few of you. This is exciting to me as an app developer, because I don't know about you, but when I went to use AdWords for the first time as an app developer, it was really intimidating. There are a million knobs all over the place, and you're not sure what to enter for your app, what information to enter for your app. And also, it's the first time I ever found a phone number from Google where you could actually call someone and talk to them and they paid attention to you. And you needed that help, that hand-holding, to launch a campaign that's successful. AdWords realized all this and created a much, much easier way to drive users to install your app called Universal App Campaigns. I'll walk you through a few steps of that just to show you how easy and streamlined it is. Not really purely to push you on that product, but to emphasize this point that your analytics events can supercharge it. But here's my AdWords setup. And I go to create a new campaign, and there's this type Universal App Campaign. You select the app from the App Store, so it's Transworld Endless Skater. And automatically, using a template, it populates the app advertisements using the resources I've already uploaded to the App Store, which is great. This is an absolutely great head start over what they had before, which is you having to manually upload all this stuff and decide what to show on every network. You can further customize it, showing what the text that you want to show in each case, like download free, skate or die, download me, whatever, and it shows up in the templates on the right. You can further customize it by adding your own video ads. decide what locations these ads are shown, what languages, and here's the point I'm getting at. By default, it says the goal is to get new users for your app. And maybe that's what you want to do. Maybe you're just interested in volume. But the one underneath it is the one I want to focus on, which is get new users who are likely to complete in-app actions that you select. Those in-app actions that you select that I'm talking about here are the conversion events from Firebase Analytics. And if you link your app, your Firebase app, to AdWords and choose to import your conversions, then it creates a pipe through which those conversion events are going to be sent in real time over to AdWords to create a feedback loop so it can optimize your install campaigns. Once they realize that the users they're driving are converting, they can go and get more users who are converting intelligently through machine learning. So now you also have your marketing and advertising team making sure that you are logging the events that they can use this to feed into your campaigns. And the cool thing is that odds are you probably are already, because your engineer is logging those events for clues, your product manager wants you to log those events to create audiences and user properties. So everyone in the organization is aligned to logging the events that you care about. Lastly, the other place that your analytics events show up besides reporting is in BigQuery. I previously mentioned that you can link your app to BigQuery, and on a daily basis, your events are exported over to BigQuery and accessible there through SQL command lines. And you can run super fast queries on massive data sets. BigQuery is very, very powerful. But I mentioned also that your conversion events are uploaded to BigQuery, or to our backend in real time, and then over to BigQuery in real time as well. So I'll show you what my BigQuery project looks like for the app I've been using to demonstrate all morning. So take a look at, this is my BigQuery project for this Android analytics demo. And there's two sets of tables. This is tiny, isn't it? There's an app events table, which is 10 days worth of events. And there's an app events intraday. This contains everything over the last 24 hours that I've been logging, including this morning's demos. So I can run a query here to get a list of event names. Okay, it finishes pretty quickly, and there's 55 events that I've logged over the last 24 hours. That's nice, and maybe some of you are familiar with SQL, maybe some of you feel allergic to SQL, and it's not something you're interested in doing. Or maybe you know SQL, but you don't really have somebody who can produce reporting on this. So this comes back again to the Data Studio integration and the Data Studio report templates that we launched today, which understand natively the format and the schema of this data and can produce those reports on it. So I want to show you a Data Studio report that I created for this. This is the events that this is the report that I've created using my intraday data set. You can see all the events here logged in the city of Berlin, over here in Germany. I can apply a filter to say I just want to look at add to cart. And I want to take a look at the item IDs. You see here the breakdown in this over here of which items that I added to my cart most. And it's super easy to customize. There's 3 pages of reports, dashboards, events, and conversions that I can break down. But if I wanted to change this, maybe I'm not interested in param value as much as I am in device breakdown. We have a list here of all the dimensions that you can pick from. We've exposed all of these because we know they're important to app developers. So there's time, there's current, there's LTV, there's OS version and device information. There's the city, continent, region, country, platform. And here I'm going to choose device category. Maybe I want to know how many of these were logged on a phone versus a tablet, 100% on phone. Or maybe I want to see the device model. Oh, it was a emulator. Breakdown of country, Germany. So it's really easy to just select what you want from drop-downs rather than running queries to do it manually. So it opens the door and lowers the bar to create reports based on your raw data and to share it with others. Maybe when I get it just right, I choose to share, and I invite my UX collaborator to make it look pretty so that we can present it for a presentation to the whole company. Or maybe I just want to brag to my boss or something. Maybe I want to share it with Ben and say, I slaved all weekend on this. Aren't I awesome? When I send that, it's just like Google Docs. It's the same format. You see my head in the upper right corner. If Ben responds to this, he shows up at the same time. We're editing at the same time. We're collaborating to make this the best dashboard the company has ever seen. Super flexible. Okay. So I've given you an idea of all the other places that analytics events can show up besides just your static reporting. And I hope that I've made a good case for why events could be valuable to everyone in your organization. But one other thing I want to mention is that because Firebase Analytics is free and unlimited, i.e. you can log an unlimited volume of events, do not be shy. Log liberally, log what you need to measure so that it's most valuable for everyone. And make sure you use debug view so that your instrumentation is validated. So you're logging all the right event names and parameters. Last thing you want to do is release some app to the world and you've named things wrong or some parameters are missing or there's some errors in it. Then your data set is incomplete and you'd have to release a new app version, people would have to download it. So we've given you all these tools now to validate it. And after they're valid, make sure you're measuring everything that's important to you so everyone in your company can make sure that you have app success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve. So Steve is our analytics expert. He will be here all day. If you have any questions, you should definitely hook up with him. He'll be in the after hours this evening as well. We're very fortunate to have a couple of partners, or a number of partners here, to present some of their experience with Firebase. So I'd like to welcome Alice Zimmerman to the stage to introduce them. Alice.
Hi everyone, I'm Alice Zimmerman from Product Partnerships, and I work very closely with partners around the world on their Firebase integrations, listening to their feedback and learning from them every day. So it is with great pleasure that I will be sharing 3 stories from 3 different partners from different parts of the world, including Glide from Israel, Alibaba from China, and The Economist, who came from the UK. Without further ado, it is a great honor to introduce our first lightning talk, which will be Yishai, Android developer, and Roy, CTO of Glide.
Hi everybody, I'm Yishai, I'm an Android developer at Glide.
And I'm Roy, a CTO. And I'm thrilled to be here at the Firebase, talk about our experience with Firebase, how it helps us, some of the things that Steve just talked about, how we use them, and how it affects our life as a company. So we're going to talk briefly about quality. And all of you have experience with QA engineers, labs. You probably have a few devices. Maybe you're using the cloud service. We have hundreds of devices in labs, but we learned something that most of you know. It doesn't matter how much testing you do internally, how much testing you do with some crowd testing or beta groups, you will never be able to get to this specific device, specific network condition, and that specific use case that one device and one user had, which is just 1 out of millions. Before we dig any further, I'll just briefly introduce Glide. Glide is a messaging platform, and our goal is to create a platform for authentic communication between human beings. We believe that a smile is much better than a smiley. And for that, the best way we believe is asynchronous live video communication. We're available on multiple platforms, and we're very excited about the wrist-worn new platforms, or relatively new. It's the right place to actually communicate, more accessible. We've been working with the Google Word team for quite a while, and already now you can download Glide and use it on your Wear device, and you'll be able to see live video of your colleagues, friends, and families, and be able to respond with live audio or text. Obviously, we're missing just one thing, which is a camera, and I'm happy to say that last Wednesday, Glide has announced to the world CMRA camera, which is basically adding the camera functionality to the wearable device initially, just for the Apple Watch. 2 HD cameras, one front-facing, one outward-facing, that allows you to quickly communicate with your friends. By the way, it's going to be open, so any developer will be able to use the camera for its own app. So we talked about quality, and obviousがwe want to find out things sooner than later. We're going to share that in our case, it's not always true.
Well, one of the first things the application does upon connection to the server is sync all the relevant and new information in order to display it to the user as fast as possible. So part of that is receiving chat IDs of chats that I'm part of, and then requesting relevant information about them. Among them is the last messages. Now, what happens if an application requests information about a chat that it's not part of? Well, thankfully for that, we have security measures, and those security measures will return a negative answer to the user, to the application, saying you cannot have this information, you're not part of this chat. So a few years back, we had not many, just a few devices that, as a mistake, got chat IDs of chats that they were not part of. So they requested information and requested the last few messages from those chats and received an answer that was no. Unfortunately, those clients did not have no as an answer and kept on requesting again and again and again as fast as they could. Every time a negative answer came back, a new request came in. As a result from that, our servers crashed, and a few alarms were raised.
Yeah, that was probably one of those days that we were trying to fix the server to make them not crash on those repeated events, hack around it, at the same time try to locate the problem on the client side and fix it. That image is very reflective of that day.
Anyway, that is not, is this on? That is not the only problem when maintaining a big application.
Yeah, maybe I think it's obvious that the sooner you find a problem, the better it is. And our purpose in life is to make user experience best. And we face challenges in finding those problems soon. And
as we all know, Android has some OSs that are live at the same time. If you support multiple platforms, you will have a few application files live at the same time. If you support multiple platforms, you will have that on different stores simultaneously. And if you have different hardwares, if you deal with video streaming, which is what we do, then you have also vendor issues. Now, the problem is that once you have so much information, it becomes a bit hard to understand and analyze that. You have a large array of analytics platforms and crash logging platforms, and it takes time and resources and people to gather all this information into one place and then analyze it. And if a bug happens, you need to understand what the impact is on the end user. If it's destroying your current app, or is it the bug that you're currently fixing? And that is something that you have to know as fast as possible. We encountered a lot of issues because there was a lot of data on a lot of places, and we didn't have enough time to analyze it. And this is basically where Firebase comes in. As you can see here, we have filtered by an application version. As we are releasing it, we have all the relevant information about the health status of the current release. and we know how many users are using it. So if we actually find a crash, which occasionally happens, we can actually know if it's a bad one or if it's okay. And generally try and fix it as fast as possible, but we prioritize according to the impact on the end user.
Yeah, so what you can see here is how Firebase actually affected our rollout release. Typically, we start with low percentages and try to understand what's the impact of users, on users, what kind of issues they face, and as Shai said, are those critical, et cetera, et cetera. On an average release, Firebase Analytics that you've seen Steve used have reduced our rollout from beta testing to 100% from approximately 10 days to 7 days. But it's even way stronger when we're using that for a patch release, when we have something that is a fire or close to a fire, something that we want to release quickly. We're able to typically release in a very safe way within 48 hours. That slow release is typically affected also by the fact that we live in a different time zone than most of our users. And that's probably common for many of you here. Most of our users are in the States. That means that when we want to test things and see the events, if we don't wait for the late night hours, it's going to take a day for a cycle.
Integrating Firebase has been very easy. Literally 3 lines of code. We added into our configuration files, and this, I think, is not even needed anymore because it happens automatically. We tell Firebase crash reporting we had a crash. Again, I think this already happens automatically now. So basically, it's 2 lines of code. We got everything back. We sped up all of our release cycles, and life is much, much better now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Roy and Yishai. It was great to learn from you. Now, next, it is with great honor to introduce Shu Nuo, engineer from Alibaba.com.
Okay. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Nice to see all of you here. I feel honored that you're invited by Firebase team. My name is Xu Nuo. I'm an engineer from Alibaba.com. I come from China with 18 hours flight. Finally, I arrived this beautiful city in Berlin to join the summit. As we know, Alibaba.com is a leading wholesale marketplace for global trade and connects buyers located in more than 200 countries and regions around the world to supply mailing base in China. Alibaba buyers and sellers connect around the world across the multiple time zones. Before we use the Firebase cloud messaging, we find that many users who frequently experience unstable network connections did not receive messages successfully. That's why we need our notification solutions that could reliably update users in multiple time zones at a larger scale. It's important to our business that buyers can stay informed of critical updates, including messages, inquiries, planned for news, and promotions. For example, the 11/11 festival is coming soon. In China, this is the biggest online shopping festival, when buyers can get amazing products at a wonderful price. So we need to find a solution. Help us push the promotion news to our buyers in advance. Luckily, we find that FCM is the perfect match for Alibaba.com. The offline push notification of FCM is the solution. FCM was easy to combine with the existing system, and we could complete it in only 2 days. Also, 17% of our buyers are on Android. So this is a good solution at a scale to help us develop our business. Moreover, now with the FCM token, we are able to send a message to users who are not registered. This is very important to us, because most of new users come from Google search are not registered, but want to receive notifications. This is one of the use cases. Buyers could enable the notifications after they log in, like here. And this is enable use case. Here, buyers are able to choose to receive notifications when a supplier responds. We began using GCM earlier this year. Last month, we were very excited to start using FCM and feel very lucky to be one of the first users. When we're using GCM, messages were sent from our server to GCM. Oh, sorry. To GCM and to Android client, and then to our message database before the notification was delivered. Now, using FCM, we are able to enumerate this message database so that messages were sent directly from our server to FCM to Android client. This FCM solution was much more reliable, more secure, and reduced our costs. After integrating FCM in Alibaba.com, the notifications open rate increased more than 20% compared with before. The engagement for users who received web notifications is 4 times higher than users who visited website directly. We also saw improved user happiness after using FCM, and we believe this success is because of FCM features, stable performance, and easy deployment. At last, our business team is also very happy with this result too. It's very lucky. Okay, thank you for your attention. And this is about how we do that base.
Thank you so much. Now we'll have the third and final guest speaker today will be Remy Becker from The Economist. He's the Senior Director of Agile Practices and the Product Manager of Espresso and Economist Films.
Thanks, Alice. I'm very mindful that I'm literally the guy in between a room full of people and their lunch, so I will make sure that I don't dwell on this too long. I'm mindful that not everyone is aware of what Espresso and Economist Films are all about. So Espresso is our daily briefing product that we launched literally 2 years and 1 day ago. It would give you like five things that will come up in the news today to prep you for the day ahead, and it will also give you a quick rundown of what happened in the last 24 hours when you were asleep. It's a product we launched, as I said, 2 years ago, when daily briefing products were emerging left, right, and center. And despite a lot of people going down the newsletter route, we went down a native app route that is available on iOS and on Android. Economist Films is a project that we launched last year to deal with the problem that we have around the globe, but specifically in the US, where 60% of the people that ought to be reading The Economist do not know the brand. And a lot of people that do know the brand have the wrong assumption of it. So it's really a brand awareness and a brand perception play. So we produced longer form video pieces that cover all the topics that everyone always thinks that we don't cover. So most people think we cover economics and financial news. Economist Films covers like the biggest stories as global warming or the war on drugs or what's going to happen in the future with the series Future Works. So when Google announced the Firebase product officially at I/O 2016, we were quick to implement it into one of our products because in the current age of digital, publishing has especially been challenged to sort of innovate quickly, and we've empowered our teams to make decisions, to use data to make those decisions, and then based on that, pivot how products are working at The Economist. We used all the capabilities we have from the Firebase platform in developing our new feature, which is called Daily Watch, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. So what I'm going to cover today is the use of remote config to launch a new feature, use notifications in the aid to content discovery, as well as dynamic links for people that share your content out onto social media, and finally show you show you a little bit of the turnkey app analytics that you get by implementing Firebase into your apps. So introducing Daily Watch very briefly. It's a daily various topics like what we put on our cover, what our cover leader is, what happened like a year ago in the news, things that are becoming topical again in the news in that particular time. And it also allows you to get a sneak peek behind the scenes of what happens at The Economist. So you'll have an interview with our editor-in-chief that explains to you why we've gone for a particular cover. And to do that, to build that new feature, we have a 3-step checklist that we came up with as part of this process. So unfortunately, Firebase does a lot of things for you, but it doesn't build your features. You still have to do that yourself. So once you go ahead, have your whole team come together, your UX designers, build a feature, you put it through QA, and you release it into the market using a staged deployment approach or any of the other approaches that you normally use for your apps, and you can let it bed in. You can really see if it works, if there's anything else in there that doesn't behave as you expected. And then when you're ready for a global reveal of your new shiny feature, you flick the switch in remote config, and within 24 hours globally across all your platforms, your new feature will go live. Then, in addition, use push notifications that come part of the Firebase platform to drive attention to your new feature. But also, not just look at the metrics that Steve mentioned before, like open rates, which are the old ways of measuring successful push notifications, link them to actual engagement in the app. So what's important for us is how many people make it past the 50% mark of a video, which shows that they've engaged with the content in quite a way. And the great stuff about that, about the way Firebase conversion events work, is that I don't have to determine at design time what success looks like for me. There's a whole bunch of events that come out of the box. There's a whole bunch of events that I can put in. And if I send a push notification and say, I want to test something new, or I want to change the wording somewhat, and see if people play the video versus read an article, or I don't know, share a video because that's some functionality that I want to call out to them. And I can just send a notification, select the conversion event, and see if I have success. And then in addition, dynamic links is a great way when people get excited about your feature and they start sharing it on their favorite social network with all their friends. Those people might not have your app installed. So rather than going to a dead end, they might end up on the website where they can still see your new feature or your new piece of content. They might have the app installed and they go directly into the app. Or if you choose to, you can use it as an app install kind of campaign. And people will go directly into their favorite app store, install the app, and enjoy the piece of content that you've made available for them. This is my boss's favorite quote. If we have data, let's look at data. If all we have are opinions, let's go with mine. Quote came from Jim Barksdale, who used to be the CEO of Netscape. So how are we doing so far? We've got some quick early results. One that I pointed out here is how it assists us with decision making during sprint planning. So we all sit there, we've got a shiny design, looks really nice, and someone turns around and says, but it looks shit on this device. By going into Firebase Analytics straight away, within 4.5 hours, and in the next couple of weeks in real time, I can see how many people this will affect. So for Economist Films, for instance, there's a bug with the EXO player in Android 4.03 and 4.04. How many people does that affect? Not enough for me to really care about that. So we don't have to really put any additional effort into it to engineer around it. In addition, push notifications. As everyone knows, product feature releases, you always run out of time. So the bit that we tend to forget is training up our operational staff to sort of use the features. Unfortunately, I didn't have to because they were presented with this new interface and were able to use it straight away. And then finally, how does the feature itself actually perform? We see a great uptake in week-on-week daily average engagement measured in time. So people are spending nearly twice as long in the app than they were before. The spike you see is the Saturday, which is obviously when people have more time and therefore look at the videos that we've published throughout the week. And then the dip is Sunday, because we don't publish on Sunday. And the 30% decline in red is also day on day rather than week on week, which is something we need to talk about tomorrow. So key takeaways. Remote config allows you to launch globally across all your platforms in one go, tied into your marketing campaigns and I don't know, social activity that you might do. Notifications, aiding discovery, aiding driving people to actually perform the actions you designed the feature for. And dynamic links for people to have a good experience when they share out your content, which you encourage onto social media. And then finally, you get the turnkey app analytics that provide you how your product is doing, if people are engaging with your features the way you want, and all sorts of really other interesting things. So that was me.
Thank you so much. Okay, I have nothing else to say except we would love to hear your stories as well, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful. So please share the stories with everyone of your own integrations and what you've learned, anyone in yellow today in the Ask Firebase Lounge. And yeah, now with a little bit more information and logistics around lunch.
Yes. So who's hungry? Excellent. We have lunch for you now, and it's going to be available for a whole hour before we resume sessions again here at 1:30. The Ask Firebase Lounge is also going to be open during lunchtime, so if you don't have a chance to sit next to a yellow shirt at lunch, go ahead and find them in the lounge and ask your questions then. Have fun. We'll see you in an hour.
this guy came? All right. Firebase news tonight. This pattern you're using in Firebase might be killing you tonight at 11.
Firebase, number 11. Pick one, Parker.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to a brand new episode of #AskFirebase, the show where we answer all of your Firebase-related questions. And just as a reminder to you that we're having a super duper awesome Firebase Developer Summit in Berlin on November 7th. There's going to be Firebase team members there, and we have exciting product updates for you. Make sure to stay tuned, and you can check out the link in the description for more. I'm now adequately caffeinated, so let's answer some questions. Oh, it's a question. This question comes from Sander on Twitter, and Sander asks, since when does Firebase hosting support HTTP2? And Sander, you can use HTTP2 today. For those of you who don't know what HTTP2 is, it is the new version of the HTTP protocol, and it has a lot of seriously awesome benefits. One of them is the fact that you can request multiple things over one connection, which is a huge upgrade over HTTP1, where you need one connection per request, and that really speeds up your website. And another thing that Firebase hosting supports is also HTTP2 push. What HTTP2 push allows you to do is to proactively push assets down to the browser cache. So when the web page loads, it's already in there and it doesn't have to go out and make the load on the server. And this seriously can increase the load time of your web page. So Sander, if you want to get started with Firebase hosting and HTTP2, you can do that today. Check out our blog post. The link is in the description. Great question. Hey, let's go answer another question. I'm going to do a shake and smile for Gabe. He's not here, but... Danielle on Twitter asks, is there a way to link a transaction event with the products added to the cart in Firebase Analytics? Well, Danielle, you can log those parameters in the e-commerce purchase event, but for now, BigQuery is really the only way you can get reporting on it. But rest assured, we are working hard on making the Firebase console better for that in the future. And if you want to learn more about BigQuery and Firebase Analytics, you should check out a blog post by Google Cloud developer advocate Sarah Robinson, who helps you learn how you can use BigQuery and Google Analytics to better understand the data in your app. The link for that is in the description. Great question, Danielle. I have a question to answer. Roni asks, is calling the database observer over and over again on the server side a good idea? And Roni, yes, it is a good idea, and it's totally expected. Using the real-time database on the server is really, really powerful. If you want to connect out to your own backend, or if you want to do a custom long-living process, the real-time database SDK on the server is the choice for you. Let's take a look at some code right here. So right here, what we're doing is we're going to build a chat app where we want to translate messages to another language. So right here, the first thing we're doing is we're getting the node module that allows us to integrate with Google Translate. And then on the next two lines, we're going to create references to a list of messages in our database. So the first one is a list of English messages, and the second one is a list of Spanish messages. What we want to do is we want to create a real-time observer for whenever a new English message is added. So we can do the onChild added event for our English messages ref. And every single time we get a new message, we'll unwrap the snapshot and we'll pass its value into the Google Translate API. And then after the Google Translate API does its business, it spits us out the translated messages. So we can just push that to the Spanish messages list. And this will work every single time someone adds a new message to the list. Yes, Roni, it's totally fine to have the observer called over and over again, and it's also completely expected. If you want to learn more about using the real-time database SDK on the server, check out the link to our documentation that will help you get started. Great question, Roni. Acting. The people of this city need me to answer their questions. Kat asks, hey, #AskFirebase, what are the benefits of passing an activity to a success listener on a task that's returned from a Firebase API? Well, Kat, you would pass that activity to the success listener because when a user leaves the activity, it automatically gets unregistered for you. And that means you don't have to do anything, which is awesome. What this does is this helps prevent activity leaks. This is a really great practice to follow. If you want to learn more about how you can do that with all the different Firebase SDKs, you should check out a blog post series called Being a Firebase Taskmaster, which is written by Doug Stevenson. And that's on the official Firebase blog. So if you want to read that, the link is in the description. So Kat, you pass the activity to the success listener and it automatically gets unregistered for you. Great question. So that's all the questions that we have this week. If you want your question answered, make sure to send us a tweet or go on YouTube or Stack Overflow. Just leave the Hashtag Ask Firebase, and we'll try to get to it. Also, remember that the Firebase Dev Summit in Berlin on November 7th is happening. Check out the link in the description for more. That's all for today. If you like this video, make sure to like and subscribe so you can stay up to date with all of our great Ask Firebase videos. I will see you all later. I don't know what I'm doing. Just work, I guess. That would have been so good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats and silence all personal electronic devices. Thank you.
Hello! Did you have a good lunch? Oh, that's good. At least nothing. At least something, I mean. So we already have the first videos up on youtube.com/Firebase. The keynote is up there. That's great, isn't it? So if you're not subscribed to this channel, you should definitely go there and subscribe, because we release approximately 2 videos every week there. It's great, lots of screencasts, lots of things to learn. Now, I want you to participate in doing a selfie here. I hope it's going to work out. But please wave your hands. I'll take this down and I'll post it. Oh, yeah, there you go. All right. You'll see that on Twitter shortly. And reshare, please. Now, how many developers does it take to change a light bulb? Yeah, it can't be done. It's a hardware problem. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about now. We're going to talk about hardware and testing in general, because we have Justin and Ali, and they're going to present stuff for crash reporting and Firebase Test Lab. Welcome up, Justin and Ali.
I think we're supposed to run. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Glad you're here. Very excited to be here. My name is Ali. I am product manager on Firebase Crash Reporting.
And I'm right behind you. No, I'm Justin from the Firebase Test Lab team.
And our team works on app quality in Firebase. We help you build apps with high quality so that your users have the best possible experience. Now, before jumping in, it's probably worth explaining why we do this. Why does Firebase invest in app quality at all? We've observed for a while now that app quality leads to better user retention. The better your app is and the more stable it is, the more likely for users to come back and for your business to be successful and sustainable. So this sounds like common sense, right? Well, this year, we had a study of bad reviews on the Play Store, and we found out that more than 50% of one-star reviews come specifically from stability issues. We're not talking about functional issues here or missing features. These are basic crashes and stability issues that simply should not be there. But they happen all the time. So why is that? Well, it turns out that maintaining high quality is actually not that simple. Consider today's mobile ecosystem. You have numerous device models, many operating systems and operating system levels, and the combination of all these things would just be too much to keep track of, especially if you're a small team without a lot of resources. And that's where we come in. So Google has been building apps for a while now. And our experience tells us that the best approach to handling app quality is a combination of being proactive and reactive, which is exactly why we built these 2 products, Firebase Test Lab for Android and Firebase Crash Reporting. They work hand in hand. With Test Lab, you can be proactive, and you can test things on many different devices without having to own a single device, which I think is the coolest part about it. With Crash Reporting, you can be reactive. It works for you out there in the wild when you've published your app. And if there's a part of your app that wasn't properly tested or a device that wasn't accounted for during testing times, well, we cover this issue for you, and you reactively fix it in a timely manner. OK, so how about we start with Justin telling you a bit about Test Lab. Justin, by the way, does an amazing English accent impression. You got to hear this.
All right, I'll see if I can keep that going. All right, so in the spirit of prevention being better than the cure, in the spirit of proactivity, as Ali would say, being better than reactivity, I'm here to talk a little bit about Firebase Test Lab. So with Firebase Test Lab, you can test your app on lots of different Android devices before it gets into customers' hands. You can use our rather friendly robo and test your app, or you can run your own instrumentation tests. You can with the robo, you can test your app. The robo will explore your app, looking for crashes, looking for unique screens, and you'll get a report at the end. Whether you use instrumentation tests or whether you use the robo, you get comprehensive test results. So what's new? We're kind of here today to talk about what's new. So we talked with many developers. In fact, I talked with a lot of developers in such diverse places as Poland recently and Vietnam most recently. And we found that the biggest impediment to signing up and using TestLab was the requirement to use a credit card, which is why, despite my truly British exterior, I am pleased to announce that you can sign up today for the Spark free tier, and you will get 5 physical device tests and 10 virtual device tests every day.
Seriously?
Yes. Every day at 0 cost. See, it worked.
I'm sorry.
One of the other things we heard was more devices, many more devices. So, since we announced TestLab at GA at I/O, we have doubled the number of device types available to you in the catalog. We'll continue to add new devices, especially around the introduction of new API levels. And to that end, this last week, we added Nougat MR1 devices to the catalog, virtual devices, to coincide with the developer preview release that happened earlier this month. While not new, I do want to highlight the Play pre-launch report. The Play pre-launch report, if I can say that, the Play pre-launch report is free to anybody. It's powered by TestLab. You can simply upload your app to an alpha or beta channel, opt in to receive the free report, and you will receive a report that is the result of a short robo-test and a security scan. We also know that it's really hard to write tests. Nobody has the time. The tests keep breaking every time you change the UI. All that changes with Espresso Test Recorder. Espresso Test Recorder is a tool that allows you to record an instrumentation test, an Espresso instrumentation test, by simply interacting with a device on which your app is installed. It is absolutely dead simple. No coding is required, and you end up with an instrumentation test that can even include assertions. It's part of Android Studio, part of Android Studio 2.2, so you can download that. So, TestLab users really care about application quality, which is why we're all here. This is a quote from a recent customer, Jet, but one of our long-standing users, I want to talk about American Express. They've been with us for a very long time, and they are still running thousands, in fact, tens of thousands of tests every day prior to their app getting out into production. They want to do this because they really want to make sure that their users don't see issues with their app. And in particular, this app is mostly doing financial transactions, so they care about how those financial transactions are treated. So, let's talk about crash reporting.
Okay.
I thought you needed some gravitas.
Not so sure what that was. All right. So, if you guys have been to I/O this year or watched it online, you probably know that we announced Firebase Crash Reporting in beta this year. It is a cross-platform SDK. We support both iOS and Android. And on iOS, we support both Swift and Objective-C. Super easy to install. If you're on Android, you just install the Gradle dependency. If you're on iOS, install the CocoaPod, and you're up and running. It's that simple. And when you do that, and when your app is in production, we start collecting information about the errors that your users see, and we triage them by impact on users. And probably one of the best things about crash reporting is that it works very well with Firebase Analytics. So one of the things we allow you to do is create audiences out of crashing users so that you can understand the business impact, numbers like engagement and retention. So ever since we announced this, we've had a lot of great and positive feedback. Many developers have adopted crash reporting, and we thank you for this. And perhaps the one thing that they're most excited about in this product is the console. And they like it because it's actionable. So here you see an example of what the console looks like. In this specific example, we're monitoring the error trends over the last 30 days of the latest version of our flooded app, the one that was demoed today in the keynote. And right below that, you see a list of the top issues that impacted, triaged by the number of users. If I click on one of these, I get an errors details page that gives me the context on that specific error so that you can dig in, fix it, and get on with it. OK. So that was 6 months ago, our announcement. And since then, we've been working very hard to make this product better than ever. And today, we're super excited to be here to announce that Firebase Crash Reporting has exited beta, is generally available, and is better than ever. Go ahead.
Yes, come on. It worked a second time.
Too much caffeine. All right. So Firebase Crash Reporting, obviously, it wouldn't be a launch without adding some cool new features, right? So let's talk about what's new. We understand that a big part of monitoring things in production is your ability to be aware of what's coming in terms of issues. So we added alerting. With this, you get email notifications that tell you about brand new issues that you haven't seen before, or issues that resurface after being fixed. We've also listened to your feedback. One of the things you told us the most is that you needed a better way to manage the workflow. So we added the ability to close clusters of error in the console once you're done fixing them so that you can focus on the next thing. And probably the one thing we're most excited about in this launch is a brand new integration with analytics that enhances our logs feature. If you've used the logs feature so far, you know that you can instrument your code to add a bunch of custom events, and we'll collect those as a part of the crash report and tell you what happened leading up to it. With this new integration with analytics, we automatically import analytics events into that report so that you can get a lot of additional context for free. So many of these events are actually thrown out of the box by analytics, and for this, you don't have to add any additional code. And if you do instrument your own events, well, we include this too. So it's a lot of great context, and I'm going to demo this for you in a bit, and I think you'll like it. Actually, I think it's time for a demo, right?
Thank you, Ali. All right, so we thought we'd show you some of these new features as part of a perhaps realistic story. It's one that I think most of us as developers have faced, or something like it. So it is the story of a developer who wakes up in the morning. She's still into her first cup of coffee. Maybe some of you are already in your first cup of coffee, I don't know. And she opens her laptop, bleary-eyed. She finds a crash notification. So we take you through how she, first of all, figures out how serious this issue is, how she diagnoses or debugs the issue, how she fixes the issue, verifies that it's fixed, but then most importantly, and one of the reasons we're here, she makes sure that this particular problem never happens again. So, without further ado, let's switch to the demo. Ali.
All right. So it's a brand new day. I'm in my inbox, and I get an email from Firebase telling me that there's a new fatal error that I haven't seen before. Obviously, this sounds concerning, so I'm going to go through the email. It says it's a new fatal error on the flooded app. Specifically, it's a runtime exception happening on the latest version, 41, and it's happening in the About activity. OK, so this gives me some idea. If I click on View Details here, it'll take me to the error details page. So this is in the Crash console now, and this gives me the context on what's happening with that specific error. So the first thing I see is how many times this error, or cluster of errors, has taken place, and across how many unique users. So now I have an understanding of the impact in general. And next to it, I get a breakdown of the app version, API levels, and devices on which this error has taken place. Now, it seems like this error only takes place on API levels 22 and above, which is kind of weird. We probably should take a further look at this. So we'll do this in a bit. But let me keep going. The next section here shows a bunch of error samples, or samples, like Justin would say.
That would be better, certainly. Yes.
And I go through them one by one to get a snapshot of these errors, right? So each one is a unique stack trace, but they're lumped together because they have common stack traces. Let me pick this one here, go through it. The orange frame here shows me which part of my app is crashing, right? So this is the top frame that belongs in my code. So I get a sense of where it's happening. Right below this, I get a bunch of device diagnostics. So I get things like how much free memory was there on the device when the error happened, how much free disk space was the device in landscape or portrait orientation, and so on. And all of this helps me refine the context of the error. And right below this is the brand new feature I was talking about, the enhanced logs. So here you get a bunch of steps leading up to the crash, and they're coming from 2 different data sources. One of them, as indicated by the icon, is the crash SDK. So these are the regular custom events that you would log in your code. And this icon here indicates analytics events. So these were thrown either automatically or using the developer instrumentation through analytics. And together, they create this one seamless report that leads up to the crash. So here I can see that the user selected a bunch of content. They started a new game level, started a session, clicked on this new feature, and within milliseconds, the fatal error happened. OK, so one thing I'd like to highlight is these analytics events. If you expand a couple of those, they actually come with a parameter list that gives you even more context. So here I can see that in the second last select content event, the user selected the mode, and the one next to it, they selected the level. And as of this week, analytics ships with this built-in parameter that tells you which screen the error happens at. So it'll say, in this example, that the select content event happened on the stats screen. So now all these steps leading up to the error, you can box them into these screens to understand where the user was leading up to the error. OK, so this is a lot of context, and we now have enough information to get started on the fix. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so now the next step is to reproduce the problem. So the trouble is that we know that this problem seems to occur on API level 22 and above. I don't have an API level 22 device available to me. That is probably typical because, for the most part, you can never maintain a set of devices on which your users have installed your apps. It would be almost impossible. That's essentially what TestLab is. TestLab has lots of advantages. You can test whenever you want. You can test on whichever devices you want. You get more comprehensive test results. You have a full history of those test results. But again, most importantly, you can test and fix issues before they end up in your users' hands. So what we're going to do is run a short robo test. But it's really easy to get started today. You can sign up for the free Spark plan, as we did already, I talked about already. No credit card is required. And you can take advantage of the zero-cost testing. So we don't need to do that, as we saw with the Crash Console. We already have a project. So I'm going to take advantage of that project. Get rid of this notification here. So we're going to run a test. It's very simple. All I need to do is run a quick robo test. I'm going to upload my app into cloud storage so that the test lab has access to it. There it is. I'm going to choose an API level 22 device, an Nexus 5, and portrait. And that is it. That's going to start a single test. It's going to run that test. It's going to take a couple of minutes. And so what I'm going to do now is go back to a run that I did previously, so we don't have to wait for it. Here it is. And we're going to take a look at the screenshots. So this first one, which is kind of difficult to make out, but this first screenshot here has the crash in it. And just underneath the screenshot, which I think you'll have to take my word for it, is this button that says Cool New Feature. I've never seen that before. In fact, I don't know who developed that cool new feature, but it doesn't seem to be quite as cool as he intended.
It wasn't me.
Sure. So now what we're going to do is use a couple of methodologies that probably you're familiar with, but we also encourage strongly within Google: test-driven development and continuous integration. Test-driven development, as probably most of you know, is writing a failing test that exercises some aspect of your application, a problem, some feature that you're developing, and then implementing or fixing the problem, running the test again, verifying that it's fixed, and then adding that test, the last part, to your continuously running set of tests to make sure that that problem never happens again or that feature remains properly implemented. The main issue is that I hate writing tests. I really do. I mean, it's a pain. They're brittle. It's like, and judging by the number of people that we talk to who have no tests at all running against their app, you guys hate writing tests. Well, maybe not you guys, but maybe these guys hate writing tests. But we're going to use Espresso Test Recorder. And for some reason, my visor, there's always going to be some problem, isn't there? So there it is. So we're going to use Espresso Test Recorder to record a test. So I have Visor here. Visor is an app that allows me to view what is happening on my physical device, which I won't show you because it's down at the device. You'll have to trust me is on the table here. I'm going to interact with that device. I'm going to build a test. So the first thing we do from within Android Studio is we run record Espresso test. I'm going to record an Espresso test on my local API level 21 device. And there it is. So I'm going to start interacting with the phone. And I'm going to take my app to the place where I saw that cool new feature. And then I'm going to click the button. At this point, it doesn't crash. We only saw this on API level 22, so we wouldn't expect to see this. At this point, I could also add assertions. I'm not going to do that. All we're trying to do here is reproduce the crash. So that's the end. I'm going to complete the recording here. So now I have a new test. And if we look through it, we can see it's generated an Espresso test for us. So I'm now going to run that Espresso test. And it's really easy to do from within Android Studio. I just click on Cloud Testing here. I choose the same device I chose earlier, an Nexus 5 running API level 22 and Portrait. And then I can start that off. And that'll run. And again, it's going to take a few minutes. So I'm going to switch back to a run that I did previously. And there's the run. This is the one I did earlier. It's a Nexus 5, API level 22. And sure enough, there's that exception. So we have now a test that covers the issue. So now I have a failing test. I now want to fix the issue. So let's take a look at the on-click event for this button. What we see here, that it says that if the current API version is greater than Lollipop, which it would be for 22, log something and throw this very contrived exception, which is really rather silly, of course. But the point here is to demonstrate that there are many cases of API-level specific issues or device-specific issues. Many of these we see when people run their apps through TestLab. Perhaps an unguarded call to an API. Regardless, the key takeaway here is testing your app across a wide array of form factors, API levels, devices, to uncover problems that your users will see. So now we would go ahead and fix this issue. Fixing this rather contrived, silly issue is going to be a matter of simply commenting out the exception. So I'm not going to do that with you. I'll leave that as an exercise for your imagination and verifying the test. But I'm going to focus on the most important part, taking this test that we've created and adding it to our suite of tests that's running continuously before your app goes out in production. In fact, with Espresso Test Recorder, there is now no excuse not to have a suite or battery of tests running against your application continuously before it gets out into your users' hands. It is the single most important thing that you can do to affect application quality. So now that we've fixed our issue, we are going to upload the new application into the Play console. I would do that from here. This is the Play Developer console. I can upload into an alpha or beta channel. I can even upload in production, but I don't get a play pre-launch report if I do the production. So I click this button, and it asks me to upload my APK. I'm not going to do that because I don't have an APK. But I do here want to show the play pre-launch report. So this will still show the old app, which has the failing API level 22 devices. What we see here is the pre-launch report has a set of 10, 12 devices that is is the result of running a robo test. And we see that this crash happened on the 2 devices that we have at the top, both API level 22. So we still, though, we have a pesky crash notification.
Yep.
We do? Still?
Yes, we do.
OK. We still have it. We still have a pesky crash notification. And we're going to close the loop. And Ali is going to take us out.
All right. So this is my favorite part of the demo, where I get to get back to my Crash Console and hit that close button. And this cluster of errors is now closed successfully. So this means it's out of my sight. I don't have to deal with it again. But we'll keep watching it. And if it ever pops back up again in a future app version, we'll send you a notification just like the one we sent today. All right, so this closes the loop. And if we get back to the slides, we can recap what we just did. Can you get back to the slides? Perfect, thank you. So today we woke up, we found this nasty issue in our inbox. We jumped into the Crash Console to understand the context of that error. We tried to debug this error using TestLab. We jumped into Android Studio after debugging it to build the fix. And we verified that this fix actually works with TestLab, integrated the fix into our CI system so that it keeps running before going into production. And we closed that issue, and now we'll keep watching it, and we'll notify you again if it happens again. And that closes the loop. So while this might seem like a lot of steps in this demo, the take-home message is actually pretty simple, right?
It actually is that simple. If we get to the slide.
Yeah.
It's not that simple to get to the slide, apparently.
Nope. It's a lot of steps.
All right. There we go.
It's simple, isn't it?
It's simple. It's really simple. It's simple because, actually, if you don't fix your application quality, you will be letting your app out into the wild with issues. And if you let it out into the wild with issues, you're going to start to see customers who are writing you 1-star reviews. Those customers, they're never going to come back. They're going to go out. You'll lose all your...
Hey, you're scaring them, man.
They need to be scared.
No, they should not be. Listen, guys, it's simple. Here. Just build a suite of tests using TestLab. Make sure that you run these test cases all the time before you go into production. Once you go into production, keep an eye on things using crash reporting. That's it. Do this all the time. You make a lot of money. You'll be happy, OK? That's it. And hello? Please welcome Kat, Puff, and Thomas.
Hi, guys. Thanks, Ali. Thanks, Justin. That was amazing. I'm Frank, and I need to stand here. I'm here together with Kat and Thomas to talk to you about developing a mobile app. How's everyone enjoying the Dev Summit so far? Yay. I like that. Thanks. So this morning we started out with the keynote, where all the new features were introduced. I loved what I saw there. And then we went to Steve's talk about analytics. And to be honest, as much as I loved the keynote, I loved his talk even better. He showed us a lot of new integrations with analytics. They're amazing. Then you all had lunch. And to be honest, I'm not really sure, but I couldn't find those over lunch. I'm not sure what happened there. But then we came back, and just now, Justin and Ali showed us how you can ensure your app is of high quality by using Firebase. Just leaves us with one thing. We haven't developed an app yet. So that's what we're going to do in the next 30 to 40 minutes. We're going to be building an app here live on stage. We like taking chances. So if you haven't used Firebase before, this is probably the model that you use for your app. You start by writing some code that runs on the device or in the web page. And then you realize that you need to store your data. So you spin up a database, and it doesn't really matter whether that's a relational database like MySQL or a SQL Server, or a NoSQL database like Mongo. Then you realize that you need a way for your app to access the database. So you spin up an app server, and you build some basic routes that do CRUD operations on your database, right? So you can now read and write the data. So that's good. We're back into the app. We're writing the code that our users are going to be happy with. And then you think, it's like, hold on. I think I just opened up my database to the world. That's maybe not the best idea I ever had. So how am I going to secure this app? So I'm going to have my users sign in, and then I need a way to ensure they only get the data that they should have access to. See, we're going to see later that it's a lot of work to ensure that this flow is smooth. OK, we got that covered. So we're back in the app, right? We're writing those features. People love the app, I think. It's like, how about if we add the ability to upload files to the app, right? It's going to be amazing. And it's great, because we're going to be the next Snapchat. It's like, no, hold on, that's not great. We're going to be the next Snapchat. How will it handle the scale of that? You're running on Google infrastructure, so I'm quite sure that we can handle the scale of that. But that app server that we put in the middle, will that scale? I'm never sure. So I find myself worrying about scalability a lot. And keep in mind, while I'm worrying about scalability, I'm not building my actual app. A lot of your time goes into running infrastructure instead of building the features that make your app your app. There has to be a better way. That better way is using Firebase. If you use Firebase, your app's code talks directly to our powerful managed backend services. We take care of security and of scalability so that you can focus on building the features that your users love. But why would we take my word for that? So we're going to be building an app today, and in the classic Firebase tradition, that will be a chat app. We're going to be using 5 features. We'll use the Firebase real-time database to store and synchronize data between our users. We'll add the ability for our users to sign into the app using Firebase authentication. Then we're going to add Firebase storage so that we can share those files that I talked about. And then we'll deploy the finished app to Firebase hosting so that everyone can access it. And then, I'm not really sure why, but Thomas told me he wanted to use cloud messaging. We'll have to find out later why that is. OK, lots of features. Let's get started doing the first one. So the Firebase database. The database is the first feature that we built for Firebase. It's actually where we got our name from. And it's a cloud-hosted NoSQL database. So it's cloud-hosted, and that is great because it means that all the users of our chat app are talking to the same database. Quite important. And it's a NoSQL database. It's, in fact, a JSON tree. And if you've ever used JSON, you know that it's a very flexible data modeling language. So that is great. This is the data model that we're using today. So you can see that at the top, we have a node called chat. And under that, we have a list of the chat messages. So for each message, we have the name of the user that sent the message and the text that they sent. You can probably imagine how in the app we'll access this data and show it, right? We just request the chat messages and look through them. You can also imagine how we could extend this data model to enrich our app. For example, for file sharing, we probably want to store a URL for each chat message. And maybe we want to allow multiple chat rooms in our app. So we add a node under the root, just like where we now have chat, we could have public as the chat room. OK, enough theory. Let's start actually building this. Let's write some code. OK. So this is a demo that we're running of one of the laptops there. You can see that we have a web app, and we sort of have everything prepared for this demo. So we've built the basic HTML, and we've wired it up to some code. If we now hit the submit button, the message is added to the local screen. We can even select an image. And if we submit that image, we see a preview of the image on the local screen. Now, we're done, right? That's what you're thinking. It's like, not really. There's one big problem with this app. When we just reloaded it, all the data is gone. Because it's just a local app. Everything just exists in the web page. When we reload it, it's gone. The data was not persisted to a server anywhere. That's where we're going to use Firebase. So we have the code ready here. We're going to switch over to the Firebase console first and do a few setup steps there. So the Firebase console is where you manage all of your Firebase projects. Today, we're going to be using the project called FireConf 2016. And in here, we already have an Android and an iOS app. So is this what you did over lunch? OK. So we apparently already have an Android and an iOS app. That's very nice of you. I'm glad you left us some work to do. We are building the web app, remember? So if we click the button to add an app, we add a web app, and we get a configuration snippet. Now, this snippet contains all the information that our app needs to find its project on the server. For the iOS and the Android app, we have a similar snippet. So you download a file from the console, you add it to your Xcode or Android Studio project. And with that, all these apps are talking to the same backend. So they're talking to the same database, to the same list of users, to the same stored files. So we can easily collaborate on the same data that way. So we've taken the configuration snippet, and we've added it to our app here. So now the web app can find its Firebase project on the Google servers. We've initialized an app based on that data. So with that, we're ready to start wiring up the database. First thing we need to do is that we need to find the chat node that you saw on the slides in our database. So we create a reference to that chat node in the cloud. Now we can start writing the data to the database. So when the user clicks the submit button, this is the code that we run. You see that we take the values from the screen and we add them to the HTML, calling a method called addMessage2HTML. That's what we're going to remove, because to be honest, we don't want to add it straight to the screen. We want to send it to the database. So we send it to the database. We take the reference to the chat node that we had. We tell it to add a new chat message under it. And then we set the data that the user entered into that chat message. And that is really all that it takes to write to the Firebase database. Because if we now enter a new chat message and we hit submit, the message shows up on the two screens that we have for the mobile sites, but it doesn't show up on the web page anymore. That, of course, makes sense because we just removed the code that adds it to the local screen. So let's fix that. So until now, the interaction with the Firebase database has been fairly traditional, right? It's a request-response model. We create a chat message, we send it to the database, and we wait until the database is done. In a traditional database, that's also how you read data, right? You would request the chat messages, you wait for the response to come back, then you loop through the chat messages, and you add them to the screen one by one. You probably wait a few seconds, you request if there are any new chat messages, and then you add those to the screen. You wait another few seconds, you do the same thing, over and over. You are doing a polling request-response loop. Our database is fairly non-traditional. So when you interact with our database, it's different. Instead of requesting data repeatedly, you're going to be asking the database once. If something happens under the chat node, tell me about it. I'm going to wait until we are caught up on the coding.
Yeah, sorry.
That's OK. We had some issues earlier today. That's always the problem if you do live demos and live coding. Some things don't always work the way we want them to work.
Gonna make it work.
Looks like we might not be connected to the database after all.
Yeah, we're not actually sending anything. Do you want to go
Yep, let's finish the code, and then we'll fix this while we go to the next feature. OK, so let's pretend that the demo actually runs. I really could use that applause sign right now. Thank you, everyone. I mean, I'm probably now about as orange as the logo is, but OK. So we're talking about listening for data on the database. So remember, with the Firebase database, you don't request for the data. You tell the database that you want to listen for changes. So let's add that code. So we have the same reference to the chat node, and we now tell it to give me the latest 10 chat messages. And then whenever a new chat message is available, it fires a child edit event, and it gives us a snapshot of the data of that new message. So from that snapshot, we get a message that contains the name of the user that posted the message and the message that they posted. And then we call add message to HTML. You remember that what feels like hours ago to me right now, we actually just removed that call a few lines up. OK, so we add it back to the screen. So if we would reload the app now, the message would show straight away. The reason for that is that child edit fires immediately for any data that you send to the database. And it also, when you type a new message, will fire for that new message, both on the local environment and on the remote system straight away. Let's see if one of the mobile devices is connected. Thank goodness. It's really just the web app that's broken. OK. So we have two working, the ones that you guys did in an hour over lunch. And clearly, the one that I just talked through is like not happening. We'll see if we can fix that. Actually, we really should do something about this app, because it's rather boring and bland, right? We can exchange chat messages. It's not really a lot yet. We should add some cool features to the app to make it more exciting. Kat, do you have any idea how we can make this app cooler?
What about authenticating our users? I mean, it's fine if I pretend to be you, but I don't want anyone pretending to be me. That's just not cool. So to do this, we might normally use a user table, right? Salt and hash our passwords. Or we might use Facebook login and do the whole OAuth dance. I don't know, how many of you have done the whole OAuth dance? Yeah, a couple hands, you know how fun it is, right? Or we can use Firebase Auth, which supports a bunch of the social providers. So we can go ahead and let our users log in with Facebook or Twitter or Google. And if they're the sort of person who just does not use any of the social providers, very segmented in what they have logged into what, we also support email and password. So you don't have to salt and hash your own users. We can also add in custom authentication. So if you already have a user system, such as Active Directory, you can hook that up with Firebase authentication. And what that allows you to do is authenticate your users to the database. You can go ahead and say who is allowed to upload photos or who is allowed to write chat messages or not. And if you want to provide a way so that people can try out your app beforehand, before they sign up, we have this thing called anonymous accounts. They can go ahead and use your app. That'll automatically create an anonymous account. And when they sign up, we will go ahead and link their anonymous account with their actual account. What this means is all of the chat messages they sent as an anonymous user, once they've signed in, you'll be able to go ahead and show them the history of all of their chat messages. This linking of accounts between anonymous and the signed up user works across the social providers too. If someone is logged in with Twitter one day, and the next day they forgot that they logged in with Twitter, they try Facebook, we can go ahead and link these accounts together and provide the data as if they were the same person, because they are, even if they use two different accounts. To do this, all we need to do is provide a little bit of UI, right? We've got our backend running with Firebase authentication. All we need is a little bit of UI. We need two fields for email password, right? One for email, one for password, and one button to submit it. Oh, wait, but people probably haven't actually signed up for our app because we've just made it. So we'll need a sign up flow, and someone's bound to forget their password, so we'll need a way to reset it. Forget passwords altogether, actually. I have a Google account. I'm sure some of you have Google accounts. So let's do Google login, because Firebase authentication will support that. But maybe you don't have a Google login, and you have a Facebook login. So let's go ahead and add that. And who's going to remember if they clicked the blue button or the red button the previous day. So we'll go ahead and link our accounts because Firebase authentication will allow us to do that too. Oh wait, but I drew this for Android and we're trying to build a web app here. So we'll have to do it again. And of course we can't forget iOS, so we have to do it one more time. And at this point, I don't know if you've been keeping track of all of these lines, it's kind of turning into spaghetti. We've written something like 15,000 lines if we were to implement all of this ourselves. All right, 15,000 lines on stage. It'll work this time, right?
No. I just fixed the wireless problem.
Okay.
No.
Okay, well, don't leave, because I'm happy to say today we're launching Firebase UI 1.0. It's an open source library which features all of the auth flows that I just went through, all of that spaghetti. You get all of it. It has customized theming, and it works for web and Android and iOS. So you can go ahead and drop that in, and you'll have all of the UIs that you'll need. It's built by the same team that built Firebase Authentication, the backend service, so you know it has all of the best practices. All right, how's this? You think we can do this?
I think we can.
All right, let's get back to the code. And it seems that connecting to the internet helps your demo. Thanks for bearing with us. I promise we've had no extra code. We just turned on the internet. OK, so the first thing we'll need to do is connect our new service, which will work now that we're connected to the internet. This here connects us to the Firebase authentication, and we can also configure our UI so that we provide Facebook and Google and email password, letting people choose whatever provider they like. We'll go ahead and configure our UI and start it up when we've loaded the page. So if we go ahead and load the page, we'll be able to sign in with any of our providers. Let's go ahead and do that. Click Google here, and I can allow the app to use my Google account and log in that way. But that's weird. It doesn't actually show my name. And the logout button doesn't actually work. So we'll want to go ahead and wire those up. In order to do that, we'll have to check whether the user is logged in or logged out. To do that, we'll use a similar method that we used on the database. We'll use a listener. But here, we're not listening for a child added to the database. We're listening for the auth state and when it has changed. We'll get the Firebase user when they're logged in. And if they're logged in, we'll be able to set the current user to the Firebase user. And if they're logged out, we'll go ahead and clear it. And this method will go ahead and show the login inputs one more time. The last thing we're going to do is actually allow you to log out. So we'll add one more snippet of code, and this here will call directly into the Firebase auth service and log out the user when they've clicked the logout button. So if we refresh the page, we'll actually see that my name is Kat, and we'll be able to send a message as me. Oh, Frank, I was trying to prevent this problem. All right, but now we've logged in. Well, what if I want to share an image? I had this delicious pizza for dinner last night. I ate a whole half a pizza myself, and it's not a small pizza, it's like a big pizza. And I want to share this with all of my friends to say, hey, look, even I can eat half a pizza. To do that, I can't really share on my web app yet. I could send like a little emoji, but then you'd think I just ate a slice. And you wouldn't see that it was heaped full of vegetables. To actually share an image, we can use Firebase storage. This allows you to select the file name and upload it to the server, to the cloud, so that it can be shared across your app. You can also share audio, video. You can even perform application data backups. It's backed by Google Cloud Storage, so if you're already using Google Cloud Storage, you'll be familiar with a lot of these things. It provides the scalability you'll need to upload petabytes of data if you can generate that much, but it has the Firebase API layered on top of it. That means you get integration with the other Firebase products, such as authentication. You can say which users can upload or not. You can even go ahead and say users are only allowed to upload files of 5 megabytes or less. We'll also help you deal with a couple of annoying edge cases if you're on mobile. And if you go into intermittent connectivity and kind of things drop off, and then you get connected again, we'll go ahead and continue the upload so that your files can be shared across your app. Let's see what it takes to add this to our application. Again, the first thing we're going to do is connect to the service. Here we're connecting to Firebase storage, and we'll be using a parallel structure that we used for the database. We'll be using the chat folder. Here, what we've done before is when someone selects a file, we'll go ahead and show a local preview. We'll get rid of that and actually upload it to Firebase storage. So we use the file name that the file actually has, and we just put the file. You'll see here that we get returned an upload task. And with this upload task, we can go ahead and track the progress, maybe even show a progress bar. In this case, we're just going to go ahead and listen for when the file has completed the upload. When the file has completed the upload, we'll get the download URL. This URL is a public URL. That means I can share it with you. You'll be able to get the image. But if you don't have it, even if you know what the name of my file is, you won't be able to access it. It's unguessable. We'll use this download URL to show a preview of the image, which then when we press the submit button, we'll be able to pick up and send to the database. And that's just a cool, neat trick for sharing images. As soon as one uploads, we put it into the database, and we'll be able to see it across the other devices. You wanna actually share it? Press the submit button.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so now we got our unicorns everywhere barfing rainbows. Perfect. So we have our web app. The only thing we need to do is share it with people. Let's deploy it to the web. We can do this with Firebase hosting. Firebase hosting is a free hosting service for static files. It comes with SSL, so if you've ever set up SSL before, you'll know it's a little bit of a hassle. You get it for free. People will be able to know that they're connecting to your website. One more thing you get for free is a CDN. So your users, wherever they are, will be able to access your files quickly. To do that, all we need to do is Firebase deploy, and then it's on the web. So that's all it takes to build a cross-platform application. And, you know, we've only taken not that long. But Thomas here insisted that we have a 45-minute slot. But we're done, right? Yeah?
I think so.
Thomas, I don't know. OK, fine.
OK. Hi, I'm Thomas. I'm the local backend dev amongst this group. And as a backend developer, it's true that I have less work to do when my team uses Firebase. But I'm here today to talk about some reasons why you might still want to add backend code, even when you build a Firebase app. There's 3 primary reasons. First of all, you might want to have shared business logic, something that will change and be automatically applied to all of your customers, regardless of which version of the app they're using. Second, you might want to have some trusted code. You might want to do something that your clients can't and should not be able to do themselves. And third, you might want to integrate with other services to enable awesome new features for your app. Now at Google, we had the Google Cloud Platform. It integrates great with Firebase, and it powers some amazing apps like Snapchat and Spotify. And we have a variety of ways that you can host backend code. They range from things that will let you have very fine-grained control of your infrastructure to things that are very simple and take away all infrastructure needs from you, like Google App Engine, which is what we'll use today. Today, we're going to build an app using App Engine's flexible environments. With this, we can locally develop a Node application, test it, make sure we like it, and when we're ready, deploy it to production. App Engine Flex will take care of all the infrastructure needs for us. It will apply security patches automatically. It will rotate out machines weekly. And if we want, it can auto-scale our application on demand. So, the real question is, how can we use a backend to improve this spectacular app our colleagues have written? So if you're like me, you may have used the internet before. And if you've ever used the internet, you may be familiar with this phenomenon where people are not always polite. So we're going to add a layer of moderation to our app and try to keep things on the up and up. Now, in a real application, moderation is a very complex subject. You want to make sure you flag something for review. You might have human intervention. It's a cat and mouse game. No pun intended to our presenters. But for the simplicity of this demo, we're going to add a new flag to our message. It'll be called flagged. If it's true, the message has been banned. It's inappropriate. If it's false, the message has been improved. And Kat has helped us out with our demo a bit. She's added some new UI to our applications. When a message is flagged, it will be stricken out. When it's approved, it will be lit green. This will just kind of help us visualize what's happening in the back end. So, how are we going to get started? Well, we're going to pick a series of banned phrases that we consider to be inflammatory. But where would we actually hold this list? And we could put it on the client, but it's going to change over time, and it might be out of sync. And it would be great if everyone had to play by the same rules. We could theoretically put it inside the Firebase security rules, which are very, very powerful, but this starts to stretch the limits of their abilities. So instead, we're going to create a trusted client. Now, when we create a backend with Firebase, we're not going to use the traditional three-tiered model, where you have to create a server that sits between your backend service and handles every single request just because you want to add some little sliver of custom behavior. Instead, with Firebase, we're going to create just another client. We're going to be able to reuse all the tools that my colleagues use as client developers, but with some extra power as backend developers. So let's get started. Now, today, we're going to use, like I said, App Engine flexible environments. And even when writing a demo, I like to write testable code. So we're going to create a file called moderator.js. And that file will hold some utilities for helping us decide whether text is banned. We'll start by just creating a hard-coded list. This is a demo, after all. And then we're going to create a utility function that accepts some text, massages it a bit, and decides whether or not we've matched a banned phrase. Now, this is a great level of granularity for adding some unit testing, because it has no external dependencies in the network. And we can take these small building blocks and add them up, and we're going to create one more function that we use to decide whether a chat message is banned for any reason at all. So great. Now we have our handy utility. We can start monitoring our Firebase app. But like I said, we need to have a trusted client. So how are we going to do that? Well, you can authenticate as a service account, and I see many developers doing this by downloading certificate files and including it in their source code or shipping it with their application. This is kind of complicated, and it's not actually necessary. Today, we're going to use Google Application Default Credentials. Google Application Default Credentials are Google's best practice for securing your backend app. Because every service, every backend service inside of Google runs as a service account. And application default credentials are able to automatically discover credentials for the service account without actually including those credentials on the machine inside Google's backend cloud. This means that your code is simpler and it's much safer. You don't accidentally leak these credentials. But we're doing local development here. And this laptop, last I checked, wasn't part of Google Cloud. But that's OK, because you can also make these same SDKs work with locally installed credentials as well. And now when we use application default credentials, every Google SDK, including the newly released Firebase Admin SDK, will be able to auto-configure. We'll be able to use development credentials on a development environment, production credentials on a production environment. We won't get them mixed up. We won't leak them accidentally. So let's jump back to our index.js and actually create a trusted Firebase client. We're going to initialize the Firebase admin SDK. And notice that we've set Firebase config.credential to firebase.credential.application default credentials. That's all we had to do. It will automatically discover the service account. Next, we're going to create a query. We're going to try to find all unmoderated messages. So we're going to get a reference to the same chat node where our client apps have uploaded their messages. The next two lines filter our results. They say that we only care about results where the flagged field is not yet set. Now we'll add a child added listener. This is where the magic happens. We're going to notice all new messages where flagged is not set. We're going to use our well-tested utility that decides whether this message should be banned and set that flagged field back to the database. So let's go ahead and run our app because it seems, or backend, because it seems these two have been a bit of a troll. JavaScript is a horrible language. Have you read JavaScript, the good parts? It's kind of a short story. Some people got that. Oh, and as you can see, we've already moderated all of our messages because the child added event handler will backfill with all existing content. So great. Now we've successfully moderated our app. We've made sure that there's no way people can be trolls. Oh, we've gotten ahead of ourselves in our demo. Spoiler. There we go. No one can be trolls. But, of course, I have some clever colleagues who are not only trolls, but clever trolls. And they've found a way around our system. And of course, if we pretend we haven't seen ahead in this demo, nobody could ever find content inside these images, right? We have the power of the cloud behind us. We can also do image analysis to find out if there's any inappropriate content we should ban there as well. So, this is another case for using a backend because, yes, theoretically, we could run image processing on the client, but there's a couple of problems with that. One, the whole reason we're doing this moderation server side is we don't trust these people to moderate their own behavior. Second of all, we want to make sure that they can't tamper with the results. We want to make sure that these change automatically, that if we add, for example, image filtering, everyone is now subjected to image filtering. And third, if we were to do image processing on the local client, it might drain a lot of battery. So by using existing services in the cloud, we can not only get this great feature very easily, but we're kinder to our users. And today we're going to use the Google Cloud Vision APIs. See, Google has taken much of the magic behind Google Photos and made it available to us as developers. So when we go back to our moderator.js, we can add a new dependency on Google Cloud/Vision. This slash here is because the Google Cloud Node SDK is very modular. You can use as much or as little of it as you'd like. You'll also notice the extra parens after the require statement. This is the initialization call. Because we're running on an environment that has application default credentials, we are not providing anything. This will get the app default credentials for its authentication, and it will pick its project based on an environment variable that will always be set in Google Cloud. Now it means we have code that, like I said, will run very well. It can run easily on our development project and a production project. Next, let's add a new utility function. This function will detect banned content inside images. First, we call vision.detectText. This function will return an array with two results. The first is an array of all the text that has been found in the image, and the second is where that content was found. Since we have some fairly simple needs, we'll just take all of that text, smash it together, and then pass it on to the utility we wrote earlier. Now all we need to do is update our final function, shouldFlagNode. So it will detect either a violation in text or in image contents. So let's restart our backend and see if we've successfully blocked these trolls. Boom. So now, all of a sudden, it sets the images flagged. Like we've mentioned before, in a real application, you might remove offensive content. Here, for the sake of a demo, we're just blurring it. So we defeated the trolls twice, but I was a little bit embarrassed when my arrogance was used against me, and Cat found a workaround. So for our next step, we're going to try to add a human touch. I would rather make sure that I am notified whenever they add an offensive message, so I know to come back into the application and start calming down these conversations. So we're going to use Firebase Cloud Messaging for this. In preparation, Cat has added another feature to the browser. We're going to pretend that everyone who uses the web app version is an admin. And we're going to use the newly released Firebase Cloud Messaging API for browsers to get an installation ID where we can receive push notifications. We'll save it to the admin's node in the database. And now we can go to our backend code to send a message to any administrator whenever offensive content is found. So first, let's create a utility function. This function will send a message to all admins. First, we use the database value listener to fetch all registered tokens inside the admin's node. Next, we're going to use the REST API to send our message. Firebase Cloud Messaging doesn't yet have a sender API for JavaScript, only a client API. But the REST API is very simple. The biggest difficulty here is that we have to add a server key. You can get this in the Firebase Cloud Messaging settings in your Firebase console. So go under General, Firebase Cloud Messaging, and you'll find it there. As the name implies, though, this is a server key. You should not give it away to your clients. If you do, they'll be able to send whatever push notification they want to. We've already seen what these two do with a little bit of power. So once we have this, let's go change our child added listener one more time. We're going to check whether or not the message has been flagged. And if it has, we'll send the message. So let's restart our backend one more time. And we'll notice that one of my favorite features about Firebase Cloud Messaging for the browser is that it works even when the browser is gone. So let's go ahead and close this browser window. And we'll let Puff troll us one more time. I'm sure, I know. Puff is a really good sport. Let's give a round of applause for letting me throw them under the bus so many times. We'll save one more round of applause if the demo works. Do you want to add an image or a...
Oh, yeah, let's add an image. That's easier.
Boom. Warning, a message has been flagged.
Yeah. No.
So I really appreciate my colleagues letting me play along and pretend to be the evil users trying to thwart my application. But in not very long, we've added a lot of great features to our application. And what's great is we've been able to do all of this and add a secure backend without managing infrastructure. Because now that we have an app that we like, it's very easy to continue moving on. Can we switch back to slides? Can we switch to slides? So we have an app we like, and this is all it takes to go to production. We add a 2-line app.yaml file. The first line says that we're creating a Node app. The second line says that we are using that we're using App Engine Flex. And then we can use the G-Cloud command line tool, G-Cloud app deploy, and we're done. We have a great backend. And I appreciate you guys giving me some time as a backend developer to help contribute.
Thank you, Thomas. Actually, I think I agree with you. It's definitely possible, apparently, to add good functionality to a Firebase app by writing some backend code. What I really, really was most impressed with is how little infrastructure you had to do. Right? Cat was only essentially writing client-side code, just like we have in the rest of the app. So let's have a look here at what we've done. So we started by wiring up our chat app to the real-time database. And by doing that, we could store and synchronize data between all of the devices in real time, especially when we made sure the wireless was working on one of the machines. That helped a lot. Then we added the ability to sign in with Firebase Authentication and the newly released Firebase UI. And that was great because then we can also make sure that you can only access the database when you are authorized to do so, as some of you may have discovered. Then we added Firebase Storage, and we could share files between our users easily. Then we were done, and we uploaded the file to Firebase Hosting so that everyone in the world can access it over our CDN. And finally, Thomas showed us that by using Firebase Cloud Messaging, we can notify users. In fact, he showed us that by using Google App Engine Flex environments, we can write mostly code that's the same between the client side and the server side. So instead of putting our app server between the user's app and the database, we put the app server behind the database. And that means that Firebase takes care of all the security and scalability issues, while you can focus on writing business functionality, but then on the back end. Those were just 5 of the Firebase features. We have 10 more of them that will help you build more app, grow your user base, make sure that your app is of a high quality, and earn money. All of these APIs are, as you would expect from Firebase, fully client-side, and they're very simple to use. But as you may also expect from Google, they scale. So if your chat app becomes the next Snapchat, Firebase will be there to help you. Okay, it's time to wrap up. We're about to head into a break, I think. Right in this break and afterwards, we all will be in the Ask Firebase Lounge. So if you have any questions or just want to see how we suffered through the wireless network problems, come see us. We love to hear what you built with Firebase or what you think you're going to build. There's nothing that gets us more excited than hearing your great app ideas. Thank you.
What a cool session. Thanks, guys. So there is a break now. We have about a half an hour for coffee and snacks and for asking Firebase questions. And then we're back here in person and, of course, on the live stream at 3:15 local time.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of #AskFirebase. My name is David, and fun fact about me, I have 2 small kids, so I pretty much don't ever sleep. So we had a lot of great questions that came in this week. And if you still have questions that we want answered, just make sure to go onto G+, Twitter, YouTube, Stack Overflow, and just use the #AskFirebase, and we will try to get to them. But let's dive into what we have this week. Hello, Mom? No, Mom, I'm recording. No. So the first question comes in on Twitter from Mian. And Mian asks, what is dynamic links? Can you give me an example? Mian, yes, I can. Think about a regular link. So you go to google.com in your web browser, and that takes you to Google. And the great thing about links is that you can go to specific parts of a web page. Let's say you're building a social media app, and you want to provide a link that maps to a user's profile. Well, you just go to myapp.com/the user's ID, and it takes them right to their profile. But what do apps do? Well, in apps, this is known as a deep link. A deep link can take you to any part of the app rather than just launching up on the home screen. So while deep links are really useful, they can be really difficult to configure cross-platform. And what happens if the user doesn't have your app installed? So dynamic links really fixes this problem. So a dynamic link is a deep link with behavior that you can customize. So if the user clicks on a dynamic link in an iOS app or an Android app, or even a web browser, you can do different things on each platform. And if the user doesn't have your app installed, you can change the behavior for that. So you can take them out to your website, to the Play Store, or even show them an interstitial letting them know how awesome your app is. And then what's great is that if they download your app, all the information that is in this link is still retained when they launch the app. So you can give them a specific first-time experience or send them to the part of the app that they're actually interested in the first place. So this is really great for marketing campaigns and customizing first-time user experience and tracking downloads and all that great stuff. And you can view all these statistics in the Firebase console as well. So if you want to get started, we have great documentation on that, which the links are in the description. That was a really, really good question, Mian. Question time! That's what's up. Ivan asks, what is the scope of a real-time database listener? If the app is closed, will the listener still sync the data? That's a really, really good question, Ivan. Actually, if the app is closed, the real-time database will not synchronize the data. And that's a good thing, because if your app is closed, you shouldn't be synchronizing that data because that data is downloaded over the network, which takes up battery. So if your app is closed, you don't really want to do that, and you're going to save the user some battery. But sometimes you are going to want to be able to refresh the data while the app's in the background. And for that, you can use Firebase Cloud Messaging. Firebase Cloud Messaging allows you to send downstream messages. And this will wake up the app and allow you to do a background refresh. And if you want to see how you can do that, it's available for both iOS and Android. You should check out the link in the description on getting started. Beautiful question, Ivan. I'm a monkey. Is there another question in here? Yeah, there is. So this next question comes from the musical Igera. I think that's what that is. I wanted to know if there's a way to associate Firebase database with Firebase storage when making Firebase storage rules. Mom, so the user wants to know how I map the stuff with Firebase storage together. Okay, so just share the same data structure? Okay, all right, cool, thanks. So this is a really good question because security is a big deal. So the Firebase database and Firebase storage both use references, and references are mapped to URL paths. So if you use the same data structure in the Firebase database as you do in Firebase storage, it makes creating the rules for these really easy. Because the security rules, they map rules at the paths. For instance, let's say you're storing user data in the real-time database, and you're storing their photos in Firebase storage. Well, in the real-time database, you can store data at /users/1, and that's all the data for the user with the UID of 1. And to get their profile photo, all you have to do is go to Firebase storage and store data at /users/1.jpg. And then now the rules for these two are really easy because you're mapping them to the same path. Fantastic question, the musical Igera. Simon simply said that the Firebase database is schemaless.
Simon simply said that the Firebase database is schemaless.
So this next question actually was asked 3 times this week. It's how do I order data in descending order by date from the real-time database? This is a really good question because by default, the real-time database returns everything in ascending order. So to get a good picture of it, let's take a look at this data structure. So this is just a list of items, and we have 2 items, item 1 and item 2. You can see that they have a title and a timestamp. And if I want to get them back by ascending order, then I can do a query ordered by value and just pass through the timestamp. But for descending order, I can do a little trick. And what I can do, instead of having a timestamp field, I can also have a negative timestamp field that is just the timestamp, but as a negative value. So now when I do an order by child of the negative timestamp, it returns everything in descending order. So good question to all three of you. Marco, Chris, and to you on Stack Overflow, Super Silex. Mom, I'm not done yet. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah, no, I'm gonna pick it up. It's cool. All right. And another question. So this next question comes from Raphael, and Raphael wants to know how to use Firebase storage in Angular Fire 2. Hey, Mishko, I got a question on Angular Fire 2. Stop calling you? Okay, that's what you said last time. Oh, you meant it. Okay, all right. So right now, Angular Fire 2 doesn't have support for Firebase storage, and we are working on it. But what's great about Angular 2 is that you don't have to use Angular Fire 2 for everything. You can actually just use the regular JavaScript SDK. So let's take a look at this component right here. In this component, all we have to do in the constructor is create a storage reference out to our file, and then just call the get download URL method. And this method returns to us a promise with the string URL. And then from here, we can store this as a property to our component. And then in our template, we can just bind to this image tag right here to the source, and it will display our image from Firebase storage. So the great thing about Angular 2 is that you can use the regular Firebase JS library and it'll work just fine. So great question, Raphael. I'm a question answering machine. So this next question comes from Gustavo on Twitter. Could you tell us some great companies that use Firebase? Well, yes, Gustavo, I would love to. So Piccollage is a photo collage app that has more than 120 million downloads, and they use Firebase. Also, there's Fabulous, which is a great habit-breaking app, which you should totally go and download. Shazam uses Firebase, and like, seriously, who doesn't know Shazam? And Skyscanner is also one of the best travel searching apps out there, and they use Firebase. And NPR uses Firebase in their NPR One app. And if you want to see more companies that use Firebase, go to our website at firebase.google.com/customers, and we have a whole list of them there. So great question, Gustavo. So this next question comes from Ian. And Ian asks, David, are you going to start using a helmet when you skateboard? And yeah, I probably should. So this last question comes from Francesco on Twitter. And Francesco asks, how can I log in with a custom token using the Firebase Node.js SDK? So Francesco, if you want to get started with Node.js and Firebase, obviously you're going to need your own server because, it's the Node.js SDK. But once you have that, it's a pretty simple process. After you've installed the Node SDK, there's a method called create custom token, and this takes in a UID. And this UID is whatever your user's UID is. So if you're coming from your own auth system or your own backend system, you populate this with their unique identifier. And there's also an optional second parameter to this method, which is additional claims. And these claims are properties that you can actually use in the Firebase security rules. So this is really powerful for when you're securing your data in the real-time database. And this will spit out to you a token that you're going to send down to the client. And then once you're on the client, all you have to do is call the method, sign in with custom token with that token, and your user is logged in. So Francesco, all you have to do is call create custom token, pass in any additional claims, take that token, send it to the client, and log in. Fantastic question. So that's all the questions this time. Thank you all so much for sending them in. And remember, you can keep sending them in. Use the hashtag AskFirebase. It's been amazing to see these questions that just benefit the community and everyone around them. I mean, I honestly have looked at some of the questions and I'm like, how would you do that? And so I've learned a lot too. So thank you, everyone. If you found this video helpful, make sure to subscribe to the channel. And I'm going to get back to doing what's important. Capturing my Pokemon. We'll see you guys next time. Oh my God, is that a Charizard? Welcome back to another week of hashtag AskFirebase. I'm David, and this week I'm ready to fire up some questions. Whew. It's actually got fire in the can. So this week we got a lot of great questions, and if you want your question answered, make sure to send it in using the hashtag AskFirebase. So let's dive into what's in store this week. Do I smell smoke? No, wait, it's a question. So our first question comes from YouTube by Nick. And Nick asked, when will it be possible to set the notification payload properties in the console? You can do it today. All you have to do is go to the Firebase console at console.firebase.google.com, and then once you click on the notifications tab, create a new message, and then scroll down to the bottom, and you'll see an advanced options tab, and that will open up, and from there you can see a custom data section, and this is where you can set your payload properties. So Nick, all you have to know to set these payload properties, you just go to the console, and it's in advanced options. Great question, Nick. All the smoke. So smoky. Time for another question. Chris asks, would there be a noticeable performance hit if I was to call firebase.database multiple times rather than storing it in a variable? And that's a really good question, Chris. You don't really have to worry about it because firebase.database returns a singleton. If you don't know what a singleton is, it's just a fancy way of saying it's the same object every time you call that function. So you can store it in a variable, or you can just call firebase.database. Not something you have to worry about. You can just go build your app and be happy. Firebase, now in a can. So our next question was actually asked multiple times. So on Twitter, Francisco asked this, and on YouTube, Anderson asked this. Can you do a tutorial on best practices on how to organize and structure your data so you can do complex queries, especially if you're coming from a SQL background? Well, we actually have some content in the pipeline that's going to show you some equivalent SQL queries to Firebase calls. But if you're eager to learn today, we have an earlier blog post that talks about just doing that. So it has some SQL queries and it has the Firebase function calls and compares them together. So if you want to see that, the link for that is in the description. So great question to you, Francisco and Anderson. So this next question comes from Mousum on Twitter. Mousum asks, I have two different environments, QA and prod. Do I need two different user logins for the real-time database for each environment? So Mousum, imagine if one of your environments was fire. So you would just go and okay, well, maybe another analogy. So the main problem with this is that you have a lot of QA data or development data, and you actually have your production app. And a lot of times you don't want to pollute the two. So you want to keep all that information nicely isolated. And the way you do that is through your build process. So it doesn't matter what platform you're on, whether it's web, Android, or iOS, it all comes down to your build process. So the first step you need to do is go to the Firebase console. And if you're on Android or iOS, you have to make a new app inside of the console. So one will be your QA app and one will be your production app. And then from there in your build process, you create a specific build that will target that QA app and a specific build that will target the production app. So if you're on web, you don't need to create an app, but you just need to provide a different hash map of your config values, which is really easy to swap in and out. And then on Android, you just create different build flavors. So you have a build flavor for your development or QA app that has a different Google Services JSON file. And then on iOS, rather than having a build flavor, you just use a different target that will specify a different plist. So a plist for the QA or a dev environment and a plist for the production environment. All you have to know is if you're going to have two different environments, you're going to need to use the two different builds to set up each environment. So let's cook up another question. Tim on Twitter asks, is there a way to authenticate with other OAuth 2 providers outside of Facebook, Google, Twitter, and GitHub using Firebase authentication? Well, Tim, anything that is not supported out of the box, like the ones you specified, you can use our custom authentication. So custom authentication requires you to run your own server, but we provide you with server SDKs that allow you to create a token based upon a UID and some claims that you create to mint this token. So if you want to authenticate with your own backend or any OAuth 2 provider, you can do that with these server SDKs. And if you want to see an example of that, you should check out last week's Ask Firebase, where we actually talk about that in one of the questions. And if you want to get started, check out our documentation, which is in the links. Great question, Tim. Do we have another question? Yeah, we do. Bavir on Twitter asks, how can I enable only certain nodes in the Firebase database for offline support? The way that offline support works with the Firebase database is that you call set persistence enabled, and then everything just works. Now, there is a cache size that is set to 10 megabytes, which sounds low, but that's a ton of JSON data. As your data starts to grow beyond this 10 megabyte threshold, we take less used data from the cache and just evict it. So if you're not really using it, we're gonna evict it and keep the cache size at a good level. But sometimes you wanna make sure that a node is always synced. So even if you're hitting up against that cache size, you don't want it to be evicted. And for those purposes, you can use the keep synced method. So keep synced is available on a reference. So you create a reference and call keep synced, and it will always be in the cache. So Bevere, all you have to know is just call set persistence enabled. And if you really want to make sure that data is always in the cache, call keep synced. So great question. I need my life with coffee. So this last question comes from Dominic on Twitter. And Dominic asks, in my security roles, everyone should be able to read the data, but only admin users should be able to write. So how do I do that? What you need to do is create a whitelist of admins in the database. So that could just be a node for /admins, and then each one of the admins is contained within that list. And at that point, when you're writing your security rules, you can say everyone can read, but for that write clause, you say anyone who wants to write has to belong in that admin list. And in one of our previous Firecasts, we actually covered just this. So you should go and check that out. The link is in the description. So that's all the questions for this week. Thank you all so much for sending them in. And if you want to see your question answered, make sure to go on Twitter, YouTube, Stack Overflow, wherever really, and just ask a question with the hashtag Ask Firebase. So, like I said, that's all for this week, but tune in next week where we're actually going to be answering live questions from AndDevCon. And right now, I really need some coffee. Is that a chicken? It's a chicken. I know it's a chicken. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats and silence all personal electronic devices. Thank you.
Welcome back. Are you having a good time? You having a good time? Yeah. So growth is a topic of its own. You want to acquire users to your app, you get one user, and then you get another user, you have 2 users. You want to earn money in your app, you get $1, get another dollar, you have $2. So I've always wondered, what is this thing they say about the whole is greater than the sum of the parts? Because I sure haven't seen it. Until now, when we put Lawrence together with Francesco to do a growth hacking session here at the Firebase Dev Summit. Welcome, Francesco and Lawrence.
So which one of us is the whole and which one of us is the part?
I'm the part.
Okay.
Welcome to growth hacking. Wie geht's? Good? Great. So today you heard that talk a lot about how Firebase guides you through the steps of building an app, test it, make sure it's solid, grow your user base, and make some money. So in this session, we will focus on those products in Firebase that'll help you acquire new users and keep them engaged so they keep coming back into your app and ask for more. So I'm here with Lawrence.
I'm Lawrence. I'm a developer advocate on the Firebase platform, and I'm your demo monkey for the day.
And I'm Francesco, one of the engineering leads in Firebase. And I believe you have quite a few live demos, so what can go wrong?
Yep, just making sure they're going to work.
Let's
Keeping
get
them warmed
started.
up. So growth hacking, and it's a term that you've probably heard, and one of those terms that you could ask 100 people what growth hacking means, and you get 100 different answers. So we decided to be very academic about it and do lots of really deep research and come up with the most authoritative source that we could find.
Wikipedia. Right?
Wikipedia. And Wikipedia defines growth hacking as this. It's a process of rapid experimentation across different marketing channels and product development to identify the most effective and efficient ways to grow a business. So with that in mind, we took a look at growth hacking, and what did we get?
So it boiled down to the fact that we think growth hacking is three main areas. One is experimentation. We believe it's very important to be able to react to what users like and don't like, and this is key to acquiring users and to retain them.
And then the next one is like building your user base, and there's 2 ways that you build a user base. One is directly. Of course, that's marketing directly to your users through social media, through advertising, and all those kind of things. But perhaps more importantly is indirectly, where your users become advocates on your behalf. And then, sorry.
Let's start. Let's start with experimentation. So I don't know you guys, but when I see Lawrence coding, building apps, it doesn't really quite get them right the first time. So one thing you can do is build an app, publish it in some app store or Play Store, and then your users download it, give some feedback, and then you can go back, update your app, create a new version, update it to the store, and maybe some of the users update it, and back and forth. This has a lot of churn, and you might lose users along the way. So a good way to do this, a better way to do this would be to be able to change variables on the fly from a cloud console. And so we built this product called Remote Config that lets you do that. So when you code your app, you can set some variables that will lock and unlock certain code paths. And then you can change the values of these variables and apply to different sets of users in parallel. And you can apply this through things we call conditions. So for example, based on language or country or operating system version. But we also hooked it with analytics, so you can select by user behavior. So a classic example I use for remote config is if your app has some purchase, let's say your users buy something, you want to experiment what gives you better conversion rate. Right? So you have a button that says buy, and maybe you want to try it with get or try, and you want different colors. And once you get the right formula, so you get the best conversion, now you can apply user behavior and say, well, I want to give some discount to those users that ever bought something in my app, maybe in the past 2 months. And I want to do like 20%, try to lure them in. But for those that bought a week ago, I still want to give some discount, but maybe not as much, so you can say 10% for those ones. But I'm blabbering, talking a lot. Let's see a good demo.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that's really useful with remote config is the fact that you can decouple your application from some of the variables that I use to host it. So I'm just going to give a brief demo of an application that I've been writing, and it's a game. And this game is one that's location-based, so it's like a party game where you can set up any 3 locations in the world, and your users then, you sign a code to those 3 locations, and then if you give that code to your friends and they've downloaded the game, then they'll be guided through this story where they're interacting with this character, and this character is lost, and she's trapped in a parallel dimension, and you got to go to all these locations and play games in augmented reality to rescue her. So I walked around Berlin yesterday, and I picked a few locations in Berlin, and so I'm entering the game code Berlin, and I'm starting the game. And we'll see now that the game... Do we have sound?
Is there anybody out there? Hello?
Do we have sound from the tablet? Ooh.
Now we have sound.
So now we have sound. So she was just saying, hello, hello, is there anybody out there? And there's a button saying, I'm here. So if I do that, then the character will start talking to us. And we still can't hear her.
Can you please help me?
Can you hear that?
Audio jack.
I don't know what I missed, but it must have been good. So can I try it again?
There was an accident.
Still no sound.
Which is literally right next door to yours. Parts of my dimension are leaking into yours, and if you can get to their location, I can fix it.
Yeah.
Get myself home.
So while he's working on that, I'll just explain what was going on. So the character, you'll hear it in a moment, is like when I first wrote the game, I wrote it for the US market, and this character was speaking in English. And so one of the most popular markets for this type of game is in the Far East, in Asia, and in Korea. And I tested this game in the Korean market, and one of the things that, from the point of view of A/B testing, that remote config was able to help me with was that if I set a variable on the server side that says this is the language that the character is going to speak, instead of me shipping multiple characters with multiple languages, I can decouple it all from my application, and I can use remote config to, say, do an A/B test by setting up, say, 50% of users in Korea will hear it in English, and 50% of users in Korea will hear it in Korean. So let me see if it's working now so we can hear it. So waiting for it to focus.
Is it?
You've knocked me. There we go. So if I use, and I start again. Oops. And drum roll. Still no sound. Never mind. Never mind. I'll just skip. If we can go to the laptop. I'm going to hold my microphone up against it. So if we can go to the laptop instead of the tablet. So here you can see I have my Firebase console open. And I've set up this analytic that says, hey, if you're in Korea, make the language Korean. For everybody else, make the language like USA, so should be speaking in English. But in remote config, I have things such as conditions. So for example, here, for the random condition, I could say that, if the user's in a random percentile less than 50%, then I can change the value to a different amount. But just for the purposes of demos, I'm just going to override it now. And I'm going to say the default value would be Korean. I'm going to update that, and then I'm going to publish the changes. And these changes, as it says, are going to be immediately available to all my apps and users. So once I publish that, if I relaunch the game, and if audio is working, if we can switch back to the tablet, please. And let's see if audio is working. I'm going to pick the game to be in Berlin. Whoops. And say OK. And the app has crashed. The demo gods are not with me today. So, this is why live demos are always fun. Tell you what, come see me afterwards. I'll do a demo of that for you. So just we're running. Oh, let me try it one more time. Now that it's back, pick my game, Berlin, and go. And here we go, and let's see if we can hear her. There is no audio. He's working under my feet as we speak. What I'm going to do is I'm going to unplug it. Don't worry about the audio, and I'm going to hold it up here, and we'll skip. Come see me afterwards if you want to see this. This worked beautifully in rehearsal, but it's not working today. But the whole idea of remote config is by using a server-side variable, and that server-side variable can be driven by analytics. I can change the behavior of my application without shipping a new version of the application. In this case, had it been working, you would be able to see the character switching languages between English and Korean. Maybe it's a good thing because I don't know what she's saying in Korean, and she might be saying something I don't want you guys to hear. So next up, that was experimentation, and the next thing is talking about building a user base with Firebase. So there's a number of different ways that you can build a user base with Firebase. As I mentioned before, there's direct and there's indirect. Now, an indirect way of doing it is by having your users become advocates on your behalf. Now, one of the things for me is that I have this awesome 15-year-old son who spends way too much time in the Play Store looking at games, exploring games, downloading them, installing them, seeing if they're any good. And if they are, he shares them with me. If they're not, he just deletes them right away. Now, not everybody is fortunate enough to have an awesome 15-year-old son like I do. And as a result, it's like, how are you going to discover games? You're probably going to discover it through word of mouth, through friends, and those kind of things as well. Now, if you're a developer, if you were able to drop in app invites into your application, what would happen is if my son downloads your game and starts playing with it, instead of him calling me up and describing the game and telling me the name and where I could find it in the App Store and all those kind of things, he'll just send me a link in email or SMS, and I can install the game directly off of that. But more than that, it's also really, really intelligent. So because the Play Store knows that I install games that he shares with me, what would happen is if he was trying to share a game with me, I would be right at the top of his list. So it's a very smart list that's generated for you. There's a lot of AI goes into this. So instead of it being like an alphabetic list of your contacts, I would be at the very top of his list, and his mom, who says he spends way too much time playing games, would be right at the bottom of the list. So this is how App Invites works. It's a widget that you can drop into your app, very simple to use, and very powerful so that your users can advocate your app on your behalf. And it's built on a technology called dynamic links. And dynamic links are really interesting in that they're a lot more than just a URL. They're a URL that can maintain the context of a session, throughout that entire session. Now that probably sounds a little bit complex, so I like to illustrate it with a scenario. And the scenario is like, I really like to eat, as it probably shows, and I'm a terrible, terrible, terrible cook. I've poisoned myself cooking, so it's not a good thing when I cook. But I like to eat, and I discover recipes, and I'm fortunate enough to have a wife who's a fabulous cook. Now, have many of you have had a scenario such as this one, where you're looking at something in an app, like in my case, a recipe, and like I call my wife and say, hey, Rebecca, you know that recipe for lasagna? Yeah, it's in the recipe app. Yeah, the one written by Francesco? Yeah, the one with like the weird surfer dude on the icon? So that's the one. Yeah, yep. What do you mean there's 500 of those in the Play Store? No, the one with Francesco's one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, can you download it? And then I wait like 10 minutes until it downloads. And then 10 minutes later, what was the recipe again? I can't remember. How many of you have had that? That happens all the time to me, those kind of things. But if Francesco, in building his recipe app, had put dynamic links into it, then from this lasagna recipe, I could just touch on it to share it. My wife, Rebecca, would get a link to the app in the store, and then she would download it from the store and launch it directly into the lasagna recipe that I wanted to share, that I wanted her to know about. And my wife is a really, really smart woman, and even she has trouble with these kind of things. Right? So that's dynamic links. And then finally, if you want to reach your users directly, we have AdWords. And the idea behind AdWords in Firebase is that AdWords give you the concept of having an intelligent spend so that you can set your budget for how much you want to advertise your app to end users. And it also has the intelligence to advertise your app to the relevant end users. So if you're building, for example, an app for like baby care and things about babies, your app isn't going to have baby diapers advertised to people who are consuming sports or consuming games, those kind of things. You can set up campaigns, you can set up that intelligent spend, and you can have the relevant content served to users who are very likely to install your app, spread across all of Google properties such as YouTube, Google Play, Search, and other apps like that. So those are some of the technologies in Firebase for growing your user base. And Francesco, can you tell us about those for engaging your user base?
Sure. So now that we have a big user base, We want to make sure that users keep on using our apps. Right? There are stats that shows that around 23-25% of users just use the app only once and then abandon it. So we have a few tools that help you with that. The first one is app indexing, which indexes the applications on your device. So if you open the Google search app on your phone and you look, in that example, the recipe app, then it's going to show up in the results. So if you forgot that you had it because you never use it, the time you need it, then it show up again, and then you become a user again.
I mean, how many of you have built an app and you've done the marketing campaign behind it, and you've gotten tons of installs of your app, and then those installs drop off after week 2 or 3, and you look at activity in your app, and even after a few weeks, it's dropped off, and hardly anybody's using your app. It's dropped into their app drawer and forgotten about.
Right. And a very powerful tool to get users back into your app is obviously notifications. Notifications it's quite intrusive. It's that thing that makes all of us pick the phones out of the pocket and check if there's something actually important. So it shouldn't be abused. And users tend to silence notifications or uninstall the app if they get a little feeling they're getting spammy. So we built this tool in Firebase, which is a console UI that helps you target the right users at the right moment with your notifications. You can compose messages and select time when to send it, even schedule in the future, and select the time zone of the device. And then you can target your users based on all those things that we talked before with remote config. So for example, operating system type, language version, and of course, analytics. So you can still target those users that made an in-app purchase in the past 2 months, but maybe not in the last week. And also, we tied it with analytics, so you have a funnel analysis, so you can see what happens to your campaign in real time. You can see how many messages have been sent so far, how many have been received by the users, and how many have been acted upon. So that's your goal, and you can see how successful has been your campaign so far. With notification, we focused on the power of this tool, but also making it really, really simple. Is that simple to code notifications?
It's really simple to code notifications, and I can step through it. So here's a quick look at it, what you'd have to do in iOS. It's a ton of work, as you can see. But Todd and Johnny are going to be talking about notifications and cloud messaging in iOS in the next session. So I'm going to just skip over to Android. And I don't know about you, I remember always hearing that the best developers are the ones who write the least code. So I took that to heart and tried to write as little code as possible. And so if I want to build an application that has notifications in it, this is how much code I need to write. It's a lot, right? But thankfully, they don't pay us by lines of code that we actually write. So all you have to do in an Android application in your build.gradle file is just compile in the Firebase messaging library, and it's as simple as that. So let me show you what that looks like in action, if we can switch to the tablet.
Does it need sound, this demo?
No, this one doesn't need sound, thankfully. The sound demo's done. So I used to do a thing that if my demos failed and I was in another country, I would sing a song from that country, but I didn't learn a German song, so no, sorry, I can't do it. But if this application looks familiar, this is what happens if you go to Android Studio and you just say File New and give me a single activity application. That's it. That's all that I've done here, and I've added that one line of code that we spoke about. So I'm going to just take this application, put it in the background, and switch over to my laptop. And on my laptop now, I'm in the Firebase Notifications console, and I'm going to send a message. So I just click on that button to send a message, and I'm going to pick the entire user population of this app. I could use analytics to filter them, but given that the entire user population of this app is 1, and that's me, I'm just going to pick all of them. And then I'm going to enter a message. And I've given this demo before, and people thought, nah, that can't work because you've probably faked something. You've probably predefined the message. So I'm going to ask the audience, if you guys give me a message to send, but we need to put a bit of structure on it, because I don't want people just shouting out stuff at random. So I say, hey, we're in Germany, and apparently Germany, you guys are really good at football, right? You're number 2 in the world behind Ireland, is that correct? So let's pick a football, the Champions League is going on. Give me a team that's going to win the Champions League. Dortmund. I heard Dortmund. Thank goodness. I was worried somebody would say Borussia Mönchengladbach, and there's no way I'm typing that. So I'm going to type Dortmund for the win, something like that. And then I'm going to scroll down and click Send Message. And if we can switch back to the tablet. So here you can see my tablet, and look carefully in the upper left-hand corner. If I just move this over a bit, I'm going to click Send, and you should see a notification appearing, and there it is. The notification has appeared. My app was in the background, and if I swipe down, you should see it says Dortmund for the win. It's kind of hard to see on this screen. If I move it up a little bit, you might see it when the autofocus kicks in. No, trust me, it says Dortmund for the win. And when I touch that, my application will relaunch. Right, so it's a really simple application that I built. I wrote no code whatsoever. I just linked that one line in from the Firebase messaging library, and then when I send from the notifications console, I actually get it rendering in my application, and it allows me to re-engage my application. So if we can switch to the slides for a second. So that was a really simple one. My app was in the background. It allows me to re-engage with my users by sending them a notification. So when they touch on the notification, the app gets relaunched. But that's a little bit primitive, and you might want to do a little bit more intelligent with it. You want the app maybe to be running in the foreground so that you don't have to have it in the background. Or you might want to be able to do something with the notification. So for example, metadata that's in that notification that when you touch on it, it will drive the behavior of your application itself. So how to do that in Android is very simple. It's a little bit more code. And so here in your Android manifest, you'd set up an intent filter that catches a messaging event from Firebase. And that intent filter is going to drive an activity. And within that activity, I have a Firebase a messaging service that extends the Firebase messaging service. And this catches an on-message received event. And from that, I can pull out the metadata and then launch an activity, passing that metadata to it so that I can see it in action. So let's see what this looks like and see how this actually runs. This is what it would look like in iOS, but again, Todd and Johnny are going to cover that. So here's the same application. Okay, if the eagle-eyed amongst you might have noticed that the original one was Firebase Notification 1. This is Firebase Notification 2. All I've done was add the code that you saw on the slides. And so if I am going to send a message to this one, so, okay, Dortmund are going to win the Champions League. Who are they going to beat in the final? Wow.
Bayern Munich.
You might get booed. I thought somebody was going to say Borussia Mönchengladbach just to get me to type it, but I'll type Bayern Munich then in second place. And then I will just send this notification. I'm just using the same console that we were using earlier on, but I'm targeting this application and I'm sending it. And when I send it now, you'll see the notification will appear. But now if we can switch back to the tablet, please. But now the notification has actually driven me to launch a new activity where the data that I had just sent, that notification content that I'd sent Bayern Munich in second place, launches this activity, and you can see I just render it in a text field there. And we can actually see the notification here. It's hard to see on this camera, but it's the same thing, and this data is actually appearing within the application itself. If we can switch back to the slides, please.
I would say this worked.
Note to self, never use Bayern Munich in demos and never use sound in demos. So that's Firebase Notifications and how Firebase Notifications works. You can see it was very little code that I used. And then from the Firebase console, I was able to send those notifications. So I didn't need to build any kind of server or do any kind of coding. It was all stuff that was in the client.
Right, so Firebase Notifications is very useful for your growth hackers. So if you want to do campaigns, it's great. You log into the console and think about the promotions you want to make. But sometimes you really want to hook your business logic in your application servers to be able to send messages to your application. So for example, if you're building, let's say, a social platform and it's posting something and I'm commenting on this post, well, we want to deliver notifications to his device that somebody wrote a comment. And so in your logic, you can just hook it and send and use the REST APIs of cloud messaging. Firebase Notification is built on top of cloud messaging, which is a very popular service. We service over a couple trillion messages every week. And he has a bunch of really cool APIs, including topics. So now your users can subscribe to topics that they're interested into. So for example, if you have a music app and they care about Tyrolean music, so they subscribe to DJ Ötzi. If there is a new album, they get notified and they can buy it. Cloud messaging delivers to Android, iOS, and recently we hooked it with web push. So now we deliver also to Firefox, Chrome, and Opera, and soon other browsers that are joining the web push community. So I believe we had some partners that just wrote the implementation of Firebase Cloud Messaging on a JavaScript SDK, and they all state how much more engagement they got through this product. I believe you have a final
Yep,
demo.
yeah, one more demo. No sound in this demo either, thankfully. So if we can switch back to my laptop, we can see it here. So for Firebase Cloud Messaging, as Francesco was talking about, and as you saw in that architecture diagram, you get a whole lot more flexibility. You get things like being able to send to groups of devices, or being able to send to individual devices, or being able to send to topics. But to be able to build this, you need like a little app server that you build yourself. And this app server can collect the FCM registration IDs of your devices, and then it will post to FCM on your behalf, and you just say, hey, FCM, send this message to this device, or to this group of devices, or to this topic, and it will do it for you. So I've built a simple app server that you can see this is actually running on a public URL. So the brave among you, if you want to go to that URL, you'll see this page right now. And you can type in a message there and send it. There's one device registered to it. So that big string that you see underneath is the ID of this device here. And so if you have any questions for us about FCM, or any questions for us about growth hacking and the stuff that was in this session, you can type them in there, and an FCM will actually send it to my phone, and it will appear on my watch. And I mean, I can give an example of that now. So I'll say, hello, room. Sorry about the broken demos. And if I send that, oh, my watch, somebody just said, hi. Hi. Maybe I said it too soon. Another hi. Oh, I'm getting tons of them. So, and if I click send on that now and I show my watch, oh, no, I'm not showing that one. No, not that one either. I was brave enough to do it, so I'll send mine, and it will say, oh, I can show it on, if we can go to the, you can see on my watch, and I'm receiving, somebody just said, hey. And somebody said responsive design, and somebody said and somebody said nope. So I'm going to start taking my watch away in case anything comes up. So, that's how easy it is to build. My watch is vibrating like crazy. My battery is going to be dead by the time I leave the stage. And but that's how easy it is in FCM. Here's a very simple PHP application that I've built. If you guys want to see how it was built, come see me. I can share some of the source of that with you. But all it does is it's collecting those registration IDs. My watch is still vibrating. It's collecting those registration IDs, storing them into a MySQL database, and rendering that page. So then when in the app, when I run my app, I have to take my watch off. When I run my app, it's really distracting. When I run my app, I then I get a registration ID from FCM, I post it up to that server, I generate that page, and then there was a text box on that page, and whenever you guys are typing in that text box, FCM is then dispatching it to my phone, and because my watch is paired with my phone, I'm able to get all these messages. And this is going insane. Okay, the last one said Firebase is awesome, so I think we'll keep that one.
Great.
So that's how FCM works. It's, it might sound a little daunting at first when we say, hey, you got to build an app server or something on those lines, but it's actually very, very simple. It's up to you how complex you make your app server, what kind of logic you put on it for filtering your users. In this case, this was a very simple one that I built, but very easy to do. It's just getting IDs and then calling. I'm curling with PHP to the FCM server to get it to dispatch the messages. And you can see messages are coming in like crazy. And I think our 2 trillion a week is now going to become 3 trillion a week, if this watch is any indication. So that's how cloud messaging will work. Very, very simple, very easy to set up.
Great. So you've seen a lot of things in this session, mainly 3 main areas for growth hacking. First, experimentation, and you can use remote config to do that. Then acquire new users, and you have dynamic links, invites, and AdWords, and then how to keep your users engaged and coming back to your app with notifications, messaging, and app indexing. So I hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you.
Thank you. So coming up next. So as we mentioned in the session, we were talking a lot about cloud messaging, and coming up next, we got 2 diamonds from Google. There's Johnny Diamond, and there's the diamond that is Todd Kerpelman. And these guys are going to talk about iOS and using iOS, building Firebase in iOS, and they got some great stuff on cloud messaging, so be sure to stay around and listen. Thank you.
There's a lot on cloud messaging.
Sound in your demo.
No sound in our demos. No demos, really. We're just talking.
Whatever. It's like 2 seconds.
Should we wait a minute or 2 for the room to transition? A few people are wandering in. We'll wait 30 seconds. How about that? We'll wait 30 seconds. Except I don't have a watch, so I don't know how long 30 seconds is going to be. We're ready? All right, we're going to start. There we go. All right, we're ready. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. We're here to talk about Firebase. Well, we're all here to talk about Firebase, but more specifically, Johnny and I are here to talk to you about Firebase on iOS. Because at Firebase, we take cross-platform development very seriously, and we know that as a mobile library, it can't be useful to you unless it's available on all the platforms you're developing for. And for most of you native mobile developers, that means Android and iOS. Fun fact, if I give this talk in Spanish, it kind of looks like I'm just excited about operating systems in general. So that's my one internationalization joke for the day. And so that's why out of all the features that are available on Firebase, these are the ones that are available on iOS. And you can see that it's nearly all of them. Now, unfortunately, we can't drill into all of these features in 30 minutes. We just don't have enough time for that. So we're going to focus on the three that I probably see the most questions about on Stack Overflow. Firebase Cloud Messaging, Firebase Dynamic Links, and then how you can, Johnny will cover how you can make using the Firebase database easier and more cool to work with using a new open source library that we've been working on called Firebase UI. But with that, we're going to start with our first topic, which is Firebase Cloud Messaging. So the deal with Firebase Cloud Messaging, or FCM as I will probably call it throughout the presentation, is you can use it to communicate both with Android devices and also route notifications through APNS to talk to iOS devices, which leads to one important question, which is, why would you want to do this? That's a good question. Partly because there's only one code path, right? You no longer have to worry about kind of keeping track of what types of devices your users have, and if you're trying to talk to your iOS devices, send through this code path, and otherwise send through this type of notification. You really just don't have to worry about that. You can just kind of send one type of notification through FCM, and you're done, which is nice. It lets you take advantage of features like topics. These are essentially ad hoc groups that your clients can subscribe to, so you can send messages just to those devices that are interested in these particular subjects. Again, you can do this without your needing to keep track of all this stuff on a database that you have to maintain somewhere. We take care of that work for you. It also means you can send notifications through the Firebase Notifications panel, which is a nice way for the non-technical members of your team to send messages through FCM. But also lets you hook into some other neat features of Firebase notifications, like being able to send messages to audiences, which are these groups that you define using Firebase Analytics. You can also identify desired conversion events. So you can basically see how effective these notifications are in driving the conversions that you want to see out of them, which you get in sort of these nice little reports like this. You can see out of the notifications you spent, how many were opened, how many led to a conversion event, which hopefully lets you tweak your notifications to create some better outcomes. Of course, you don't need to use the notifications UI to talk to FCM. Your server can also talk directly to FCM if you want to. The choice is completely up to you. So with that in mind, let's go over how FCM talks to APNS and to your iOS device, because that's the key to understanding some issues that you might run into. As you probably know, two things are needed for any service to communicate with APNS, the Apple Push Notification Service. First, you need a certificate to talk to the APNS server. And I know these days there's also an auth key, but I'm not going to get into that because their certificate is what FCM uses. You also need to identify the device you're talking to using something that's generally known as the APNS device token. It's essentially kind of a unique ID of that device for your app. And this is something that's typically requested from APNS by your device and then sent down to your server. So one of the first things you're going to do when you set up Firebase Cloud Messaging is upload your APNS cert to Firebase Cloud Messaging, which then allows it to talk to APNS. And then when your app starts up, it's going to request a device token from APNS like normal. It will then send that down to Firebase Cloud Messaging, and it will ask for a Firebase Cloud Messaging device token in exchange, which it will get back. At this point, you're basically ready to make a request to send off a notification through FCM, through APNS. And basically, you're going to need two things to do this on your server. First will be the API key, which allows your server to talk to FCM. And you'll get this from the Firebase console. And then, assuming you want to talk to individual devices, you're also going to need that device token, which you're going to somehow get from your client. So these two pieces of information are then packaged off into a notification that gets sent off to Firebase Cloud Messaging. Firebase Cloud Messaging says, OK, I see what device this is because I see the FCM token. But hey, it looks like this device also has an APNS token. Maybe it's an iOS device. And so it basically knows at this point it needs to route these messages through APNS. And so what Firebase will do is it will create a brand new APNS notification using the certificate and the APNS token that it has on its side. This notification then goes through APNS, which then finally notifies our iOS device. And we're happy. Yay. So I know this is a lot to process, but basically 2 things you should need to know. First is that most of this is invisible to you as the developer. It kind of happens behind the scenes, and you generally don't need to worry about it, unless I guess something goes wrong. But the other point that I want you to take away is that by the time we get to this part here in the process, this basically just looks like a regular old APNS notification, right? As far as your device is concerned, this is like any other notification it's received from Apple. So let's stop and think about the work that our device had to do during that process. First, we had to ask APNS for a device token. We then had to send that token off to Firebase Cloud Messaging, and then we had to receive back and store our own Firebase Cloud Messaging device token. Now, lucky for you, you don't really need to do any extra work to take care of this. You basically just call register for remote notifications like you would normally. Basically, we take care of this work by employing some method swizzling to take care of a lot of this work for you. So in our swizzled application did register for remote notifications with device token method, sorry, transcriber person, we receive our APNS token, send that off to FCM in exchange for the FCM device token. And by the way, I've been lying to you a little bit. This is actually known as an instance ID token. And if you look in our documentation or in like the Xcode output, you'll see it referenced that way. But you can basically think of it as an FCM device token because that's basically what it is. One important note, by the way, is we don't swizzle the any kind of method where we ask the user for any kind of notification permissions, right? Like that's the work that you as an app developer are going to want to do at a very specific point in your app when your user has indicated, yes, I will click accept when you bring up that permissions box. So we don't do this automatically. You still have to do this as an app developer. So let's talk debugging. As you can see, there are a lot of systems that talk to each other, right? Your server or Firebase Notifications talks to FCM, which then talks to APNS, which then talks to your device. And really on the device, you've got iOS talking to your app. And these are a lot of places where things can go wrong. And generally speaking, if any part of this chain is broken, it manifests itself as a kind of mysterious, I sent him a notification, and then nothing happened to my device kind of error, which are sort of the most frustrating to debug. So when this happens, I see a whole bunch of people nodding, yeah. The best thing to do is basically start breaking this down piece by piece, kind of work backwards in the chain. So start by focusing on this part here, where your app maybe just hasn't quite gotten permission from iOS to display notifications. So the best way to figure out what's going on here is re-implement those swizzled methods you didn't have to implement. So it's not necessary to implement them, but for debugging purposes, I like to put this in so I can do some printf debugging. So for instance, in did register for remote notifications, go ahead and print out a readable version of your device token, partly because you'll need this in a later step, but you can also make sure this looks like a device token and isn't nil or something. You can also make sure that your app is actually prepared to show alerts or sounds at this point. This might be a good place to double check and make sure that, yes, I really have permission to display a notification. And in your application did fail to register method, go ahead and print out that error, because that might give you a pretty good clue. So most of the errors that you'll catch at this point are the kind of, I'm really embarrassed that I got this error sort of variety. So it's things like forgetting to call register for remote notifications, not calling request authorization if you're expecting a visible notification, not testing on a real device, or forgetting to enable notifications in your entitlements in your Xcode project. I know sort of very obvious simple errors, but without adding all those sort of error messages into your console, it can be easy to overlook one or two of these. I may have done this at some point. But assuming all that's OK, then focus on this next part here, which is having APNS talk to your app. Now, just because you're using Firebase Cloud Messaging doesn't mean you can't also talk directly to APNS. You can still do that. That's fine. All you need is the certificate and the APNS device token, which you already have. So there's a few ways to kind of test out this portion. I know there's some third-party tools out there. Personally, though, I'm a fan of just making a curl call directly from the laptop. It's sort of the cleanest, easiest way. And now that APNS supports HTTP2, it's a little easier to make this call and, I think more importantly, get something useful back in the response. So for this to work, since HTTP2 is kind of new, you're going to want a version of curl that's 7.4.3 or later and make sure it has support for HTTP2. It doesn't by default, but you can Google it. There's ways to install it, update it. The other thing you're going to need to do is convert your P12 key into a PEM file. And again, don't memorize this. Just Google it, and you'll get this. And then finally, you'll need to grab your device token, the target device you want to talk to, which you can do if you implemented that did register for remote notifications method that I was talking about earlier. So once you have all that information, you can make a curl call like this. Start with sort of a very simple hello world. And within this call, you're going to include a certificate. This is the thing you had to generate earlier that lets you talk to the service. You're going to want the device token as the endpoint. And then you're probably going to want to add the bundle ID as the APNS topic here. By the way, completely different than Firebase Cloud Messaging topics. Sorry, that term got overloaded. But if all has gone well, you should see the notification show up on your test device. And if all has gone well on the terminal side, you will get nothing back. If you do get a response back, that will probably be a good indication as to what the error message actually, or what the problem actually is. So bad device token is what it sounds like. That APNS device token probably isn't right. And do remember, at this step, you're using APNS device tokens, not FCM ones. Device token not for topic actually might be a good sign that you have the wrong certificate. So double check you've got the right certificate, you're using it for the right environment, debug versus production. But if you're still getting back no error message, but nothing is showing up on the device, do make doubly extra sure that you have permission to display notification with sound and banners. Check that both in your code and in your settings. Also, if your app is running in the foreground, make sure you've written some code to actually display that notification, because again, this doesn't happen by default on iOS. Although in iOS 10, they made this a whole lot easier. If you call completionhandler.alert and your user notification center will present with completion handler method, that basically tells iOS, hey, you know what? I know your app is in the foreground, but go ahead and display this alert anyway. And iOS will do that for you. And that's really nice. It certainly helps for testing and development. But now if all this is working, then you can move on to the next step, which is testing the FCM portion. And again, this is actually something that can best be accomplished with a curl call. You're basically going to need two things. You're going to need the server key, which you can find in the Firebase console in the bit labeled server key. And then getting the device token, the FCM device token, requires calling the token method on the instance ID singleton. And so this is basically what you need to do to get your FCM device token. And I think this prints out nicely. This token does change on occasion. In particular, I think it changes when you go from debug to production. So just keep in mind that you're going to want to not only sort of get this every time, but also listen for when it changes. There's sort of NS notifications that will fire off when this changes. So you can listen for it there. Now, once you have both of these pieces of information, well, then you can make a similar curl call to FCM, right? You've got your server key here, and this giant crazy string is the FCM device token. If all goes well, you'll get back a response like this. This doesn't mean, by the way, that the whole message worked, only that we talked to FCM OK. If you get back something that doesn't look like this, again, you'll probably get a pretty useful error message that tells you what's going wrong. On the other hand, if you don't get back any error message, but you're still not seeing a notification, the biggest thing to check here is that you've labeled priority high in your FCM notification. Android and iOS have different ways of interpreting this priority value. So as a result, on APNS, the default value is 10, which is basically the equivalent of high, which means, hey, please send this and display this message right away. The default value in Firebase Cloud Messaging is medium, which it turns out on Android devices is still kind of high. It means go ahead and show this message unless my Android device is in doze mode, in which case, wait a little bit. But on iOS, medium equates to APNS of 5, which is sort of maybe you'll see the notification, maybe you won't. So if you want to make sure your FCM message shows up on iOS devices, I do recommend explicitly setting this to high, not going with the default. Other common mistakes might be using APNS terminology in your FCM post. There are sort of equivalents here, so make sure you're doing content underscore available true and not content dash available 1. Things like that can trip you up, definitely. Oh, I saw a couple people wanting to take screenshots or take pictures of that. Go ahead. All right. I'm going to put this up in a video or something at some point later in case you miss it. And then finally, make sure that you've actually uploaded a certificate to the Firebase console, because without it, FCM can't talk to APNS. And then there's this part here, talking from notifications to cloud messaging. I'll be honest, there's not a lot to worry about here. If you're able to communicate to FCM through a curl call, the Firebase notifications panel should probably be working. If it's not, the best thing to do is check status.firebase.google.com. Look at this cloud messaging row. That will tell you if there's anything that happens to be wrong with either notifications or cloud messaging. All right, that was an awful lot about cloud messaging. Let's move on to another topic. Let's talk about dynamic links. So we talked about this briefly in the last presentation, but the idea is dynamic links are mobile deep links that work the way you want them to. So with one single link, we can take the user to your Android or iOS app if the user has it installed and they're on the appropriate device. If the user does not have your app installed, we can take them directly to the App Store or the Play Store, or I suppose to a web page. That choice is up to you. But I think the real magic of dynamic links is that if your user does not have the app installed and we have to take them to the App Store first, that link data doesn't get lost. When your user opens up your app again for the first time, the dynamic links library can still fetch that original link context for you. So you know what link originally brought your user into your app, and you can sort of display that sort of in a more appropriate welcome screen than just sort of like some generic, hi, sign in kind of screen. And that's really good to sort of driving a good first-time experience. So how does this work? So for simplicity, and because I'm running short on time, let's focus on the iOS side of things on iOS 9 or later. So for this left branch here, if your app is installed and we want to take your user directly to the app, we use universal links. In case you don't know what universal links are, they're basically a way of telling iOS, hey, instead of opening a link on my website, go ahead and pass that URL onto my app. My app will know how to handle it and will send the user to the right place. And you do this by placing a little file on your website, this Apple App Site Association file, that basically tells iOS that it's going to be opening up your app instead of the website. Well, with Firebase Dynamic Links, it basically works the same. The idea is that instead of your website implementing universal links, Firebase creates its own little mini website that has the same domain as these dynamic links that you create for your app. Then we create our own little Apple App Site Association file that points into your app. Your app can then take a look at that incoming link and show the right information to the user. So it's completely up to you whether or not your own website has support for universal links. It's fine if you do, but it's also fine if you don't. It doesn't matter. I mean, heck, you barely even need a website, and dynamic links will still work. So this does mean on the client you need to add support for universal links, and some developers see this in the documentation and they think, oh no, I haven't set up my website for universal links, and so don't worry, all of this will still work whether or not your website is set up for universal links. So what happens if your app is not installed? Well, for that, we first bounce through a browser. This is how we do some work to remember that link data for later. Essentially, we kind of do some light fingerprinting here. Then we do a JavaScript redirect to take you into the App Store. And then when the user first opens up the app, the Firebase library will make a network call to see if it looks as though the user had clicked on a dynamic link previously. Now, one thing to keep in mind about this process is that it is not foolproof. We will usually not be completely confident that the dynamic link that the user clicked on actually belongs to this user. And so you're going to need to know this by examining this match confidence parameter. If it's set to weak, it means we think this is the dynamic link the user clicked on, but we're not completely sure. So it's your responsibility to look at this parameter and make sure you don't show any kind of personal information to the user if that happens to be the case. A quick note about the data payload in dynamic links. I'm not going to go into everything that makes up a full dynamic link. We have docs for that. But I did want to highlight the actual data payload that your app receives in this case, which is that link parameter. You'll notice that it looks like a URL. And you might wonder, why does this have to be a URL? Couldn't it be like a JSON object or something? And the answer is no. And the reason why is that this link parameter essentially performs double duty. It's not only the data payload that your app reads in to display the right object or the right view, but it's also the URL that we might take your user to if they are viewing this dynamic link on a platform that doesn't support it, like, for instance, a desktop web browser. Plus, I think the idea is that if you've already gone ahead and implemented universal links on iOS, then you've already had to basically create all this content, or this logic to convert the content URL into the appropriate content in your app. And so maybe you can kind of piggyback on that to also interpret this dynamic link parameter. So there's a few use cases for dynamic links where I think you can kind of take advantage of them. One really good one is getting people from your mobile website directly into your app. Instead of sort of a generic, hey, why don't you install our app kind of header, if you have that powered by dynamic links, then you can take people directly into your app with the same content they were looking at on your website. And that's really nice. Again, sort of much better than sort of a generic welcome page. As Lawrence pointed out, it's also really good for user-to-user sharing, right? If you want to share a recipe from one user to another, you can do that with dynamic links. You're going to basically have your client generate a dynamic link based on the content you're showing. If this link looks kind of ugly to share, we have a REST API that will shorten it for you. And then basically sort of share it however you want. Like you can bring up a share sheet or embed the link in an email directly. However you do, that's up to you. And finally, we'll talk about one last case that I probably get the most questions about, which is sharing dynamic links from a social post. See, in general, sharing from a social media site like Facebook works pretty well when people are looking at the site directly within a browser like mobile Safari or Chrome. This all works great. The problem comes when people try and view a post from directly within the Facebook app. While the universal link path works okay if the recipient already has the app installed, the Facebook app tends to disable JavaScript redirects that take the user outside of the app and to the App Store, for instance. And so this part of the flow ends up broken, and instead the user ends up at the URL that was defined in your link parameter. And so the team's looking at ways we can make this process better. But in the meantime, a simple workaround that I like is, well, in that URL that's described in the link parameter, just go ahead and create a plain old normal link to the App Store. This is not, because this is a normal link, not a JavaScript redirect, this will work fine. You will lose some of that original link context, which is some of the Firebase dynamic link magic. But on the other hand, you've gotten users to install your app, and that's pretty good too. So I've probably been talking for way too long. I am now going to have Johnny come up and talk about some cool things you can do with the Firebase UI library.
Thank you, Todd. Hi, my name's Johnny, and I'm an engineer on the Firebase database. And today I'll be talking about Firebase UI. So earlier today we announced version 1.0 of Firebase UI. And we'll be looking how to use some of these features on iOS, but we'll also be looking behind the scenes and some of the tricks that Firebase UI actually uses to do what it does. So a quick show of hands, who heard of Firebase UI before the announcement today? Wow, that's a lot of hands. Who has actually used Firebase UI? Still a lot of hands. So if you haven't used Firebase UI, I do recommend checking it out. So what is it? There's a couple of UI or UX patterns in Firebase when you're developing apps with Firebase that show up all the time. And you don't really want to repeat yourself, and you don't want to write the code over and over again. And that is where Firebase UI comes in. It takes these common patterns and wraps them in simple library calls. It is available for both iOS and Android. It's open source. You can see the link to the iOS version on the slide here. And community contributions are always accepted and appreciated. So one thing we added recently was the integration with Firebase storage. So if you're in a web browser, Firebase storage is very easy to use because you can get back a URL and you just put that URL in your app, and the browser will do everything for you. It will download it. It will do caching. On a mobile device, that's not quite true. You have to do that manually, and that's kind of work that you don't necessarily want to do. So there's this great open source library called SD Web Image, and we didn't want to reinvent the wheel, so we integrated Firebase storage with SD Web Image. So where you could previously pass in URL, and the SD Web Image library would actually go ahead and download the image and do the caching for you, you can now pass in a storage reference, and the Firebase UI library will do everything for you. When you're using the Firebase database, oftentimes you have something like a collection, and you want to display this collection or this list of things to a user. And a great way to display that is, well, showing a list. And one way to do this on iOS is using a UI table view. Firebase UI does also support UI collection view, but we'll be looking on how you can use the UI table view to display Firebase database data. So what steps are necessary to display a list of things? It's actually 3 simple steps. The first thing you need is a Firebase query. And this can be any reference. This can be any query. You can add limits. You can start at. We don't care where it is in the Firebase. What we do care is how the data looks like. And a general rule is if you're using push IDs to add items to this collection, then your data is good to go. So now we have this query. Next thing we have to do is create a data source. So if you've been using UI table view, you know you have to populate it using a data source. And this is where Firebase UI comes in. So you pass in the query so it knows where to get the data from. You pass in the table view so it knows where to put the data and where to load the UI. And then you pass in a populate cell callback. So Firebase UI does not write the UI for you. Unfortunately, you still have to do that yourself, but it does make it easy for you. So for every item in that collection, we'll call this populate cell callback. And you can use the same patterns that you are used to from iOS. So you can use reuse identifiers, and you can DQ cell for that good performance. And then we'll give you the snapshot, and you can use the snapshot to populate that cell. So once you did that, the final thing you want to do is hook up the data source to your table view. And voila, you're done. So let's take a look of what happens behind the scenes when you do that. So the Firebase table view data source will set up the listeners. It will do all the grunt work for you. It will make sure to listen for child added events, child removed events, and all of the other events. And as you can see here in this image, it will actually also do animations for you. So Firebase Database is really good for real-time data. And if you have real-time data, you also want to sort of show the data as it changes, and animations are a great way to show that. So you'll get animations out of the box for free if you're using Firebase UI. Now, if you've been using UI Table View, you know, well, it's indexed or row-based, and nowhere in Firebase do I get an index. It's all key-based. So how does Firebase UI do this? Under the hood, it actually maps this collection to an array. So in this example, we have a couple of keys. And I just noticed that the letter D is missing in here. And so let's assume that, well, let's add it to the data, and we want the table view to actually update that. And how do we know where to put this? On iOS, there is this special function that you might not be aware of. So usually when you listen to events, you give it event type, and then you pass in a block, and we'll give you the snapshot. But there's also this function where you can pass in a special kind of block that gives you the data snapshot plus a string. And this string tells you where this event is relative in the snapshot. It will tell you what is the previous sibling in this collection, and you will know where to add it. So let's look through an example. So we have this array with our keys, and we want to add the letter D. And Firebase will tell us that the previous child is C. So all we have to do is scan through the array, and luckily I placed the block at the right place, and we know now that the new index is 3. And so we can add it to the array, and now we know how to translate Firebase keys to indexes in the table view. So Firebase UI, when you initially load the data, it will animate everything. And sometimes we get the question, well, what if I don't want to animate the initial loading, but I instead want to display a spinner and just show the data all at once when it's loaded? And there's two facts about the Firebase database that you might not be aware of that allows you to do this. The first one is the type of event actually does not change performance. It doesn't matter whether you add a child added or a child removed or even a value event. The work that happens in the background is exactly the same. So how does that help you? Well, it helps you in combination with the second fact that a value event will fire after all of the other events have fired. So we take the example of showing a loader. When you attach the child added listener, we'll fire all of the child added events. And we know from the first fact that we can also add a value listener at no additional cost. So we'll add that too. And when it fires, we know we've gotten all of the child added events, and we now have a complete data. So if it's the first callback for a value event, we can remember that. We can hide the loader. We can take our current state and display it to the user. Now, there's one important fact that I'd like to call out, and that is always clean up after yourself. So obviously, if you're listening to Firebase queries, there's some resource cost associated with this. We'll spin up a connection. If there hasn't been a connection yet, we'll use some memory. And if data is changing, it'll also continue to use bandwidth. So we don't have a strong opinion of where you should set up your listener. We do, however, recommend that you balance it with an unlisten at the appropriate place. So for example, if you set up the listener and view did load, you need to make sure that you also unlisten in the dialog. And if you do respond to did receive memory warning calls and unload the view there, also make sure to unlisten there, or else in the next view did load, you'll have to you'll set up a duplicate listener. Same if you set up your listener and the view will appear, you want to unlisten and the view will disappear. And then one last thing is beware of retain cycles. So Firebase uses blocks, and blocks are very easy to work with, but if you reference self in a block, that can cause a retain cycle. And so dialog might not ever be called, and you'll never unlisten. So if you're using self in a block, make sure to weak reference it. So that was Firebase UI. Are there any React Native developers here? There's a couple. So unfortunately, obviously, Firebase UI is for iOS, and if you're using React Native, then you can't use that. However, the Firebase web client libraries are supported for React Native. The feature set is just slightly different than for the mobile native clients. So there's a third-party community effort called Firestack, the link is on the slide here, that actually wraps the native mobile libraries that you can use in React Native. That's all from me. Back to you, Todd.
All right. Thanks, Johnny. OK, so I know that was an awful lot of information at once. Luckily for you, you don't have to memorize any of it. We've got some lovely documentation that you can visit. We also have a YouTube channel full of very good-looking performers. So you should subscribe to that if you haven't yet. And we'll be hanging out afterwards, both in the Ask Firebase area and the after party later this evening. So feel free to talk to us if you have any other follow-up questions. And with that, we've got 0 on the countdown, so we are out of time. Thank you very much for listening. And now at this point, Abe and Damien are going to come up and talk about some cool gaming and Unity things with Firebase. So I'm excited. Yeah, let's bring them up.
Thanks, man. Good job. All right. I'm going to let people settle for a second. And we are already in some random slides somehow. There we go. That's the right one. Gone. All right. Thanks for coming, everyone. My name is Abe. I'm an engineer on the Firebase team. I'm here with Damien, a developer advocate on games. And first I want to say how amazing it is to be here in Berlin. I'm super excited. It's been an amazing experience so far. I feel super welcome, especially once I realized that the UX team put that tiny drawing of me on the beanbag in every single presentation. So now I feel like I'm really the focus of everything, and that's absolutely amazing. So I'm here to talk about Firebase for games, and then in smaller text, pew, pew, pew. That's like a game noise. See, we're bonding already. This is going great. So if we look at Firebase, you've probably seen this slide before. You literally saw it in the previous presentation. This is the 15 products that come together to make Firebase, the suite of tools we've put together for building mobile apps. But I'm not here to talk about mobile apps today. I'm here to talk about games. And I think if you look at these products, some of them work really well for games, just obviously, like Firebase authentication. You want your user to log in with Facebook. You don't want to write a bunch of code to do that. Firebase authentication makes perfect sense. Or something like Firebase real-time database. You want to be able to store data, synchronize it between users. It just makes sense. But as a whole, I think in order to make Firebase for games, we have to take a unique approach. And we are really, really serious about making Firebase work great for games. And so when we started talking about this, I did what I always do when we start talking about building something for a different audience or building something different. I started talking to our users. So I was at GDC last year, and I went around to a bunch of people, and I'm always wondering, how can I make my users' lives easier? Because that's really, that makes them successful if their users have a better time, and that makes me successful, and everyone's happy. So I went up to a game developer, and I said, how can I make your users' lives easier? And the first thing he said was, well, they're called players, for one. And I was like, fair enough, good point. And I went up to another person, and I said, all right, how can I make your players' lives easier? And he looked at me, and he was kind of confused, and he didn't really have an answer for me. And I spent all day doing this. I hung around the Google booth, and I kept asking people, how can I make life easier for your players? And no one could really give me an answer. And it wasn't until the end of the day when he was wearing a top hat and overalls, because game developers are like that sometimes, and I said, how can I make life easier for your players? And he said, I don't really want that. And that's when it clicked for me personally, that games are not like apps. We're not trying to make life easier or more productive or anything like that. We're trying to make an experience that's really unique, that you're passionate about, that you're engaged with in a different way than you'll ever engage with an app. These are completely different experiences. And if we want Firebase to work really well for games, we have to take an entirely unique approach. We can't do a half-quality job. So I want to talk about this quote from a guy named John Carmack. If you know about games, you've probably heard of him. He was a lead programmer on Doom. Now he works or runs Armadillo Aerospace, I forget. But he programs rockets now, because that's a normal career trajectory, I guess. And he once said that the game designer should be building a world in which the player is not just a small part. The player is the boss. And I think this is true outside of games. It really doesn't matter if you're building an app or you're working in a company. You don't want to be a small part of anything. You want to be the focus. You want to feel like the experience that you're interacting with, the world around you, is interacting with you, and that it's really rich and connecting with you. And this is why at Firebase, the core of this beautiful graphic is analytics, and the core of our philosophy is analytics. Because this is our representation of your players. You don't just have players, though. It's too general. It's too vague. We have your players in main, the ones who are really good at the game because they played the sequel, the ones who got through the first 10 levels in minutes because they're just really excellent. And with analytics, we have those players in Nevada who've never gotten past level 4. They're really horrible at your game. They're literally the worst players, but they're having fun, and they keep trying again and again at level 4. And this is the power of analytics. Because if we have a user, we have this guy, and he is that power user out in main. He is the really exceptional, great player. And we release a hardcore level pack. This guy's going to want to know. But if we released it, if we just shouted it out, sent a push notification to every single user of our app and said, hey, we've released this new hardcore level pack, a bunch of them would be intimidated. Those level 4 players who are stuck on that same level, they're going to look and say, I can't even get past level 4. I didn't need to know about the uber hardcore death mode ultra pack. It just wouldn't connect with them. And it might even make them shy away from your app. So if we know who these people are and we can target them and say, hey, this app, this package, this experience is for you, we can get them more involved. So we shoot him a push notification with an audience we created in analytics, and now he's more engaged. And this is an experience made possible with cloud messaging and Firebase notifications. Both of these, there you go. I think this clicker might be dying. Both of these are products we've talked a lot about today. And this philosophy of Firebase being good if you use one component, like just cloud messaging alone is fine. If you want to set up your own server and send individual messages to individual devices, that's great. But if you want to use it with Firebase notifications, or you want to use it with the power of analytics, you can. And that's really where you get this compounding value effect of Firebase. Let's take another example. The same player, this really, really great player. He is one of the best players we've ever had. His Gummy clan is level 200. He is just really, really top of the leaderboard, excellent player. But it's frankly not all skill. He has been spending a ton of money on Firecoins, on this in-app currency, and just buying everything he possibly can. But he's a great player. He's super engaged with our game. He's having fun. He really is passionate about this experience we've created. And he's so passionate that one day he spends all his coins. He's run completely out of Fire coins. And what can he do? In a normal situation, you might have to wait for 24 hours to pass so he gets some more Fire coins, or you might have to spend some more money, buy some more in-app currency. But with Firebase, this opens up new opportunities that not only help him get more engaged with the game, but also brings us new users. So imagine we give him a beautiful link, a nice little short link that he can share with his friends. And those friends come into the game, and he gets rewarded with some Fire coin. So he sends out that link, he waits a little while, and he's 100,000 Fire coins richer. This is great, because now his friends are sharing his experience. He's not just some lone nerd building his gummy kingdom up. He's one part of a bigger group of people who all love this game, who he can talk to about, he can share this experience with, and it's just richer for him. And at the same time, we get a better experience as a developer because we potentially found people like him who will also love our game, and that's our end goal. And he's just having a great time. He's back to spending all his Fire coin. This is an experience made possible by tying together a bunch of these Firebase features. So we used invites to say, all right, who are your friends? Who should we contact? We use a dynamic link to give him that custom link he can share. We used cloud messaging to tell him when he's received his Fire coin. And we use real-time database to track how many Fire coin he has. This is great, though, because it's not just one feature. And in Firebase, in gaming, we support a bunch of these features today. This isn't a new thing that we're announcing. This has been possible in the gaming world via the C++ SDK since Google I/O. When we released the C++ SDK, we were super excited because we knew game developers who were writing in C++ were going to be immediately able to start building richer experiences for their players. And people have really, really loved the C++ SDK. So to talk about it a bit more, I'm going to hand it over to Damien, who will talk a little bit about the code and how to use the C++ SDK. Damien?
Hey, thanks, Abe. So I'm Damien. I joined Google about 2 years ago. Before that, I've been doing game development during 7 years, 6 years and a half, something like that, for iOS, Android, and other platforms, consoles. So yeah, chances are, if you are doing video games, you are likely doing C++. Either you are writing your own engine and doing C++ directly, either you are using an engine that is itself written in C++. So if you want to have a plugin for that engine, you are likely want to have a C++ API. Well, I keep quoting John Carmack here. Focus is a matter of deciding what things you aren't going to do. And I feel that it fits quite well what Firebase is about. Like, if you are a game developer, it's likely you don't want to spend time doing backend development. What you want to spend time on is your gameplay experience, how happy you make your user, what are the feelings your user are going to express when they go through your game. And again, Firebase is something that will help you focus on what you do best, which is doing gameplay development. And well, we can clearly see that if we show some sample code for the C++ API. For example, that's the initialization of Firebase on Android. It's more or less the same API on iOS. In an Android side, you give your GNI environment and JVM information to the C++ SDK so he can communicate with the Java side of things. But that's one line of code. And it's not that difficult. Right after that, if you try to initialize Firebase Analytics, it's one line of code to initialize Firebase Analytics. And out of that, you already get all the default analytics information from Firebase Analytics, like your session time, your first open, when the user opened a dynamic link, receive a notification, etc. If you want to then track an event, it's, again, one line of code with the event name, your parameters, and the value of your parameters. Well, if we go through remote config, there is no big surprises there. One line of code to initialize, and then you will get one line of code to fetch value from the server, and one more line of code to activate the value from the server. We already talked about remote config, so I won't go through how it works. But yeah, once you fetch the value from the server, if you are in the middle of a game and you are changing, one of the parameters of the remote config will be the color of the sky, you might not want to switch the color of the sky from blue to green in the middle of the game. You might want to wait for the end of the session to activate your value before they take effect. So yeah, if you look at app invite, it's again one line of code to initialize app invite, and then a couple of lines of code that describe the content of your invite, and one line to send the invite and display the UI to the user. as game developer, you probably doesn't really love making UI for your users. So Firebase take care of displaying your content, your contact list, so you can select which user you want to share the invite with. If you look at Firebase messaging, if you just do the first line of code, the initialization part, you already get notification to work in your C++ game or game engine. And well, right after that, you can go in your Firebase notification dashboard, send your notification, and it will appear in your game. If you want to receive notification while the game is in foreground, you can then register a callback if you want to be able to display the notification when the game is in foreground. And C++ is great. Lots of games are made just in C++, but there is more out there. There is other game engine, and I will give it back to Abe to talk about Unity.
Awesome. Thanks, Damien. Yeah, like Damien said, C++ is amazing if you're building something that's an engine, or you're just building in C++ because that's what you like to work in. But when we started talking to game developers, we realized that, yeah, a lot of them love C++, and that's great, and we want to support them, but a lot of them don't. We have amazing new games coming out every day that are written in these new engines and in this new technology, and we wanted to support that. And it's not only that, but C++ and our SDK doesn't have to be used for games. It's a general purpose programming language. Any mobile app you're building can be built with the C++ SDK and the Android NDK and all of that stuff. And we wanted to tell people, we're so serious about gaming, we're going to build an SDK that is specifically integrated into a gaming technology, into a gaming engine, that wasn't just a library you imported, but an entire UI that becomes part of the IDE that feels natural and makes sure you know that we're serious about gaming. And that's why we released the Firebase Unity SDK. And this is something that I personally am extremely excited about, because whether you are like me and you're the type of game developer who hangs out on like r/roguelike dev and like is a horrible game developer, or if you're a top 100 company who's building the next gigantic whoever app featuring celebrities that's going to get 1 trillion downloads, or if you're someone in between like my friend Pim, who is running a startup based on Firebase powered games. Anywhere in between, you can use this Unity SDK and it will support you. And when you use it, it's going to feel good. It's going to feel natural. Installing it in Unity is as simple as dragging in an asset package, just like you'd get from the Unity store or anywhere else. And then once it's installed, you get this beautiful sidebar that has links to documentation, options for configuring and setting up individual Firebase features, and basically everything you need to know to get up and running, so you don't have to Google anything. Because it's really great when at Google we can make you not have to Google anything. So to talk about what we can do with this Unity SDK, we'll go back to Damien to show off this live demo that we put together using the Firebase Unity SDK and the survival shooter demo from the Unity website.
So yeah, just before the presentation, we started making this live demo. So if you can see my screen, I have notification integrated, because on Unity it's basically linking a plugin, and you have 0 line of code to put there. So you link the plugin, and you can already send the notification. When you click on it, you can launch the game. There it is.
Nice and blurry. That's how I like my games.
Okay, that's better. I don't have sound, so I should be all right. And that's based on a tutorial project by Unity called Survival Shooters, where you have this small character dreaming about scary puppies. Oh yeah, you can see it really well. And you can see that when I am shooting, I have a blue ray gun. Oh, that's a big elephant. Sorry. So if I die, you will see the color of the rays that leave the gun switch to. Okay, today demos are failing. It's because I am in airplane mode, because I am on stage.
Oh, yeah, so it can't fetch
so I can fetch data out of remote config. In remote config, I change the parameters of the of the color of the gun. So let's try to die again.
It's so difficult when you're such a talented gamer to die, right?
Yeah, hopefully the controls are quite hard when you are not handling. Yeah, I have no luck there. Well, I will skip this part of the demo. But I am fetching the color of the gun from remote config, so it should change the color at the end of the gameplay. And I also have integrated app invite, so you can invite people from your contact list in the game. And like now I will switch back to the slides. The idea is doing like remote config, analytics, notification, and app invite. Took me about maybe 1 hour to do in Unity. It was fairly quick and really easy to do. And I will go through just some sample code about it. So if you look at just the initialization of Firebase, it's 2 lines of code. It's not as good as C++, but we are getting there. And if you look at Firebase Analytics, it's 1 line of code for the initialization and then 1 line per events. In the game, I added 2 events, one when the player die, and another one where you actually take down an enemy. And in the console, it looked like, yeah, you can see it a bit. Like the first event is when the player died, and the second event is how many enemy you killed. And you can see the values of the enemy killed is 102, I think, and the value of how many people were killed before a player died is 101. So it looked like there is one enemy that actually was killed and the player survived. So yeah, it's again like very easy 1 line of code to do it. If you look at remote config, it's a bit different because, well, remote config has default value when you can't fetch the server the first time, like it was the case during the demo, because I had no internet. So during the initialization, you need to give the default value of each variable you have, and then it's again 1 line of code to fetch and activate the values. And on the console side, you already saw it in the presentation before, so I will go quickly through it, but you can have all your variable names and values that are based on various audiences in Firebase Analytics if you want to, or if you want to do A/B testing, you can use remote config just for that. And if you look at Firebase messaging for notification, I looked quite hard for sample code because, as I said, you just link the Firebase plugin for notification, and it just work. You have 0 line of code to put there. However, if you want to support messages that are received in foreground when the game is displayed on the screen, you can add an optional callback there. But that's, again, only if you want to support notifications that the user receives when the game is in foreground. And on the console side, you already saw it in the presentation before. It's about being able to send notification to all your users or a subset of your user based on audience or filtering on user language, country, app version, platform, etc. Finally, if you look at Firebase app invite, it was like 1 line of code to create the invite, a couple of lines to get the content of the invite set up, and then 1 line to send it. It's quite nice in Unity to be able to do quite complex native UI integration with just a few lines of code without writing any Java code, complex plugin to interface with Unity, etc. And now I will give it back to Abe to talk about cross-platform.
Awesome. Like I said before, one part of Firebase, if you're using remote config, is made richer by analytics, and analytics is made richer by authentication. And we have all this connection inside of Firebase, inside of your Unity game, that makes the experience richer for your users. But things get even better once you get outside of a single app. So imagine you have a really great mobile game, and you really want to have a web leaderboard for that game. This is something Firebase makes possible with our web SDKs. Or if you have a web-powered game or some other desktop game, and you really want to have a mobile interface for a user to manage their inventory. This is something that just feels natural because we've put a ton of effort into each of these individual SDKs. So each SDK feels natural. It feels like normal Android code, or it feels like normal JavaScript. But it's also very Firebase-y, so the things you learn and the experience you have building in Unity will apply and speed up development on every single platform. But the value of integrating doesn't stop here. It goes outside of Firebase to the rest of Google. And Firebase is powered in large parts by Google Cloud, this amazing platform for building anything your heart desires. Firebase is a bunch of specific tools and features, but if you say, I'm building a game and I love Firebase, I powered my chat and my matchmaking off of the real-time database, and all my users get notifications with remote config, but the gameplay of my game is a first-person shooter. This is something you can't really build entirely on Firebase. So you need some awesome, enterprise-grade infrastructure to power this. This is where Google Cloud comes in. And the cool thing about Google Cloud and Firebase is that they're really close siblings. So if you had, for example, Firebase Analytics, and you had all of these events coming in through Firebase Analytics, all of your player deaths and everything like that, you can route those directly into Google Cloud Platform's BigQuery. And in BigQuery, you'll have the ability to slice and dice the data in any way you want. You can export it to Data Studio like we talked about, use those new templates, anything like that, and really dig into your data. Or if you have other data, for example, if you have an existing game and you have one of the many other analytics tools out there, and you're like, okay, that tool is great, but I really would love to mix that with this Firebase Analytics data, you can do that in BigQuery, and then you can pull it back out through Data Store. Or if you just want a dump of all your data, you can do that because Firebase integrates so tightly with Google Cloud. Another example of this is like Firebase Storage. Firebase Storage is backed directly by Google Cloud Storage. So if you're uploading a bunch of files and your users are manipulating them and doing whatever, and you want your server to go and access these files, or you want your Cloud VM to do some interaction on these, or run it through the Cloud Vision API to see if there's a labradoodle or whatever in that image, anything like that, you can do that very easily because Firebase Storage is backed directly by Google Cloud Storage. And this is an amazing experience if you want to integrate out, if you want to connect all these little pieces. But at the end of the day, you don't really have to. Firebase itself stands alone, and every single one of these features stands alone. So if you're thinking, man, like remote config sounds really cool, I'd love to give that a try, you can do that. You can go and grab just remote config, grab just that asset package, import it, and give it a try without needing anything else that you don't want. And I'm pretty sure once you try these things, you'll realize that it works really well, and you'll probably be like, well, I wonder how much better it works with everything else. And you'll see the power you get from integrating everything together. And once you do this, as we're focusing on our players and we're building richer experiences, you'll find that that same player who used to be sort of engaged and used to have fun with your app becomes like truly in love with it and keeps coming back again and again. So some resources. Firebase platform as a whole is firebase.google.com. The C++ SDK is /docs/CPP, and the Unity SDK is docs Unity setup. I really would just like to say in general, we've been working on this. We've talked to a bunch of Unity developers and really put a lot of love into this SDK because personally, I really love Unity and I want to build really cool things with it. So if you can, if you go play with it, even if you build like a 2-hour game or something that you build on a weekend or whatever, please tweet at me and show me because I'm just super excited to see what you guys build with this. So I'm at AbeIsGreat on Twitter. Damien is at Yindy, I believe is how that is pronounced. And yeah, thanks for listening. Cool.
Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you, all of you. You've done it. You've made it. It's the end of the day, almost.
Good job.
Yeah, good job. But seriously, we do want to take a moment to say thank you for coming to the first Firebase Dev Summit. It's been a lot of fun, and we hope it's been a lot of value throughout the day for you as well. And if there's anything that you missed, or there's something that you want to watch again, this is where we're going to plug the YouTube channel again.
Exactly. Go to youtube.com/Firebase, and you click on that subscribe button. And all the videos most of the videos are already uploaded there for this event, and the rest will be available very shortly.
And what else do we have for announcements at the end of the day?
That's right. We have a survey as well. So we really live by surveys. So please, with sugar on top, go and fill out the survey. There should be a mail in your mailbox sitting there waiting for you. Click on that link and fill that thing out. It's really important for us.
If you found this event valuable and there were particular things that were, of particular value, knowing that is really helpful because that'll help us make this event even better in the future and, of course, justify doing it again. Also, for the rest of the night, there's a few things that are going to happen all at once. There is an after party, and it's going to be upstairs. You'll be able to find it with cool views of Berlin and everything. Don't feel like I have to rush up there right away, though, because we do have an instructor-led code lab starting right after this session in the code lab room, and the Ask Firebase room is going to be open for quite a while as well. So if you have any remaining burning questions for some Firebase engineers, please go get them answered. I think that's it.
Thank you so much.